So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto awakens a bloodline in the Forest of Death. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And you want the next part of this video? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Uzumaki Naruto's dreamscape was seldom a place of peace and quiet, despite usually appearing when he was asleep. Now, the silence of his dreamscape was again shattered by shouting and the tinkling of shattered glass. I'll kill him. I'll rip his legs off and shove them where the sun doesn't shine. That white-haired, loud-mouthed, no-account pervert is a dead man. Geez, Dad, calm down. You'll burst a ghostly blood vessel. The Zama-Rashi snarled a curse, wondering why his son was being so cavalier about the situation. You know, for someone who just got thrown off a cliff, you seem pretty okay with it. Exactly what part of this don't you get? You could die. Not to mention having to act like such a fool just to get that idiot to train you in the first place. Uzumaki Naruto was not a child anymore, at least, not in his mind. I don't need to be coddled or babied. Who's the one who's always going on about how my duty is so freaking important, Dad? How if I give up or let the Ninetales win, I'm letting everyone down. Well, what better test than surviving a fall into a canyon? I gotta learn what pervert Sennin was trying to teach me sometime, don't I? Oh, that's rich. The ends justify the means. What if you were just a few days from figuring it all out on your own? All the training in the world is useless if you're dead. Naruto shrugged. Dad, you're 12 years too late to be trying to save me from a life of violence. The fourth Hokage stopped in his tracks, gaping at his son as he continued to speak. I've faced Zabuza and Haku, Orochimaru, Sound Nins, Miss Nins, Kiba, all sorts of enemies. Any one of them could have killed me if I'd wasted the time worrying about that. Being a shinobi means we're always at risk. We just have to carry on and do what we have to. Or have I got it wrong? Arashi sighed. Kid's got a point. No, you've got it down. It's just not easy for a parent to watch their child undergo something that is dangerous, training or not. Naruto stood up from where had been sitting at the table in his dreamscape room, pacing over to the window. You're treating me like I'm some rank amateur, a kid who's gotta be protected from all the dangerous stuff out there. But that's because all you really remember of me is as a baby. I'm a genin in the leaf, not the child you left behind. If you really want to help me, then help me with the challenges I'm facing now, not the ones you're still trying to make up for missing. The fourth sensed that his son meant what he said, but also caught the faint undertone of resentment in Naruto's words. The two of them were closer than they had been when he'd first spoken to the boy, true. But not all wounds heal instantly. If that's the way you want it, then who am I to argue? Tell me what you need, and we'll get it done. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, happy that his father hadn't made it harder than it had to be. Besides, he had his own revenge planned for the pervert Sennin anyway. I just want to go over the stuff that's happened since pervert Sennin started teaching me and get the basics down. I gotta get better at this, or else I'll never be able to reach the level of summoning Jiraiya's at. So start from the beginning and we'll see what you're still not getting. Where to begin? Having to bribe the old sage with a sexy no jutsu? Endless attempts to summon toads calling only tadpoles. Naruto had plenty of moments he'd much rather have done over again. Only one of them stuck in his memory, though. Why weren't you there when I was just talking with the Ninetales about using his power? It's an isolated experience. You were accessing his psyche directly through his chakra, so you weren't here, in your mindscape. You and the Ninetales were in direct communication. And technically, I was there. I was the gate that kept him from getting to you physically. Do you think it's worth trusting that thing? I mean, when I fought Haku and the red chakra came out, I was losing control, fighting like Kiba even. Can't be doing that against Neji or some other enemy, or else I'm dead. Arashi waved a finger, admonishing his son. Think, Naruto. What was it about fighting Haku that was different from what you need to do in the canyon? Well, I was pissed at Haku for not being able to fight his ice mirrors. In the canyon, I was trying to find anything to help me survive or get out of there. That's the difference, right there. What are you talking about? Let's have a look. He had awakened in the middle of a dark, wet corridor, gingerly picking himself up out of the water and looking about. Last thing I remember I was falling down the canyon, getting ready to die. So, what, I'm in the afterlife already. Pretty dreary place, if you ask me. Before long, Naruto's eyes adjusted, and he began to make out the substance of the place, worn pipes dripping water down upon him, corridors leading out in all directions, and all of it lit with an eerie light, glowing dark red, pulsing as though mimicking the beating of a heart. The blonde genin had not seen this place before, but he would have known that light or at least its color anywhere. Naruto had felt its influence only once, while fighting Haku. Gotta be the Ninetales' power giving off that light. That fox is a tough customer. Made me strong, but it really wasn't me doing the fighting out there. Can't have that. He had felt nothing upon first waking, but as Naruto began to walk, a feeling of faint dread began to creep its way up his spine. Each step was taking him closer to something. What it was, he didn't know, but it wasn't going to be a real happy place. Not lit up like this, it's not. After some time, he found himself in front of a metal gate, shut tight and sealed with a paper ward. Behind it was blank darkness, but Naruto was not stupid enough to believe the shadows were empty. Whatever had been troubling him was in there. Welp. Come closer. The words were not so much said as they were insinuated into his mind, assaulting his very soul with implied hate. The blonde genin snarled, fully recognizing what had spoken. You think you're the only one who deserves to feel hate. Screw you, you giant hairball. Think I don't know you want to kill me and take control. Go ahead and try. My father's already taken care of you. The son hides behind his father's foul seal. You are a matched pair. So he wants out, does he? That could be arranged. Bitch all you want, but you're not getting out except under my terms. Terms? What needs have I to listen to your insignificant terms? How about that drop we're taking down the canyon? You're gonna be as dead as me once we hit the bottom. The demon fox stayed silent for a while, finally responding in an irritated tone as it bowed to reality. Speak, whelp. I get it that you hate me, and you probably hate everything in sight. I can't change that, and it's your problem anyway. You're angry? Fine. I can give you a way to release your frustration. Let me have full access to your power, not just drops and trickles. I get as much chakra as I can handle, and you can come along as we wreak havoc on the enemy, as long as I'm the one in control. You just stay out of my head, and we're cool. What benefit is there to me? I would not be the one who fights. There is no meaning in destruction unless my own hand inflicts it. Ah, but I wasn't done explaining the agreement. This should be interesting. If you fight alongside me, someday I'll break the seal. When I do, we'll fight for real. You win, you can have control. Body and soul, if that's what you want. If I win, you're mine. Let me draw on your chakra, strength, and even summon you, if we can figure out how to work that. What do you say? You take me for a fool. How do I know you will ever challenge me and break the seal? Hey. Let's get something straight, you demonic furball. I don't care what you think of me. But Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word. That's my ninja way, and don't you ever forget it. If I say we're gonna fight, then damn it, we're gonna fight. You don't have to agree to this deal. But believe me when I say I'd be happy to die right now if it means I'll take your nine-tailed ass with me. It's up to you. The Ninetales laughed. Ha. You humans cling to life like leeches. You are bluffing. Am I? You killed my mother. My father is stuck forever as your seal, dead to everyone but you and me. You nearly destroyed the Leaf Village. Look in my eyes, bastard. Sasuke isn't the only one who has something to kill. The room shook as the Ninetales roared with laughter. You would have made a good demon, whelp. You have the art of bargaining with the advantage mastered. Very well. If you are foolish enough to challenge me, the greatest of the Yokai, then you shall have your wish and I shall have my freedom. Until then, use my power as you will. I shall wait for the time when I destroy you. Yeah, you do that, Naruto snorted. Then you can join Dosu, the Mist Nins, and Kiba in the Hall of Shame. The Ninetales shrugged off Naruto's warning. Ah, enough words. I tire of you, and I have agreed to your terms. Let us exit the canyon. For once, we actually agree on something. Tell me this isn't going to become a habit. Believe me, whelp. It will not. Arashi turned back to his son as the just completed memory faded out. That's the difference I was talking about. You were in control the whole time, and the agreement went down on your terms. The Haku fight was pure instinct, you might as well have been a wild animal. This time, you made a rational choice, and you'll probably cheat death in the process. If you can remember that control is the key, the fox is never going to be able to beat you when you fight. Naruto shrugged as his father spoke. I don't want to rely on it that much, Dad. Like the furball said, if I'm not doing the fighting, what's the point? So don't use it when you're training. The entire point of having the Nine-Tails power is as an emergency reserve or to summon. The rest of the time, use your own chakra and build it up. You'll have to do that in order to win the fight with him anyhow. Yeah, I guess, Naruto groused. Now I just gotta get out of this damn canyon. Well, what are you standing around here for? Go. You wanna die when you've just extorted the Nine-Tails? Hell, no. It's toad time. Even before Naruto's perception returned to the swiftly approaching canyon floor, his hands were in motion, a quick bite to a thumb producing the necessary blood, as Jiraiya had taught him. He ran through the seals quickly, the one part of the summoning process he had managed to master, and gave his own version of a prayer. Now work this time, damn it. Fuchius no Jutsu, summoning no Jutsu. Naruto's mental request was answered, not by the mere puff of smoke that he had seen every time before, but by a red glow, slowly spreading forth from the palm he held out thrust. Looks like even the Nine-Tails keeps its word when it's given. The canyon echoed with a great noise, the faint pop of Naruto's prior attempts replaced with a roar, air displaced by whatever was being summoned forth. And as the rush of noise stopped, so did Naruto's descent. The faint smell of water and tobacco greeted his nostrils as the blonde genin looked around. Gradually, the smoke subsided and he saw what had answered his prayer. Now that is one big toad. Yeah. Take that, pervert senin. First successful summon and it's even bigger than the toad you were riding. Naruto's shout had hardly begun to echo in the canyon before it was drowned out by another roar this time, of words. Oh you punk. What the hell you doing on my head? Where's Jiraiya? Budaya means, where's pervert senin? He ain't the one who did the summoning, I was. The giant toad was silent for a brief moment, eyes rotating inward to gaze at the boy on its head. You summoned me? Yeah. How many times do I have to say it? Wahahahaha. You got some guts, shrimp, lying your mouth off like that. A pup like you being able to summon the boss toad, Gamabunta-sama. Like hell. Without bidding, another voice stirred in Naruto's mind, rage directed outwards, and not at him, for once. This toad dares to mock my power. Let me loose. I will teach him to laugh at the greatest of the yokai. Naruto had been afraid that access to the demon fox's power would lead to something like this. If he backed down now, what would keep the Ninetales from walking all over him in the future? Hey. I gave you my word, and you gave me yours. If I wanted your opinion, I'd ask for it. This is my show, so stay out of my head and let me handle it. You'll get your precious dignity back. I had better. Geez, self-absorbed, ain't he? Shoulda left him in that cage. Shrimp. Pup. You're not one to read much, are you? What do you mean, kid? Amabunta's eyes narrowed as a red glow began to gather around Naruto. Slowly, the boy's face took on a more feral look, the demonic power within him showing its effects. The blonde genin snarled, burning to avenge the insult to his capabilities. You know what they say. Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm no different. You want to insult me, go right ahead. But don't blame me when you have to tell somebody someday that the very first thing you did when you met the son of the fourth Hokage, the future Hokage of the Leaf, was call him a weak-ass shrimp. People might start to think you weren't so smart. Oh, so the pup has fangs. That loud mouth of yours is like the fourth's, I'll give you that. Tell you what you get in a battle, call me up and I'll see if you really are his boy. Then you can have the same honor I gave the fourth. And that would be the stand on my head. You think I enjoy having people riding me like a damn horse? Heh. Guess not. So all you need is for me to prove myself in battle, huh? I can do that. We'll see, kid. Now let's get out of here. My legs are cramping up from holding us here. Suits me. I gotta go find pervert senin and kick his ass for this anyhow. Save some for me, will ya? I owe him a beating for putting me in this situation. Would you count kicking his butt a battle to prove myself in? I ain't gonna make it that easy for ya, kid. Can't say I didn't try. Let's go, then. I got some more fighting to do. Hang on, then, cause I ain't gonna save you twice in one day. Naruto looked around as he and Gamabunta emerged from the canyon in a single bound, seeing no sign of Jiraiya anywhere. Looks like the pervert's gone off peeping again, big guy. We'll just have to save the beatings for another day. Don't worry about him. It's gonna take more than kicking Jiraiya's butt to show me you're the fourth son. I'll be watching, kid. Having said his thing, the boss toad disappeared in a giant cloud of smoke, the same way he had arrived. Naruto stared at the cloud for a moment, letting the events of the last few days sink in. He was a true summoner now, and when Itachi got back from the diplomatic mission the speaker had sent his ferret sidekick on, he would be able to summon more than just toads. Heh. Wonder what Niji's face is gonna look like when I show him how many contracts I've signed. He will not be particularly impressed, I think. Naruto's head snapped around as he looked for the animal that had just spoken to him. Who said that? The large black shape swept past him, resolving into a giant raven, fully 4 feet long from beak to tail, with a wingspan that dwarfed the hawks and eagles he normally saw above Konoha. The raven circled briefly in midair before coming to rest nearby, staring at him with its dark glossy eyes. As the blonde genin stared back, something the 2 sparrows he had first talked to weeks ago came back to him, their last bit of advice. When you are ready, seek out any bird and ask them to lead you to the Even Shadows. I take it you're one of the Even Shadows, the Raven tribe. You are partially correct, chosen one. The ravens have never needed fancy names or titles. We only distinguish certain among our number. There is but one Even Shadow, and you see him before you. Chosen one? What are you talking about? All the other animals call me speaker. Did I suddenly pick up another job? No. I am merely calling you by your true title, the one every human such as yourself has worn since the first human struck a bargain with nature. You are the mother's chosen one, as your mother, grandfather and uncle were before you. Most animals have neither the attention span nor the respect for your position to use the full title, that is where the speaker name comes from. Nice. Do I have to remember all that? It will help. The old ways are not in wide use any longer, but several of the more traditional tribes still abide by them, including the wolves. If you wish, I will address you as speaker. Sure, I guess. What did you mean by saying I'm not going to impress anyone with contracts? You will only have one contract, not many, if you concentrate on your duties in the forest. A speaker does not require contracts to summon his subjects. If I don't need contracts, then why did I have to sign one to summon Gamabunta and all those tadpoles? The Ebon Shadow's only response was to spread its wings and take flight, gliding towards the tree line. Come into the forest with me, Uzumaki Naruto. I will answer any questions you have as we travel. Still curious, Naruto played along. After a time, as the bright sun of the clifftop was replaced with light shining through trees, the raven spoke again. Gamabunta, and most of the toads bound by that contract, are not of this forest and its lands. You therefore require a contract in order to call them into battle. However, the animals of any region are much easier to summon for their speaker. No contract is needed once you have established a bond between yourself and a tribal leader. Unless you learn to summon other creatures not of the Konoha region, you would only have one contract to show to Hyuga. How do you know his whole name? The rank of Ebon Shadow makes me the tribal chief of the ravens and their lorekeeper. It also makes me your personal lorekeeper, as my predecessors were for your ancestors. My master and mentor was the lorekeeper for your grandfather, for example. The lorekeeper's duty is to know everything about his master, be it his life story or simply a record of battles. My tribe and I have been keeping track of your life for some time, waiting until you assume your rightful role. Naruto stopped in his tracks, looking up at the flat expression on the raven's face. Wait a minute. You knew all along what I was. Why didn't you tell me all this stuff when I was a kid? The mother provides all, Naruto. Her children are forbidden to force a speaker to assume their role, whether as a child or as an adult. Even if we had wanted to speak to you or tell you of your abilities, we could not have. Every speaker must approach the role in individual fashion, free of outside influence. It would not do to have a speaker who served but resented their duties. Nobody would benefit. It's not like I wouldn't have said yes if you'd asked when I was little. Do you have any idea how much I wanted to have a friend back then? Of course. There were many who knew what was going on in your life. But try to understand, Naruto. Had we come forward then, offering to bring forth your abilities and tempted you to assume the role, it would have been useless. You would have been too young to appreciate the job that came with the ability. Even your great-grandfather Kotaro was 14 before he took the title. He was the youngest speaker we had ever known before you came along. Naruto was silent for some time, continuing to walk through the forest, but not looking at the raven. When he spoke again, it was in a low, controlled tone. You may have a point, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Let's get something straight right now. I don't care how much you know about me or my life. If you want me to keep doing this crazy job and you want to keep yours, don't ever withhold anything from me again. I want the truth, no matter how much it might suck or how brutal you have to be. Are we clear? Before long, Naruto found himself going up the back of the Hokage Memorial, a mountain landscape he had never actually seen. Not overly familiar with the area, he looked around, searching for animals. That reminds me. Where's Itachi? I sent him out to tell all the tribes I was taking on the job. He should have reported back by now. Ah, the ferret. I sent him home. What the hell for? The Ebon Shadow fixed his master with a discerning eye. It would have been useless, Naruto. The chiefs are proud of their rank and they would accept nothing less than your personal appearance to acknowledge you. Sending a lackey would make you come off as arrogant. You cannot afford to give them that kind of first impression. Even animals have feelings, is that it? Indeed. Which chief are you taking me to see? We are to meet the safest tribe possible, considering your level of experience and youth. The back of the Memorial Mountain is the home of the bears. If they're the same bears that even made the wolves nervous, I think I'm going to like them. I would not be so sure. The forest has changed greatly in 12 years. Not everything is as it was when your mother was speaker. What do you mean? Talk to the bears and you will see for yourself. It didn't take long for Naruto to quickly lose his enthusiasm for talking to the biggest inhabitants of the forest. It wasn't that they were boring. That he could have lived with. Instead, he was losing interest and getting more than a little irritated at what he was hearing from their chief. We will accept the speaker's blessing when he has assumed his role, not before. Bargain all you wish, Lord Shadow, but I have made my decision and I will not back down. It seemed even the chief of the Ravens had moments when his calm manner turned angry. Lady Sunflower, the speaker has told you personally that he is ready to begin his duties. I have told you he is ready. It is unreasonable to demand assurances when you already have more than enough. The female head of the bear tribe rose up on her hind legs, roaring out the frustration everyone in the forest clearing had been feeling since Naruto and the Ebon Shadow had arrived. Since the grizzly bear was twice the size of any of her subjects, rising to almost 14 feet when standing, it had rather an awe-inspiring effect on Naruto until she opened her mouth again. We have been waiting for someone to take up the burden that Haruka-sama vacated 12 years ago to make up for the loss of her conviction and heart. Instead you bring a child, Lord Shadow. A child. He is even younger than Kotaro-sama was. Do not think your position allows you to insult my intelligence. Our land is in anarchy and you send an untrained speaker to resolve the situation. His inexperience is precisely why I brought him to you. He has no ties or favored tribes, being so young. There is no way he could possibly be biased, unlike Kotaro-sama or Haruka-sama could be at times. That leads to a fair outcome for all of us, does it not? Not if he cannot get the chiefs to listen to him. Would you listen to a fledgling? If his ideas were reasonable and his heart resolute, I would. You, I fear, would have him come back in a decade or two. Are the two of you done talking about me like I'm not here? Because I'm a little tired of being patronized by both of you. The Ebon Shadow took flight from the branch where he had been addressing Lady Sunflower, landing beside Naruto. My apologies, speaker. This is your stage, not mine. Forget it. I should have let everyone know from the start that things are going to be a little different around here. But there's plenty of time to correct that mistake, and here is a good place to start. Turning to look at the giant bear in front of him, Naruto let a little of the Ninetales out. Not enough to strengthen him, but enough to change the color of his aura and the expression on his face. As he did so, the light began to dim in the sunlit clearing, each ray shining on Naruto becoming tinged with a crimson aura, menace creeping slowly from his shadow. Amabunta had needed a show of power to take notice of the fourth son, and an angry 14-foot-long female bear was not going to respond well, either if he wussed out. I can't argue with your logic. If I had to depend on someone fresh out of the academy to do a job, I'd probably be suspicious too. But it's one thing to doubt me, and another thing entirely to call me incompetent from the start. You see this body, count up the years since I was born, and you call me a child. Physically? Sure, I'll grant you that much. But you haven't seen the battles I've fought. You've never been there to see me put my life on the line against an enemy who was supposed to be out of my league. So this once, I'll forget the insult. But let me say something I hope you never forget. Everyone who ever underestimated me has lived to eat their words. You can insult me all you want if I fail to do what you're so worked up about, but that's a big if. So let's forget the pleasantries and try to be pals. You obviously don't want to do either. Just tell me what you want done. I'll get off your mountain and out of your fur. For a moment it seemed as though Lady Sunflower didn't know whether to accept Naruto's offer or simply rip him limb from limb. When she responded, it was with a curt tone. You come close to insulting yourself, human. But I, too, shall overlook your actions if you succeed. Words, words, words. Just give me the job and we'll see who's right. If you wish to restore order, then bring back the wolves. End the anarchy and save us all. What the hell kind of job description was that? Do I round them up? Hunt them down? I have said all I will say to you until you have rightfully assumed your title. Naruto nearly reached for a kunai as the bear chief and her subjects turned and left the clearing, but he saw the Ebon Shadow shake its head briefly and refrained. Who the hell does she think she is? I'm the one with the huge ass job and all the duties. Does she think I want to fail? Forgive them, Naruto. Of all the tribes in the Konoha forest, the bears have suffered the most since your family was wiped out 12 years ago. The nine-tailed demon fox destroyed more than human lives. It brought a great tragedy down upon this forest. And that would be. Do you know that your mother was a great friend of the dire wolves? Yeah, what about it? Haruka-sama did not die alone when she fought the Ninetales. Bloodfang, lord of the forest and chief of the wolves, was with her. By his side stood 3 of his 4 sons, Shadowslayer, Raging Claw and Howling Thunder. All of them fought the Ninetales and all of them died, faithful to the last. Ever since, the forest and mountains have echoed with the howls of the wolves, honoring their fallen heroes. You said 3 of his 4 sons. Where was the other one? He was not there. That is the reason for Lady Sunflower's anger and the suffering of the forest. What does one wolf's survival have to do with an entire forest falling into anarchy? Everything. Bloodfang's 4th son, Moongazer, did not fight because he was a coward. His father ordered him to fight, but he fled instead, running deep into the mountains. If I had to fight the Ninetales straight up, I'd be scared too. It's understandable. Not to the dire wolves. To them, cowardice is a mortal sin. When it was discovered that Moongazer had left his father and brothers to die, the wolves were thrown into chaos. They needed a new pack master, but the only remaining member of their royal family was the one wolf that none of them would follow. So what happened? The wolves have many separate clans among their numbers, the equivalent of human families. Without a ruler, each clan left to handle its own affairs, taking their own territory and turning it into a tinier kingdom. There was nobody left to enforce the laws that Bloodfang and his ancestors had decreed, most importantly the laws governing hunting, how much could be done and where. Some of the most loyal clans have stayed true to the laws, even without a chief to guide them. Many of the other younger clans went on a rampage, ranging well over the borders of the wolves' territory, hunting anything they pleased, whenever they wanted. Now they terrorize the other animals, taking land that is not theirs and threatening to wipe out whole tribes by killing the young and old alike. Since the wolves and bears have been rivals from the dawn of time, Lady Sunflower and her people have borne the brunt of this assault. For now, they are holding on, but they do not reproduce nearly as fast as the wolves. If order is not restored soon, they will be driven to extinction. So she really just wants me to find a new pack master all the wolves will accept and have him rein them in. That is the first step, yes. But it will not be easy. If it were as simple as just finding a popular wolf, Bloodfang could have been replaced in days, not years. No, the wolves are too traditional. They do not readily accept change. Sure, but there's gotta be some way to bring them together. Perhaps. But it will be a daunting task, and unless you have any ideas, I suggest we go see an old friend of mine. No offense, but if he's anything like Lady Sunflower, I think I'm gonna pass. Even if I tell you he is one of the last wolves left who knew your mother personally. You'd better not be lying about that. The raven made a noise that sounded oddly like a laugh as it took wing, heading back down the mountain. When it comes to the wolves, lying is not a wise thing to do. Come, Naruto. We have little time to waste. Naruto had many questions as he and the Ebon Shadow trekked deeper into the forest, one in particular coming up as they strolled through a stand of tall pine trees. So let me get this straight. I know the dearly departed leader, the last boss of the wolves, was named Bloodfang. You say the clan leader you're taking me to is named Bloodclaw. What were they, brothers? They were as close as brothers, even if it was not in blood. Bloodclaw is the leader of the strongest clan left, the Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon clan and Bloodfang's clan, the Golden Moon, supposedly sprang from the same family long ago. A little bit like the Hyuga main house and branch house. Yes, but without the mutual hatred. Among the wolves, it is no shame to bow to one stronger than you, as long as you have learned your true strength through battle. To surrender without fighting may be smart for humans, but to a wolf it means utter disgrace. Naruto was about to respond by defending his own bravery, but before he could, another voice cut him off, sounding old and tired. Well said, old friend. You are a worthy lorekeeper indeed to know so much of our ways. Naruto turned to see a pack of dire wolves emerge from the shadows behind him, each with a wary look in its eyes, except for the one in the lead, an old wolf, body and muzzle crisscrossed with battle scars. The Raven Chief laughed, clacking his beak to show his great mirth. Ha! In other words, I know too much for your liking. Finally you admit it, you old buzzard. But enough banter. I see you have brought the young chosen. None other. He is the last true chosen left, though there is one other, I suppose, if you consider blood alone. It will be an honor, then, to be the first to welcome him into this insane little world of ours. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Bloodclaw knelt on his front paws, each of his packmates doing the same in turn. Guess the wolves have fonder memories of speakers than the bears do. By the grace of the mother, the chosen one rises, taking the place of the fallen, as it has ever been. I, Bloodclaw, leader of the Crimson Moon clan, swear fealty to the mother's chosen, as the ancient pact demands. May his time among us be long, and may he serve with honor. Thanks a lot. Bloodclaw threw his head back and roared with laughter. You're your mother's son, indeed. Nearly 20 of your human years ago, I watched Haruka-sama display the same reaction when she first came before my brother, Bloodfang. If I had not known of your blood before, I know it for certain now. She soon became confident in herself and her abilities, and we are all confident you will do the same. I probably would if I hadn't been given such a nasty job to do right from the get-go. Lord Shadow says your Crimson Moon clan is the strongest one left and you have distant ties to the Golden Moon. Why not step in and stop the chaos by taking command of the other clans? Even if they would have accepted my stewardship, I am not long for this world. I sometimes think what you humans call karma is the only thing that keeps me alive, robbing me of my strength as punishment for the devastation that is being rained down upon the other tribes. Why would you be punished? It wasn't like you were the one who chickened out of the fight with the Ninetales. I do not feel guilty about Moongazer's disgrace. That burden rests firmly on him, wherever he may have run to. Then what's with the guilt trip? Bloodclaw stood, walking back the way he had come, motioning with his scarred visage for the blonde genin to follow. As well as we know each other, Lord Shadow, there are some things that should remain private. What I am about to tell the chosen is for his ears and mine alone. I trust you understand. Do what you must, old friend, if you believe it will help. It might if it is not already too late. We shall see. Are we going to talk, or are the two of you going to reminisce all day? You're correct, chosen. Let us be going. It was some time before either of them spoke again, enough that boy and wolf had passed out of the forest proper and onto a mountainside, looking out over the wasteland that formed the leaf's border with the sand. What's so embarrassing you had to come all the way out here to say it? Moongazer, or rather, what became of him? That is the reason for my guilt. Hold it. You just told me he got himself into this mess and it wasn't your problem. Why the sudden change of heart? Moongazer is indeed the cause of the chaos in this forest. However, he is also the solution. Naruto's head snapped around as he turned to look at the old wolf. How is he the solution if no wolf will follow him? Moongazer has always had an option open to him, a way to end his disgrace. If he should prove his bravery to all of the clans and show he is a true descendant of the Golden Moon clan, the clans are honor-bound to accept him as the Packmaster, Blood Fang's successor. Prove his bravery? How? He must challenge the head of each clan to single combat and win. A normal pup would simply have to fight someone from each clan to show his bravery, but the Golden Moon clan is royalty. Their trials are more difficult by necessity. Our rulers must be the best among us, and that means they must be the strongest. Naruto shook his head, his own battle experience coming to mind. No wonder Moongazer hasn't tried it, then. A wimp like him wouldn't last 2 seconds against a bunch of clan leaders who want him dead for shaming the tribe. You're mistaken, Chosen. Moongazer was, and presumably still is, capable of killing most of the clan leaders in the tribe. I should know. I was his mentor, his teacher. I taught the pup everything I knew about combat, strategy, tactics. Moongazer was no less skilled than any of his brothers. The only thing he lacked, it seems, was courage. Naruto heard the wolf's words, but something didn't make sense. If he can defeat the clan leaders and prove his bravery, and he knows it, why hasn't he made a move yet? Bloodclaw laughed, but this time it was a sound totally bereft of mirth. When the old wolf spoke, it was with a bitter, hard edge to his words. He has not moved because of me. Come again. I was his master in the ways of combat. I know the counter to every trick and attack he could possibly use, and even in my weakened condition, Moongazer cannot defeat me. I wouldn't be so sure, Bloodclaw. I mean, this is his only chance to get back the glory he lost. Why wouldn't he at least try to take you on? There is a simple explanation, Chosen One. Moongazer did try, not more than a year after Haruka-sama and my brother died fighting the Ninetales. Or at least, he told me that he would fight and I was to be his first target. So you beat him? Bloodclaw's voice lost its edge, simply sounding tired, as though the weight of the world burdened him. I did not have to. Then what the hell happened? Moongazer came to me first because I was the only opponent he had to worry about. He would not say it aloud, but he expected me to give less than my best effort and expected me to help him erase the shame he had brought to the Golden Moon. He should have known better than to even suggest such a thing. When he had finished pleading with me, Moongazer stood there, half a smile on his face, anticipating that I would do what he asked of me. And you turned him down flat. Turned him down? I told the simpering fool I would kill him where he stood. A scion of the Golden Moon, blessed with power and strength that any other wolf would die for, reduced to a quivering ball of fur. Forcing his father and brothers to live their final moments in shame and remorse, rather than the joy and glory of battle. Even if every other clan leader bowed to him, my clan would do no such thing. My brother deserved better than to have his memory tarnished by letting his son reclaim lost honor so easily. The only way he would ever prove his bravery was to kill me and every other warrior of the Crimson Moon clan because we would never serve him while breath remained in our bodies. Moongazer knew he could not do so and the coward fled for good. So what? You're a clan leader, someone who takes honor seriously. It was within your rights to chew him out like that. Even if the consequences causing anarchy in the entire forest. So you just want it to end, and damn the consequences. I am old Chosen One, and perhaps a bit nostalgic because of it. When Haruka-sama and my brother were still alive, the wolves ruled the forest, as we should still. But it was not the rule of fear the clans have imposed now. We ruled then because the other tribes respected us. They trusted my brother to reign in the clan savagery and to cull only the weak and old. In return, we were given great tribute from each tribe so that we would not only feast on the dregs, but also eat well. Those days will never return unless the Golden Moon clan returns and stops the disloyal clans from destroying the other tribes with their overhunting. If allowing Moongazer to win is the only way to restore order, I can live with the personal shame. My regret is that it has taken me this long to realize my folly. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. You want the Golden Moon clan to come back and set things right. But I still gotta find Moongazer first, if he's even alive. He is alive, but that is all I know for certain. There have been rumors coming from the desert and wastelands about an oasis near the edge of the forest. They say the animals of the desert have found a protector there, that a wolf defends them from other predators. Do you think it's the Moongazer? None of the other clans would range out that far. We are creatures of the forest, not the sands. Fair enough. So I'll ask you one last time, before I get Lord Shadow and head out there. Bloodclaw, would you support Moongazer if I bring him back to restore order? You have my word, Chosen. That is all I have left. I know. That's why I'll count on it. I am confused, Naruto. If we are supposed to be looking for Moongazer's oasis, what are we doing at your house? Walking down the path to the Uzumaki house, Naruto looked back at the Eben shadow, flying along behind him. Two things. First, I have to find Itachi. You know how ferrets are, they should have a good idea about all sorts of rumors. Maybe they know where the oasis would be. Second, I gotta get some supplies handy, like maybe a canteen. We could be out in that wasteland for a long time looking for Moongazer, and I'd rather not get turned into a crispy critter out there if I can avoid it. I must admit that I had not thought you would plan things so far ahead. Naruto sighed. Even the birds think I'm stupid. Look, I wasn't the best student in the academy, and I'll never be a genius like people say Shikamaru is. But I'm no moron, as much as I might look at it sometimes. Indeed not. You will surely teach that to many in the human and animal worlds alike. Flattery ain't gonna get you anywhere, you feathered know-it-all. Stay here, and I'll open the big kitchen window. You're too big to fit through the door. A hop, several skips, 2 jumps and a full somersault later, Naruto arrived in the kitchen, only missing several strands of hair and half an inch off the back of his jacket, which was pretty good, considering what had happened the last time he tried to get a late-night snack without Setsuna to guide him. Strolling over to the plate glass window in front of the sink, Naruto looked around, trying to figure out how to let the raven inside. Latch. How the hell do you open this thing? Ah, here we go. His eyes locked onto a dusty metal latch at the top of the window, which the blonde genin opened with a loud creaking noise. As Naruto pulled the closer half of the window inside, the Raven Chief swooped into the Uzumaki house, landing on the kitchen counter. An interesting place. Is it true that this house is full of traps? I thought you knew all about my life already. I do, but up until your aunt returned, you had never been in this house, and neither had any of my people. We may as well learn about the traps together. Naruto would have responded, but as he opened his mouth, a pot smacked into the back of his head with an audible bong. Learn outside, would ya? I've got the hangover from hell and I just woke up. The blonde genin shrugged, seeing his aunt trying to overcome the effects of her latest hangover was nothing new, especially since her idea of negotiating with the builders of her restaurant was drinking them under the table before they signed any contracts. Aunt Setsuna, it's almost sunset. When did you get in last night? Try this morning. I think it was around 9 or so, because the academy kids had just passed me on the way to school. Naruto shook his head, smiling a little. Geez, who's the parent and who's the kid? Digging open a drawer, the younger Uzumaki leaned his head out of the way as knives shot out from a spring-loaded rack and pulled out an aspirin bottle, tossing it over to where Setsuna sat with her head on the table. One of the ex-waitress's hands shot up and grabbed the bottle, her head never moving. She spoke again, voice a dull croak worthy of the Eben shadow. Water. Naruto shrugged and went back over to the sink. Bucket or glass? Glass. The bucket's for customers. Pouring a glass of tap water, Naruto placed it down on the table beside his aunt's head as quietly as possible. No sense irritating her and missing out on free ramen for life. So what did you squeeze out of them this time? Setsuna's shoulders moved in something he assumed was supposed to be a shrug. No more discounts for me, as long as they finished painting and stuff by today. In fact, if I could drag my ass out of here and go check on them, they should be done by now. Naruto considered the impact of that statement. You mean to say? Yeah, if he's there, Slinger owes you 5 free super-size bowls of ramen as your winnings from the poker game last week. If the kitchen's ready, you could even get them today. I told the nutty bastard you haven't played enough poker to know how to bluff. But hell, I'm not the one who bet everything against a kid holding a royal flush. Just as Naruto was about to brag about his poker prowess, something else crossed his mind. Hey, wait a minute, Aunt Setsuna. Did you respond to the Eben shadow just now? The raven perched on the counter. Again her shoulders moved. Yeah, something like that. Then why would they have asked me to be speaker if you have the ability and you already knew about it? We asked her first, Naruto. Setsuna Sama declined to take the position of speaker. What? But you gotta know better than I do what has to be done. Maybe. Ain't really sure myself, to tell the truth. But even if I did know all that, I can't do it. Why not? Setsuna's hand moved again, pointing to the aspirin bottle. Take a wild flipping guess. The restaurant? Yeah. I can talk to the animals all I want and try to help, but you and I gotta eat. Can't be running a restaurant with wild animals coming in at all hours of the day, you know. People start making a stink about the place being unsanitary. Naruto shrugged. Typical. What a shocker. Can I at least bring in some of the animals now and then? This time, his aunt actually sat up, revealing a set of bloodshot eyes she immediately closed before light could hit them. Yeah, just keep 'em out of the kitchen. Look, Naruto, I realize I'm not the best parental figure and I don't know half the stuff that you're really interested in learning. But don't think that means I don't care what happens to you or what you're going through. It just means I'm not always as available as, say, Iruka might be to you. If it's an emergency, come by the restaurant. Slinger and Mickey do most of the work anyway. Naruto shrugged. He knew Setsuna was trying not to be as lazy as she had been at first, and he appreciated it. But it'll be a while before we really trust each other like parent and child, and we both know it. I'll keep it in mind, but right now I have a job to do on my own. Where's all the survival gear? Tents, canteens, and that kind of stuff. Setsuna set her head back down on the table, her moment of candor over. Check the armory, in the box that's furthest away from the door. Your great-grandfather believed nobody was worthy of using survival gear if they couldn't survive to get it, so watch for more traps. And whatever you do, don't touch the sword on the pedestal in the middle of the room. It's a fake, meant to lure would-be thieves to their doom. Striding back down the hallway on the first floor, Naruto and the Ebon Shadow eventually came to a door marked armory. The genin shrugged, not very impressed. I wonder what the big deal is about protecting this place. If they were all Anbu, there shouldn't be anything in there but those straight blades. Do not be so sure. Your great-grandfather was a great lover of weapons. Naruto snorted, reaching for the door handle and opening the armory. Come on, Shadow, you expect me to believe that he's got some huge stockpile of stuff. The Ebon Shadow looked into the room as he heard Naruto's voice trail off and immediately saw why. The stories were true. Uzumaki Kotaro was stubborn and a fool in many things, but nobody knew weapons as well or had as many. The room they looked into stretched out at least 200 feet, walls lined with dozens of weapon racks. Naruto glanced at each in turn as he stepped into the room. What was he preparing for, a war? Spears, naginata, katanas, even a couple of no dachas and a. He's got 5 whole racks just for kunai and shuriken alone. All possibilities for all situations. That was his philosophy. Your great-grandfather was a proud man, and being caught unprepared would have been a loss of face to him. Sounds like an uptight jackass to me. No wonder he and Aunt Setsuna never saw eye to eye. That may be true, Naruto, but do not let your disagreement with his ways turn into disrespect. For all his faults, Kotaro-sama was still a respected speaker and a just man. That is more than many animals would say about a human. Naruto just grinned as he slowly crossed the floor, moving towards the box he wanted. Never said I didn't respect his legacy. You can be a genius and a jackass at the same time. Just look at Neji. Fair enough. Strangely, nothing much happened as Naruto approached the survival gear. Was it his experience with the house kicking in? Or was it simply that the sword set in the middle of the room, hull glowing with inlaid jewels and gold, was trapped enough to protect the entire place? It bore looking into after he'd gotten what he needed. Great, he's got a tent and canteens. I'll just be taking these and we're off to find Itachi. Hope you know where he lives, because I sure don't. He just appeared out of nowhere the day we met. The Raven Chief sounded a lot less confident in his answer than usual. Actually, don't tell me the lorekeeper doesn't even know where a ferret would live. Unfortunately, I am mostly only familiar with the chiefs. Lord Yama, the chief of the ferrets, would probably know where Itachi lives. We can always go and ask him, since you would have had to meet him at some point anyway. Naruto sighed. You've got an answer for everything, all right. So show me where he is, and let's go. Gotta get into the desert before sunset, find some firewood and drag it along for tonight. We should be off then. This is probably the only time of day Lord Yama is ever active, when he first wakes up. The rest of the time he is either sleeping, eating or generally doing nothing at all. You make him out to be like Aunt Setsuna. The Raven Chief made a sound like a snort as he flew back towards the entrance of the armory. For good reason. Where do you think he got his ideas? They know each other. No, I doubt it. Setsuna-sama never did anything speaker-related when she was younger. Once she found out that domestic animals like dogs and cats couldn't talk to her, it apparently wasn't worth the effort for her to go out and find the wilder animals in the forest. That sounds like her, all right. How did Lord Yama get his ideas from her? Even if he never met Setsuna-sama in person, the affairs of the Uzumaki family were always well known in the forest. Our welfare depends in large part on who the speakers are and how well they perform their duties. Your aunt's defection was the talk of the Konoha forest for years after she left. Lord Yama heard the stories about it as a child and decided that it was possible to rule with as little effort as possible, as long as he gave it just a tiny bit more effort than Setsuna-sama. And when he said tiny, he meant it. So the ferrets are running wild like the wolves. Lord Yama would never allow his people to descend into chaos. I cannot say much for his work ethic, but he has some idea of his responsibilities. If a matter truly requires his attention, he will handle it. If it does not, he expects his people to take matters into their own paws. It would never work for any other tribe, but then the ferrets are scavengers, they are used to getting by on their own. They'd better be. I can only handle one tribe in chaos at a time. Genin and Raven traveled the same careful route back out of the room, but Naruto found his attention diverted by the sword on the pedestal again, simply sitting there harmlessly. Okay, hang on. Who would actually be dumb enough to touch that thing? It practically screams trap, even to someone who's not a ninja. I bet the gold and stuff isn't even real. Is it wise to simply ignore what Setsuna-sama said, though? You know she would not go to the trouble of lying to you. I know that much. But it just doesn't make any freaking sense. If my great-grandfather was so hung up on his weapon collection, why would he only protect it with such an obvious trap? I gotta check it out. Do you really think that's safe? Naruto snorted. Him some credit. I'm not gonna touch it myself, well, not technically anyway. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone of the blonde boy popped out in a cloud of smoke as Naruto himself backed slowly out of the room, the Ebon shadow swiftly following him. Both of them watched as the other Naruto stepped boldly up to the pedestal and grabbed the jeweled sword hilt. Uzumaki Setsuna looked up from the table as she heard footsteps coming in her direction, figuring her nephew was done messing around and was ready to leave. As Naruto entered the room, the former waitress noted an odd look on the boy's face. You touched the sword, didn't you? He was silent for a moment before responding. How'd you guess? There's only 2 ways for a human face to get that white, and you don't strike me as the type to wear makeup. Gramps always was touchy about his collection falling into the wrong hands. Touchy? Throwing a temper tantrum is touchy. Kicking a Goban over when you're losing is touchy. That was not touchy. That was downright psychotic. Welcome to my world, kid. Your mother and I had to go through that every day as kids. Well, not the violent part, but at least the psychotic part. Just be glad you don't. Yeah, spare me the history lesson. I got what I needed, so I'm off. Don't know when I'll be back, so don't be drinking too much, okay? Setsuna growled and set her head back on the table. I heard you for the first time. What are you, my mother? Nah. Naruto grinned as he leapt out the window, the Ebon shadow behind him. Wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Chapter 15. A kingly crown to gain. Pretty young for a speaker. Is he worth the title? As things turned out, it had been fairly easy to reach the mountain lair of the ferret chief, who was now looking up at Naruto with a pair of half-lidded eyes. The spiky-haired boy hoped it was because Lord Yama was still sleepy and not out of distrust, as it had been with Lady Sunflower. The Ebon shadow nodded, perhaps more confident than his master because he knew the ferret better. You have my word, Lord Yama. He is ready for the task. The ferret combed its whiskers lazily with its paws, Naruto's instincts deciphering the movement as a yawn. Like all of the chiefs he had seen so far, Lord Yama was twice the size of his normal subjects, although he was taller rather than longer, as Lady Sunflower had been. The ferret chief also boasted a sleek coat of pure white fur, which the Ebon shadow had told him was the mark of the ferret's ruling family. You're the know-it-all. I'll take your word for it. Hail to the chief, and all that. So what you doing up here? Bears get on your case when you tried to give them the blessing. Naruto gaped down at the furry animal, stunned at the ferret's knowledge. You already know about that. Nah, common sense. They've been getting their asses kicked pretty bad. A new speaker's only gonna make 'em complain harder about having to fight the wolf clans. I say they wouldn't have so many problems if they'd just learned to loosen up already. Well, that's their problem. My problem is I gotta find the wolves as a leader, and I was hoping to find a pal of mine to maybe see if he's heard the rumors about an oasis in the desert. You know a kid ferret called Itachi. Sounds familiar. The half-breed, Rooster's kid. Yeah, that's him. You know where he lives, don't you? Not a clue. Naruto picked himself and the Ebon shadow off the ground from where they'd facephalted before he responded. You're the chief. Shouldn't you have to know that stuff? Lord Yama shrugged, managing to look cute and nonchalant at the same time. Ain't my fault his pop's too lazy to bring the little punk up here and give him the details. Relax, speaker. I got you covered. Rooster's probably out chazzing a chicken dinner by now, but his brother should still be home. He'll know where your boy is. His brother? You mean Itachi's uncle Sushi? Yup. Sushi's got scavenging down to a science, but he has to wait until the dinner rush for the big score. Sun ain't set yet, so he'll be under the sushi place snoozing until dusk. Come on, I'll take you there. Take me there? I figured you'd just send me down and go off to eat. Lord Yama snorted, scampering up Naruto's legs and onto his shoulder, where he curled around the young speaker's neck, only slightly heavier a burden than Itachi usually was. Why do that when I can get in good with the speaker and get a bite to eat at the same time? Naruto pondered the thought for a moment until he caught the ferret's meaning. I know you didn't just say I gotta buy dinner for you, Lord Yama. Come on, what's the point of being such a big shot if you can't treat your buddies to a meal once in a while? I don't eat much, well, not for a human, anyhow. Naruto shrugged and turned back towards the village, looking up as the Ebon shadow rose into the air to follow. You know, you only said I had to handle the big problems, not break the bank buying meals for every hungry animal in the Konoha forest. The raven was still laughing when they reached the foot of the mountain. Boy, Sushi. Get out here. The new speaker's gotta find that half-breed nephew of yours. What did he do this time, boss? Naruto listened intently and barely made out the second faint animal voice over the racket coming from the Naiko Sushi restaurant. He was rather distracted at the moment as Naiko Sushi, coincidentally enough, sat right across the street from the familiar curtain of the Ichiraku ramen stand. Between the chatter of customers at both restaurants, the growling of his stomach, and Lord Yama shouting in his ear, it was kind of difficult to hear anything at all. The ferret chief sounded amused with that response. "What, is there something I should know about?" Sushi's reply surprised none of them. Asked Rooster. "It's his kid." Naruto had an easier time hearing that as he saw a furry black and white shape emerge from underneath the Naiko Sushi building. Itachi's uncle Sushi had, it appeared, finally roused himself. Lord Yama greeted him with a chuckle. "Ah, he didn't do anything. I'm just messing with you." Speaker wants to ask him about some rumors going round the forest. "Where's the kid living? That's all you wanted to know. Check that flower shop down on Tsuruoka Street. I saw him messing around with some human girls in that neighborhood, getting fed and cuddled. So when I ask him about it, he says he hangs out there cause human girls are always coming in and out to buy flowers. It's the perfect place for him to score treats and stuff." Naruto shook his head disgustedly. First a perverted sensei, and now a perverted sidekick. People are gonna start thinking it's rubbing off on me. For the second time that day, several animals had a good laugh at the blonde boy's expense. "Itachi. Get your furry perverted butt out here. Your little vacation's over." Yamanaka Ino blinked briefly as she heard Naruto's yell come through her window on the second floor of the flower shop. Who was the hyperactive boy talking to? Nobody named Itachi lived at her house. Just as she was about to ignore it, Naruto shouted again. This time, the sound was even closer, which meant he was definitely talking to someone inside. "Itachi, I know you're in there. Your uncle Sushi told us where you live, so get out here already. I ain't got all number and number dollar day." A large sweat drop formed on the back of the blonde Kunoichi's head. Uncle Sushi. Naruto was really confusing her now. And if there was one thing Ino wasn't in the mood for, being out of the Chunin exam and ticked at Shikamaru, it was having a loudmouth blonde genin yelling stuff through her window that didn't make sense. Storming over to the window, she threw it open and leaned out into the street with a yell of her own. "Would you shut up already, Naruto? There's nobody named Itachi in my family, and I certainly don't have Uncle Sushi. Go annoy someone else." "Who said anything about your family?" "I ain't talking to someone in the building, I'm talking to someone under it." "Under the building?" Another sweat drop joined the one already on the back of Ino's head. Just as she was about to yell at him again, the blonde girl looked down and did a double take. Beside Naruto stood a gigantic raven, a white ferret bigger than any she'd ever seen was perched on his left shoulder. And down by the rose bushes her mother had planted in front of the flower shop, a smaller gray ferret had emerged, swiftly racing up onto Naruto's right shoulder. "Took you long enough. What were you doing, taking a dump?" "Hey, I'm not a morning ferret. I'm not even an afternoon ferret. You wake me up from a sound sleep, how fast do you think I'm gonna be moving? Faster than that, next time your speaker's got a job for you." "Got it, brat." The younger ferret did his own double take when he heard his chief speak. "Beep boss. What are you doing here? Missing out on valuable eating time because your punk ass was sleeping in. What else?" "Okay, Lord Yama, leave him alone. Ain't his fault I never asked him where he lived. Now that I know, I won't need to drag you away from the mountain to find him anymore. And I won't have to buy you dinner either. PSH. Where's the fun in that?" Ino watched in growing puzzlement, having only heard what Naruto was saying. What was he doing with two giant animals accompanying him, and why was the boy acting like he was having a conversation with them? Did all those punches from Sakura finally scramble your brain? "What is this, Naruto's wild kingdom? You can talk to the birdies now?" Naruto looked up at her and snorted. "Just birds? What do I look like, Shino or Kiba? I'm friggin' multilingual." That wasn't what I figured he'd say. Yamanaka Ino often thought she had been named wrong, and not just because Sakura called her a pig all the time. It was more because she really liked cats. Certainly her curiosity, like a feline's, was now really getting a hold of her. "You're serious about this? Can you talk to them?" Now Naruto was just being sarcastic. "No, I like to hear the sound of my voice. Of course I can talk to them. Would I think I am crazy?" "Well, you look crazy." "What? Who else would go around with a bunch of gigantic animals and have conversations with them in broad daylight?" Naruto turned his head slightly as Lord Yama's voice intruded on his argument with Ino. "She's got you there, kid. Would you stay out of this? You're not helping." "There, Naruto. You see what I mean?" The ferret didn't even say anything. Naruto threw his hands up in exasperation. "That's because you can't understand what he's saying. Geez, this is getting me nowhere." Lord Yama's ears perked up at that. "Really? Good, then we can go eat. I'm starving." Naruto clapped a hand to his forehead. "Is your stomach the only thing you can think about? Someone thinks I'm a nutcase here. So explain it to her. Worst that could happen is she thinks you're a loon, which she already does." Silent so far, the Ebon Shadow contributed some advice of its own. Lord Yama may be on to something. Why not ask her to let you explain the situation in detail? Is that even allowed? The raven flapped its wings, its version of a shrug, and replied with the faintest hint of a smirk in its voice. I think we can make an exception here to keep you from being committed to an asylum. The spiky-haired boy rolled his eyes. Oh, funny. You're a real comedian. But I ain't got any better ideas. Why not? I still can't believe I'm doing this. Naruto glanced over to where Ino was walking beside him on the way to Satsuna's restaurant. Come on, even if you don't believe me, why pass up a free meal? The Kunoichi bristled at that. What do I look like, a beggar? I can get free meals at home. Yeah, but can you get free meals of grade A ramen? Trust me, my aunt's restaurant has a great cook. He sucks at playing cards, but he can cook like nobody's business. Ino couldn't help but smile at that. Only Naruto would consider ramen to be gourmet cuisine. But something he had said just now was still bothering her. You say you have an advanced bloodline, and that's how you can talk to animals. But which parent did you get it from? I've never even heard of a clan that can do that. Careful, Naruto. Don't want to disobey dad's orders and spout off that you're the son of a Hokage. Naruto hated to lie, especially now that he was trying to convince Ino he wasn't crazy, but his father's words had been clear he was not to just tell people who and what he was for merely personal reasons. Without being able to talk to Arashi, he couldn't figure out if talking to the blonde girl counted as personal. Why bother taking the risk of angering his father? Well, he began, scratching his head, that's the weird part. I've never known who my parents were, and nobody wants to tell me when I ask. All it takes to activate my bloodline limit is the user's belief that the wild animals in the forest aren't just mindless creatures, but living, thinking, feeling beings. So I'm sitting there in the forest a little while back, and I started to wonder what it'd be like if all that birdsong was really birds trying to tell each other something like we do. Before I knew it, I'm hearing voices instead of chirping, and now I have the problems of an entire forest firmly planted on my shoulders. Ino looked skeptical, as he'd figured. Even assuming I believe that, why wouldn't the animals have told you at least which side of your family gave you the bloodline limit so you could research it yourself? Wild animals don't see much to like about humans, Ino. I leave you to figure out why, but it means they don't take much stock in remembering our names. Their memories are more focused on what's going on in their world. It didn't exactly help that most of the animals that knew my parents personally are dead. I asked all I could, but I could only get vague physical descriptions. And if the people in the village weren't gonna answer me when I asked about names, they sure as hell ain't gonna help me with matching a name to a vague face. Why not? Isn't it a valid question? You couldn't even ask Hokage-sama. I've tried, Naruto sighed, but even he always says he's too busy. Which was technically true. Naruto had discovered who his parents were directly from Arashi, and the third had simply admitted it. Every other time before, like when he was in the Hokage's office for some prank or fight, the old shinobi had stonewalled him. That, at least, had been understandable. Arashi had asked the third not to tell anybody, least of all Naruto. The reactions he got from the rest of the village were less clear, and Naruto figured he'd better let Ino know about it. Don't ask me about the village either. I never killed anybody or did anything some paint or glue couldn't fix, but people seem to hate me anyway. It's like there's some kind of conspiracy to shut me out of everything. Ino knew that much. Naruto had been an outcast well before their days at the academy. When other children were having playdates in preschool, he had always been on his own. But there was a difference between not knowing who your parents were and being able to talk to animals all of a sudden. I still say you're going to have to do better than some weird I just believe explanation to make me think you're not a lunatic. Naruto made a noise that was halfway between a growl and a snarl. Oh, forget it. I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat and then I'll start over from the beginning. Maybe repeating it'll get you to change your mind. Slinger Azaki made a face as Naruto stepped into Satsuna's restaurant. To collect on that poker game, kid. Naruto just grinned. He hadn't known his aunt's former boss or her fellow waitress Miki for long, but hanging around them since Satsuna had arrived had given him 3 times the family he'd had before. He enjoyed their company when Slinger wasn't pestering him about ninjutsu or trying to win a bet. Sure, unless you feel like you want to go for double or nothing, old man. The feral grin spread over Slinger's face, and the broad-shouldered cook produced a deck of cards from one of his apron pockets. Is that so? Okay, here's the rules. 7 cards stud, deuces and jokers wild. The frizzy-haired waitress sighed as she saw her former boss getting ready to go further into debt. Slinger? Don't you think you're already in a deep enough hole? Come on, that was beginner's luck. He can't beat the master card shark twice in a row. Shinobi and the chef sat down at the first open table and cards began to fly. It took all of 10 minutes for their impromptu game to end. So let's see. That's 20 bowls of ramen, the scroll about Stone Village, 10 new kunai, and the deed to your apartment you owe me, on top of the 5 bowls of ramen I came to collect. Prove it. Hey, you're the one with the rules card. Straight flush beats a full house. Naruto, dear, couldn't you take a little pity on him? You know how Slinger is a poker. Naruto shrugged, looking up to see a pleading expression on Mickey's face. The red-haired woman reminded him of a cross between the Hinata of old and the one that had emerged during the preliminary matches, and she was much easier to get along with than either Slinger or Satsuna. Oh, why not? Fine, he can keep the kunai and the apartment. I already got a house. Behind Naruto, Slinger, and Mickey, 4 equal-sized sweat drops rolled down the heads of a kunoichi, 2 ferrets and a raven. Slinger wore a distinctly sour expression as he and Mickey brought out 5 large bowls of ramen to Naruto's table, which the blonde boy noticed. Slinger, I kicked your butt fair and square. You better not have spit in the ramen or something. Mickey giggled and the cook grumbled something unintelligible. Honestly, Naruto. You know I wouldn't let him do that. I know you wouldn't, Aunt Mickey. The sore loser man behind you is a different story. The Eben Shadow looked over at the steaming bowls laid out on the table and hopped off the table. It looks clean, at any rate. I'll be off now for my meal, speaker. You ain't staying to eat. Unfortunately, I cannot eat human food like Lord Yama and Itachi can. I will be waiting for you at the Uzumaki house when you have finished. Suit yourself, Shadow. This is good stuff. I'm sure it is. Nevertheless, my taste runs more to carrion. Well, everybody's got their quirks. See you on the way back out. The raven hopped over to an open window, spread its wings, and flew out of the restaurant. Ino's curiosity perked up again. It helped that she was already done with her ramen. Way back out. Where are you supposed to be going? Actually, Naruto muttered, pointing to Itachi, who he had handed a bowl of ramen to, that's where Lazybones here was supposed to help me out. I'm looking for an oasis near the Wind Country border to resolve one of those forest problems I told you about. Only problem is, there ain't any detailed area maps, so I got no idea where I'm supposed to go. Figured if anyone would know about a rumor in the forest, a ferret would. Is that all you need to know? I could tell you that much. Naruto, chopsticks halfway to his mouth, stopped dead in his tracks, joined by both of the ferrets. Are you serious? You know how to get to the oasis? The kunoichi muttered a few curses under her breath. She knew how to get there, all right. Each and every step of the 6 miles it took each way to travel there from her house. For some odd reason, Yamanaka Anashi believed meditation in that godforsaken place actually helped the Shintention work better. And if there was one thing Ino's father was strict about, it was improving the family. If you go 6 miles straight northeast from my house, you'll hit it eventually. My dad always makes us go out there to meditate, you know, because of the Shintention. Yeah. Your bloodline limit, right. Plus you got that funky move you busted out against Sakura. Whatcha call that again, the Dreamweaver? Ino wasn't sure what surprised her more, the fact that Naruto knew her family's ability or the fact that he still remembered the techniques of someone not in his team. Before she could say anything, the blonde boy continued to talk. I gotta say, that was pretty cool. You nearly had her broken down into a quivering mush and you barely had to lift a finger. Why would he say that about his own teammate? I thought Naruto was in love with her. Should you be saying that about Sakura? I mean, you're on the same team. Why would you compliment me instead of her? Naruto shook his head. Who said I was on her team anymore? Now you're making even less sense than before. How plain do I have to make it? I quit Team 7 and resigned from Kakashi-sensei's command, effective the day after the preliminary matches. Ino's jaw would have dropped all the way down to the table if that had been physically possible. How is that possible? You can't just up and change teams. Genin don't have that right. True. But when I pass the Chunin exam, I ain't gotta worry about that, do I? And what if you don't pass? Naruto shrugged. Okage-sama said he'd look into placing me with a team that someone got promoted out of, but worst case, I go back with Sasuke and Sakura. Still, it ain't like I'm gonna worry about that. I'm working my ass off during this break and I'm gonna pass. I have to. This was certainly a change from the way she'd seen him act in the forest. Why would he suddenly want to get away from his teammate so much? Is it really that important? For once, the Hyper Genin actually looked serious, catching one's attention. Yeah, I'd say so. Why? You've got a great team. You guys can handle just about anything. You're right and you're wrong. We can handle a lot, but we're no team. Sakura's fixated on Sasuke, Sasuke doesn't take notice of anybody, and I ain't too fond of either of them. We just look like a team because me and Sasuke wind up having to pull Sakura's butt out of trouble so often. That's no way to work, Ino. If the 3 of us are gonna grow and become stronger, being kept together is only gonna slow us down. We don't have enough in common to make it work right, so someone has to go. Just happens that I was the first one to have the idea. Ino shrugged, and as she did, her eyes drifted over to where Lord Yama and Itachi were both chowing down on their ramen. Were the animals the reason why Naruto was acting so strangely? The kunoichi resolved to find out what was going on. You still haven't convinced me you're not nuts, Naruto. Who would be crazy enough to leave their team just on a whim, except someone who thinks he can talk to animals? Naruto stacked his second bowl of ramen inside the empty bowl that he just polished off, shrugging his shoulders. What else am I supposed to do, tell them all to line up and do a dance for you? Is it so hard to believe a bloodline limit could give somebody this ability? It ain't like I got something to gain by making people think I'm nuts. Too busy arguing, Naruto and Ino failed to notice Itachi finishing up his ramen and slipping underneath the table. All too soon, however, Naruto heard the ferret's voice through the wood. Hey Naruto. Tell her pink panties are out of style. All the girls in the village switched to white ones months ago. Ino looked up in surprise as the blonde boy spit out an entire mouthful of soup. Are you nuts, Itachi? I'm not gonna tell her that. Tell me what? What did he say? Naruto hemmed and hawed before answering tentatively. You don't want to know. Ino's response was dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I get it. Trying to cover your ass, huh? I'm warning you, you won't like it. She really wasn't in the mood to be played with like some blonde bimbo, which she wasn't, no matter how many times Sakura said it. Oh, come on. Prove it already or let me go home. Naruto sighed and mumbled something quickly. Hesdy, WRP and cons. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. He said you're wearing pink panties, alright. Ino's only reaction was to blink her wide, stunned eyes several times and then calmly pick up her empty bowl, which soon bounced off Naruto's forehead with an audible thwack. Looking on, Mickey winced and Slinger chuckled. Now I'm really glad we got plastic stuff instead of porcelain. Hey, I said you weren't gonna like it. Watcha chucking a bowl at me. First you come to my house acting like a crazed maniac and now you're telling your pet to peek up my skirt. Forget crazy, you're just a pervert. It was Naruto's turn to bristle now. Standing up, he slammed his hands down onto the table, palms down, a loud crack echoing through the room. You've been sitting here the entire time. I'm not a damn psychic. If I'd told him to go down there, you woulda heard me say it. You know what? Forget it. Why should I have to explain any of this to you or anyone else? Nobody in this village cares what I think or what I've done. All I am to you people is a demon, a pervert, or just plain crazy. No matter what I do, everyone finds another reason to hate me. Think whatever you want, Ino, but I'm not gonna be around to hear it. I've got better things to do with my time. Have a nice life. Before she could say anything, Naruto had wheeled about on one heel and vanished, the ferret scampering along behind him. Ino sat there for a while, not moving, thinking about the situation over again. The more she reviewed what Naruto had said, the more something came back to her. The wild animals in the forest aren't just mindless creatures, but living, thinking, feeling beings. Anything like that would have a mind of its own by nature, just like a human. Had the ferret really gone down there on its own, like Naruto had said? If it had, she owed the other genin an apology and maybe, just maybe, her belief. You know, dear, Naruto sounded angry, but I think he was really more unhappy than anything else. He doesn't have many friends, you know. Ino turned to see Mickey, holding a tray and clearing the empty bowls off the table. But we're not friends. Just acquaintances, really. The waitress eyed, shaking her head. That's a shame. I haven't known Naruto very long, but if he's anything like his aunt, he's a good boy, even if he doesn't always look like it. He's nice to me, anyway. You really should try to trust him, at least, even if the two of you don't become friends. I think that would help him. Mickey looked over at Slinger for a little support. After some hesitation, the cook chimed in. Hey, she's right. The kid's a hyper little punk and he probably cheats at cards, but he doesn't complain when I bug him about and crap a no-talent slag like me won't ever learn. Hell, he tries to help me get it anyway. A lot of people could stand to learn from him. Yamanaka Ino looked down at where her bowl had been sitting. Was she one of those people? The Eben shadow looked up from its perch on the Uzumakusa's roof as Naruto leapt down from the trees, Itachi on his shoulder. The young speaker hefted the bag of survival gear that was on his back and nodded up at his avian friend. Let's get going. Hearing the curt tone in Naruto's voice, the raven guessed what had happened. I take it the human girl still does not believe you? I don't want to talk about it. Let's just head out and find Moongazer. That, at least, I can handle. Even the bird knew when to back off and let things simmer down. Then let us be off. I'll say this much for Ino. She's narrow-minded, but she gives great directions. Naruto, Itachi and the Eben Shadow had been on the move for some time, hampered by the lack of trees to jump off, like in the forest. With Naruto's foul mood not improved by the journey, the last few hours had been spent mostly in silence. Now, as a stand of palm trees loomed before them, the young leaf nin had finally spoken. Indeed. I can see moonlight shining off the water. If Moongazer really is still alive, we are getting close. Finally. A ferret could die of thirst out here. Come on, Itachi. It's the middle of the night. You want to bitch about thirst out here, do it at noon. As the boy, raven and ferret began to continue forward, a voice rang out in the darkness. Halt, if you value your lives. Not one to be challenged in his duties, the Raven Chief snapped back a response. Who dares challenge the presence of the Mother's Chosen? Speak your name and state your business, or else be gone. Naruto grinned, fishing for a lighter, some rags and a tree branch from the bag he was dragging behind him, now full of gear and firewood. Temper, Shadow. Ain't like Moongazer needs more incentive to head for the hills. Wrapping the rag around the branch, Naruto lit his makeshift torch, revealing a wolf standing at the edge of the water. Just as he was about to greet the animal, the Ebon Shadow spoke softly. Do not be hasty, speaker. That is not a Moongazer. What? I thought he was the one they were all talking about. Moongazer was male. That wolf is female. The wolf that had spoken bowed its head and spoke again, this time in a softer voice. If you have come for my mate, you will not find him. Naruto and the Ebon Shadow glanced at each other before the speaker responded. Your mate? I thought Moongazer was disgraced and in exile. Where is he if we can't find him here? You will not find him anywhere. He has been gone from this world for 3 years. He's dead. Well, that's just flipping great. Blood Claw's gonna be pissed. Blood Claw? What would the Lord of the Crimson Moon want with Moongazer? He is the reason that we came here and not the mountains or forest. The question first, if I may. We were under the impression that none of the Golden Moon's family or retainers had followed Moongazer into exile. Who exactly are you? The female wolf, her coat a blend of black and gray, lay down by the water's edge and looked up at the moon. I am the mate of Moongazer, the true lord of the forest. Among the tribe, I was known as Swift Wind. When the Ebon Shadow spoke again, it was in a hushed, stunned tone. It seems we are in the presence of 2 ghosts tonight. Your father reported you as dead, my lady. Swift Wind's retort oozed sarcasm and hinted at bitter memories. How else would he deal with a daughter's rebellion? The mighty Shadow Chaser, lord of the Hidden Fang clan, who would rather have seen me dead than with Moongazer after his fall. So that's it. The Golden Moon clan is finished. For someone who had delivered such bad news, Swift Wind sounded oddly calm when she answered. Hardly. The clan is as strong as it ever was. Naruto snorted. Yeah, sure. We're gonna end anarchy among every clan in the tribe with a ghost who tucked his tail between his legs to save his ass. You can't talk about my father that way. Take it back, human. A smaller wolf emerged from the shadow of the trees, standing beside Swift Wind, teeth bared in feral rage. The Ebon Shadow chuckled. So the clan does live after all. Moongazer's son, I assume. What shall we call him? I named him District so that he would remember his duty. Naruto scratched his head at that. Come again. To strike down the shame of the Golden Moon clan and restore the honor of his ancestors. Fitting, considering the circumstances. My lady, there is no time to tarry. Would you allow your son to take his father's place in what we had come to request of him? Swift Wind raised her head and looked directly at Naruto. If the Chosen so wishes, let him ask it of my son. District is old enough to make his own decisions. Naruto glanced over at the young wolf, still snarling at him, although Swift Wind had subtly placed herself between boy and cub. Seems we've got a problem here, District. You want me to stop saying your father was a coward, but the truth is the truth. I could no more lie to you than I could any of the tribal chiefs. If you want to change what's coming out of my mouth, you're going to have to do it yourself. I'm not the one you need to be growling at. Save it for the clans. What would you know about it? My father was always ready to help the animals at this oasis. He was no coward. To you, maybe not. You never saw that side of him, and your mother hasn't had reason to tell you differently. But think about it. Would you be out here if the clans hadn't had a good reason to want him gone? Bravery without logic or smarts is useless even to a wolf, I think. All I know is what I've heard, human. You wouldn't understand, you probably have a father who can tell you things and help you train and everything. Don't be so sure, cub. What do you mean? Naruto rose slowly, pulling more wood out of his bag and laying it in a small circle, piling rocks around the outside. After the circle was complete, the genin lit the improvised campfire with his torch. In the light of the dancing flames, District could see the odd expression on the human's face. Ask your mother. Ask her what happened to my mother the day your father turned tail and ran. Ask her what became of my father. Then, if you still have the gall to tell me Moongazer was no coward, I'll have nothing more to say, because you're a lost cause. Mother. Swift Wind bowed her head, looking out over the water. 12 years passed, Haruka-sama and the 4th Hokage died to save both the humans and the forest from the 9-tailed demon fox. The Chosen has never known either of his parents. Moongazer was your father. You want him to be a hero, a good guy. I get it, believe me. But you can't just try to invent things that aren't true, District. Everyone's got stuff they ain't proud of. If you just ignore that, you're twisting that person into whatever you want them to be. That's no way to honor someone's memory, least of all your own father. Naruto grinned up at the sky before continuing. You show me someone who's perfect and I'll show you a jackass who won't admit to his own faults. Not 10 miles away, atop a cliff in the same desert, Uchiha Sasuke sneezed. So what do you want me to do? It's not really me, cub. It's the other tribes that need you to step up. Every time I talk to a wolf, I hear you talking about being the rightful rulers of the forest. Well, let me tell you, your people are doing a lousy-ass job of ruling. Tribes are being hunted to extinction, living in fear, getting ready to unite against the wolves. You can stop it. Your mom's already told you how. The question is, how badly do you want it? Do you want to redeem your dad? Do you even have to ask? No, I guess not. Can you fight, cub? I guarantee you the clans ain't gonna take anyone from the Golden Moon back without a battle. Swiftwind sighed. I have taught him what I could, but I am not the fighter my mate was. Truthfully, I fear for my son's safety. Naruto thought about it and then turned to the raven that sat by the fire. Shadow, I need you to head into the forest and find Bloodclaw. Explain the situation to him and do what you can to get him out here. If he was really serious about wanting to bring the Golden Moon back, there's no better time for him to prove it than right here, right now. I suspect he will probably be more willing than if you had asked him to see Moongazer. What will you do in the meantime? Naruto's only response was to form a hand seal. Henge. Immediately, a male wolf replaced the blonde boy, looking much like Bloodfang had in Arashi's memories. Me? Hey, I don't know jack about wolf fighting, so the least I can do is give the kid a practice target. Just try and get back quick, will ya? I've got my own battles to train for and there ain't much time left. I will do what I can. Without another word, the raven leapt into the sky, great wings beating a path back towards the forest. Are you sure 3 days of training is enough, Bloodclaw? You said the proof of Moongazer's bravery was to defeat a leader from every clan. No way District is ready for a challenge like that, even with your help. The old wolf shook his head, looking back behind Naruto to where the young wolf and his mother followed. If enough of my brothers are with me, I should be able to make the test somewhat easier than normal. The cub will still need to endure many things, but if he is a true scion of the Golden Moon clan, he should prevail. It's your show. But understand that if he loses, I'll intervene to keep him from getting killed. The cub's had enough hardship in his life as it is, and Swiftwind too. Agreed. If you will excuse me, then, I will go and speak to as many of the clan leaders as I can before the meeting begins. You do that. Naruto sat down on a fallen log as the old clan leader moved off into the forest. Looking over at District, the speaker grinned. Well, you've got one last decision to make. Head back to the oasis, or stay here and wait for the clan leaders to arrive. I'm here, aren't I? You can stop trying to make me look like your image of my father. Not usually serious, Naruto's grin disappeared. Just understand something. It's your life, cub. You want to improve your father's image, do it, but when it's over, let it go. The Golden Moon clan is yours now, and you ought to run it how you see fit. Don't go trying to kill yourself making everyone else see your father the way you do. Rule him well enough, and their memories of him will change. They'll see him in you. What about you? You were talking about your father all the time in the desert. It sounded like you wanted to be just like him. True. But I got an advantage, District. The clan leaders look at you, and they can see what you are, what clan you represent. Wish I could say the same for people in the village. Nobody there knows or cares who my father is. I got nothing to live up to but my own expectations. Hell of a lot easier, if you ask me. Oh, sure, rub it in. Enough, District. I can hear the clan leaders coming. You must be ready and remember what Bloodclaw taught you. Yeah. Kick ass and take names. Couldn't have said it better myself. Once all the formalities of a meeting among wolf clan leaders were out of the way, Bloodclaw walked to the center of the circle the tribe had formed. We are gathered here on a momentous day. The Golden Moon clan has returned to the tribe, ready to test its worth to lead us all. I ask that Lord Shadow Chaser speak for the tribe and announce what the test shall be. The smaller pitch-black wolf emerged from the circle, looking askance at Swiftwind, almost uncomfortably. Naruto noted the wolf's expression and grinned. Didn't expect her to come back at all, and especially not as the mother of the potential tribal chief, did we? Bloodclaw's got a knack for public humiliation. As the one who claims to be Golden Moon is but a child, he will not be required to prove his strength as an adult male wolf would. The strongest 5 clans will put forth champions, the strongest son of their leaders. The challenger will fight them all in turn, and if he manages to be victorious, he faces one final task. That will be revealed if and when the time comes, which I doubt. District laughed as his grandfather finished speaking. Easy to talk down to someone you don't have to fight, isn't it, you toothless old weasel? Shadow Chaser sneered at the younger wolf's insults. Why they believe you are the hope of the tribe, I will never understand. One as uncouth, uncultured and foolish as you could never be a scion of the Golden Moon clan. You are obviously the spawn of some mongrel dog. My disgrace of a daughter lowered herself to be within the desert. Hey, I didn't say anything about your smarts. I wanted to spare your dignity. You had the chance to look like a hero to my mother and me. You chose to be a jackass instead. Don't blame me when I take that to the public. The clan leader stalked back to the edge of the circle without a word. A wolf about District's eyes replaced him, howling a challenge. I am Footpad, the son of Grim Prowler, leader of the Shadowstalker clan. I have proved my worth in battle 17 times with the hated bears. Footpad's introduction was cut off as District crouched slightly, adopting the battle stance Bloodclaw had taught him. Who gives a damn how many times you've been in battle with a bunch of bears? You've never fought me. That's all I know. So shut up with the boasting, come and back it up, or stop wasting my damn time. Watching the two young wolves posture and preen, Naruto whispered an aside to Bloodclaw. Should he be so cocky right off the bat? Footpad's got way more experience, and it's against larger and stronger opponents. The old wolf chuckled at the confused expression on the speaker's face. Hardly. When wolves fight bears, it is not one-on-one. Footpad does have experience, but it is mostly with fighting as part of a group, not alone. As he is the son of a clan leader, I doubt he has actually had to face down a bear from the front yet. He will have been assigned to restrict a bear's mobility by slashing tendons in its limbs or acting as a decoy at best. If you say so. Have faith. District is the Golden Moon. The blood of our common ancestors, the great dire wolves of the ancient times, runs strongest within the Golden Moon clan. They are stronger, faster, and have more stamina than any other clan, even at District's age. He will prevail, even if he only knows the basics of what I will eventually teach him. Well, that's why I called you in on this. Let's see what he does with it. Indeed. You call a fight where one risks his life irrelevant. Yeah, when the one who's spewing hot air about it couldn't have possibly taken out 17 bears all by his lonesome. Stop making yourself sound like such a badass when all you've been doing is helping course the bear. I could kick your tail right now, and even I'm not dumb enough to think I can take a bear or do anything useful against it to prove my worth. I have had enough of this insolence. You will fall before me. District yawned and grinned at his opponent. Promises, promises. Bring it on. Bloodclaw smiled as Footpad charged, District doing the same. He has grasped the basics of combat without my teachings. Unnerve your foe, and you will be victorious. Brother Bloodfang, your skills have bred true after all. Too bad they skipped a generation. Within seconds, the two wolves had met, Footpad coming away with a nice parallel set of claw marks on his right flank. Well, you can run. But can you fight? You'll never take out a bear coming head-on at him, moron. The smaller wolf's only answer was a howl of rage and another charge. Tried the nice approach, but I guess it's lost on you. You're just gonna have to go down. Footpad's second charge was stopped cold as District slipped underneath his enraged foe and slammed his front paws upwards, catching his opponent on the chin and knocking him down. District turned to Bloodclaw, a hint of a gleam in his eye, the bloodlust that was in the soul of every dire wolf. Say the word and he's dead. You never said whether or not this was lethal combat, teacher. Bloodclaw nodded. Lord Shadow Chaser did not finish his description. These fights are not to be to the death. You have beaten him, leave it at that. The next challenger will come forward. District spared his next for the insults he'd peppered Footpad with. This one said nothing and walked up slowly, sizing up the Golden Moon Scion. You have nothing to revile me with. I save taunts for the ones they'll work on. The last one was a dimwit. You walk like Bloodclaw. Like someone who's seen real battle. Of course. Got a name, tough guy. Red Shadow. Eldest son of Bloodclaw, leader of the Crimson Moon clan. I do not need to boast of my accomplishments as Footpad did. You will see for yourself. Looking forward to it. Teacher ain't given me much to work with, but it'll have to do. Both wolves surged forwards, Red Shadow easily stepping aside from District's opening claw swipe, leaving claw marks of his own on the challenger's flank, as he'd done to Footpad. Do not simply parrot what my father has taught you. I know all of that. Be original, and not just aggressive. District grinned through the fire that was burning his left side, claw slashes gleaming with his blood in the sunlight. Are you an examiner or a tutor? Both. My father wishes for you to end the chaos, so I will help you grow. But I will not let you have what you want unless you prove that you are more than a mere courageous brute. Come. Show me why the Golden Moon is supposed to be the strongest among us. Gladly. Very techniques. Don't just come at him with something he knows. Or do that and change just as he reacts. Charging as he had against Footpad, District watched as Red Shadow crouched to leap aside and jumped upwards instead. Spinning in midair, he caught his opponent in the same spot as Red Shadow had marked him, landing in the same ready stance. Bloodclaw's son nodded, not seeming to notice the shallower scars on his side, as befitted a veteran fighter. You learn quickly, but can you continue to grow? District laughed, a howl of mirth bursting forth. We'll see. Come on, I ain't through with you yet. Naruto watched as the fighting continued, District finally getting Red Shadow to surrender after a spectacular front-rear combination slash that had laid open a huge stretch of the older wolf's back and right leg. The other three opponents had been even tougher, sons of clan leaders that had been older and more experienced than even Red Shadow. Somehow, what Bloodclaw had predicted was coming true. D-Strick was still on his feet, bleeding from every part of his body, but standing barely. Looking over at Shadow Chaser, he gasped out a challenge. "Hive down, old weasel. Please tell me you're the last test, so I can rip you apart. It'd be the perfect ending to a long day." The old wolf snarled, the faintest hint of a sneer in his voice. "Me? I would sooner dine on a scavenger like that ferret than dirty my paws with your blood." On Naruto's shoulder, Itachi stirred with an insult of his own. "Try it, toothless wonder. You couldn't catch me with an hour's head start." The speaker silenced his sidekick with a low hiss. "Stay out of this, Itachi. The rebel clans would love any excuse to get us all out of their hair. We gotta let the cub do his thing. This is his fight, all the way." Blood Claw stepped forward silently until he stood face to face with his pupil of 3 days. "I agree. This bickering is useless. I will tell you what your final test is, D-Strick. And that would be, you will challenge me. Pass, and you prove your courage and bloodline to us all." Naruto's eyes shot open and he held swift wind back. The female wolf had tensed as if to spring forward and defend her son. "Hang on." Blood Claw was counting on this, he's one to follow his word. "Something is being planned. Wait for it and trust him." "You ask me to trust the one who broke my mate's spirit and turned him into the wretched creature he became? He's not the same anymore. This is a guy who's so broken up about what he did and what happened to the forest that he thinks of nothing but dying. And right now, he's D-Strick's only shot at getting out of this clearing alive. Trust that, not your memories." "Very well." D-Strick looked through a red film that was quickly crusting over his eyelids and clouding his vision. Whether it was his own blood or that of his opponents didn't matter now. It was down to one last fight against a foe even stronger than Red Shadow and the others had been. But what other choice is there? The thought of turning around and going back to the oasis had never crossed his mind. Yeah, right. Be king of the desert rather than lord of the forest. Some trade-offs. "I'm not going back. I don't know what your game is, teacher, but if you think I'm going to become my father, then you have the wrong wolf. As you so eloquently put it to Footpad, cub, you should bring it on. Talk is cheap." What was the point? He couldn't win. Not even if he'd been in perfect condition, rather than beat up, bleeding and tired from taking out 5 wolves that had all been older than him. But then. Maybe that's the whole point. Something made him look over at Naruto, but the human's face was inscrutable, no expression at all, other than a faint gleam of amusement in the speaker's eyes. What's so funny? Then it hit him. This is the 10th exam question, or at least it's Blood Claw's version of the 10th exam question Naruto mentioned in his life story. If I'm right, I may be able to win after all. If not, well, I knew what I was getting into when I accepted the challenge. Naruto saw comprehension dawn on the young wolf's face and grinned. "Now try to come up with a suitably corny and stirring speech and make the rebels see what you really are. Win them over and you win your place as chief. You think you can come running away like my father? Moongazer isn't the only one I share my blood with. My grandfather was Bloodfang, Lord of the Forest. I've come to restore the glory that was his. And if Footpad, Red Shadow, the other punks and my weasel of a grandfather couldn't stop me, neither will you. The Golden Moon clan is mine. The tribe is mine. And bloody, beaten or not, I will fight for it. So come on. Someone's going down, and it won't be me without a hell of a battle." Gathering himself to charge, D-Strick stopped cold when all but 2 of the clan leaders rolled over, presenting their throats upwards, laughing. All except for Shadow Chaser and Blood Claw, anyway. "What's the meaning of this?" Naruto chuckled. "You need it written out for you, cub. To the victor goes the spoils, the respect and the power. You win. Your answer to the final exam question was correct, in a manner of speaking." Blood Claw nodded, smiling at his student. "The chosen speaks wisely. It is one thing to face everyday battle and fight when you are at your peak, confidence and power at their youthful maximum. It is quite another to face the things that must be done, even if they cost you your life or something personally important, such as dignity. That is true courage, what is demanded from the lords of the forest. You have grasped what your father regrettably could not. I recognize the challenger's claim, and I recognize the Golden Moon clan." Shadow Chaser gritted his teeth and said the same, before wheeling and stalking out of the clearing, not followed by the rest of his clan. All around the young wolf, the other clan leaders declared their recognition, each voice louder than the next. Naruto grinned over at Swift Wind, who had visibly relaxed. "Satisfied, my lady. Relieved is a better term. I had held out hope for this day all this time, but I think even I had given up by the time you and Lord Shadow arrived. Never have I been so glad to be proven wrong. We all have our bad times. Just makes the good times even sweeter, although I think your dad might not agree. He is stubborn. But I know somewhere in his heart he is proud of his grandson, even if he is also too proud to admit he was wrong to treat us as he did. He'll come around, if only to take some of the credit for giving the kid his genes." "I suppose so." Naruto looked over at Blood Claw again to see the old clan leader standing by D-Strick's side, propping the exhausted cub up. "Well, old warrior. Am I fit for my job title or not? Absolutely. You have my thanks and those of the clans chosen. We will accept the blessing and grant you our power and trust as we did Haruka-sama and Kotaro-sama before her. You? Isn't Deathstroke the chief? Aye, but the cub is still young. A few of the older warriors will act as his regents and tutors until he is truly ready to assume a leadership role. What is important for now is that he has restored the esteem of his clan and regained the respect of his subjects. The rest will come much more easily. That's the hope, anyhow. How do I give the blessing? You already have, by uniting us. It varies from tribe to tribe, of course, but it basically boils down to whether the chief feels you have done something to benefit their people. I think you have long since done that. Looking over at a group of grizzled old wolves his age, Bloodclaw looked a question over to them, and each nodded in turn. Now let me see if I remember what my brother said to Haruka-sama once upon a time. I am Bloodclaw, and I represent the wolves before the mother. Her chosen has come before us and blessed us with his light and wisdom, the compassion in his heart and respect in his soul. This we accept with humblest thanks and grant in return our power and our champion. Henceforth we are at his command, willing servants and allies. Let the bond be made. The gathered wolves howled their agreement, the forest ringing with sound. As they did so, Naruto felt a subtle tingling in his right arm, a little like heat being applied. Looking down at his arm, he saw something glowing on it, bright light shining from a patch of skin, suddenly flashing and resolving into a single character. The Kami. The wolf. But before he could say or do anything, the character began to glow again, and suddenly the tingling became a burning sensation, feeling as though the fires of the sun itself were scorching his arm. The blond boy dropped to one knee, holding his arm to his side. Halfway across the forest, the Ebon Shadow felt the huge power surge and smiled to himself. Well done, Naruto. I accept the blessing you bestowed when you accepted me as lorekeeper. I am the Ebon Shadow, and I represent the ravens before the mother. Henceforth I am at the chosen's command, willing servant and ally. Let the bond be made. In his mountain home, even Lord Yama felt the power rising from the forest. The fairy chief burped, remembering what the young human had done for him. Feeding him and showing him respect, among other stuff, as very few speakers had ever done for a smaller tribe like the ferrets. I could get to like eating that raiment stuff. Why not? Naruto, I accept the blessing you gave me when you fed me the bowl of ramen. I am Lord Yama, and I represent the ferrets before the mother. Henceforth I am at the chosen's command, willing servant and ally. Let the bond be made. Back in the clearing, Naruto stared at the ground, resolutely trying not to scream from the searing pain in his arm. His gaze was so intently fixed downwards that he failed to notice two more characters appearing on his right arm. Karasu, Raven, and Itachi, Weasel fared. What the hell's going on? This thing's killing me. Bloodclaw's voice was solemn, the weight of age evident in his tone. It is a reminder, chosen. To let you know that we are not simple tools, but living beings, which feel pain and die as you do. The pain is temporary, but your duty and ours is not. I implore you to remember that. Naruto gritted his teeth and forced out a word or two of his own. I get it, old warrior. Just make sure the kid does too. Bloodclaw inclined his battle-scarred head. That is the chief must know such things. I will teach him. As well, too, since he is our champion. When you summon the wolf, you will summon him. How do I do that? Produce some of your blood and put it on the mark of the tribal champion you wish to summon. Place the hand with the blood on it on the ground and the champion will be summoned to your side. Then, depending on how much chakra you wish to expend, the champion will grow in stature. I have heard of some chosen being able to get their champions to be up to 50 of your human feet in height. Even then, because of the power the mother gives you, the chakra expense is slight. So long as you use this power wisely to do your duty, the animals of this forest will never fail or overburden you. Do I have to say anything special? That I do not remember. It will likely come to you when you attempt to summon a champion. Do you wish to try? Do you even have to ask? Naruto rose slowly, a fierce pride cutting through the pain in his limb. Biting his left thumb quickly, he blindly swiped his bloody digit over the spot where the mark of the wolves had appeared. As he did, something rushed into his mind and he knew what to say. As I do my duty, I call on the champion of the wolves to do his. The battle is joined. Let the mother's child and chosen fight as one. Aogi. Shizen Kuchius no Jutsu Akami, secret technique. Nature summoning wolf. Deathstroke disappeared from beside Bloodclaw, reappearing next to Naruto. The blonde genin grinned savagely. Time to grow up, cub. Let's show the world what we're made of. Pouring as much chakra as he could into the bond he felt between himself and Deathstroke, Naruto watched as the young wolf vanished again to be replaced by a massive 60-foot-tall version of himself. Cool. I can see the oasis from here. The speaker laughed, any notion of pain vanishing as he looked at the legacy his mother had left him. Today's a day for celebration, for continuing bloodlines. Damn if it ain't gonna be fun using mine. Around them, the assembled heads of the clans raised their heads and howled, not the savage cries of rage that had lately shaken the forest, but a sound of joy and celebration, perhaps the signal that one clan's honor and the hope of the wolves had been restored. Chapter 16. Games people play. Why can't you ever apologize to anyone when you want to, where you want to? You either have to go find them or wait for the idiot to wake up. Yamanaka Ino could forgive herself for talking to nobody. After all, she was in the crazy boy's hospital room. Plus she was going stir-crazy from waiting for Naruto to wake up to let her apologize for snapping at him. He'd been found in front of the Konoha hospital the day before, lying next to a huge animal footprint in the ground. Expert hunters had identified it as a wolf's footprint, which had gotten tongues wagging in the village. Those Uzumaki said it again. All day long, it was the talk of the town. Naruto was good at many things, being hyper, annoying, obnoxious and loud, for example, but he was a horrible liar. Ino had him pegged the instant he'd begun denying he knew what his bloodlines were. Years of dealing with Shikamaru's excuses and traps had to rub off a little on her. Simple research revealed that Naruto's clan had always been secretive, which explained why so few people knew about them. It also showed that they were master summoners rumored to be able to talk to animals. It had made her angry that Naruto figured she'd be so gullible and ashamed that she had called him a pervert and crazy. So here she was, waiting to apologize to the blonde boy and yet on the verge of strangling him. What kind of power did Naruto have that she, Yamanaka Ino, would be reduced to waiting at his bedside like some airhead Sasuke fangirl? Just then, like the cat she loved, Ino's curiosity began quietly stalking her reason, all sorts of mysteries and lurid possibilities presenting themselves. The Uzumaki woman in the village now is Uzumaki Satsuna, and she had one sister, Uzumaki Haruka. That's Naruto's mother. But there's no mention of her marrying anyone before her death. Who is his father that Naruto thinks he has to hide that information from? It was an interesting problem, the target of all her questions laid out unconscious before her in a hospital bed, dead to the waking world. The reasonable thing would be not to pry. Naruto obviously felt he had to keep it a secret. Unfortunately, at that point, Ino's curiosity pounded from behind a stray brain cell and inflicted a rather bloody, messy death on her. Cats tend to have that effect. She had never tried the Dreamweaver on an unconscious target. Her father and Sakura had both been awake if immobile when she'd used it on them. Hopefully, Naruto's mind would be far easier to dig for clues while he was asleep. That science said the exact opposite would be the case never entered her thoughts. Lacking reason will lead to such consequences. Discarding the last shreds of doubt in her mind, Ino placed her hands over Naruto's head and quickly began to run through the seals for her signature technique. When she had finished, she took a deep breath and sent her soul outwards through the gate formed by her hands. Inpu. Yumariko no Jutsu, Dreamweaver. Her life would never be the same again. Pure chaos was the only way Ino could describe what assaulted her. Like Naruto, it was loud. Screams, yells, and howls were everywhere, and none of the memories were consistent or even visible in many cases. It was like Sakura's split personality, if that second soul had had memories of its own. There were images that didn't fit Naruto's life, things out of place or long since destroyed in the Leaf Village. As curious as she was, Ino knew survival was her goal. Inashi had warned her she had to establish control immediately or risk a backlash that would put the victim in control of her memories. Ino didn't have nearly as many secrets as Naruto, but she'd be damned if he'd plow into her soul. That she was prying right now was conveniently forgotten. Every memory was linked together, although the structure varied from person to person. Once Ino latched onto a certain memory and found a gateway into the rest, she could freely search through the target's mind and find what she wanted. She had to do that before Naruto realized what was happening and shut her out. The best kind of opening was a nightmare or something that had been difficult for the target to deal with. If it aroused fear or hatred, the memory was more easily accessible, constantly intruding on the person's thoughts. It would be simpler for her to slip through and into control. Ino looked around, questing for something to grab onto, but found nothing. The upper levels of Naruto's mind, his most recent memories, were too unstable to deal with until she gained control over them all. To be safe, she would have to go deeper, further into his past. Diving downwards, she concentrated on getting as low as possible, underneath the swirling mess. After a few seconds, the blonde girl stopped and took a brief glance around. Ino could sense there were fewer and fewer passages down here, a baby wouldn't have had many clear memories. Choosing one, she rushed to a door and yanked it open. Man, who ever heard of a baby with this much hair on his head at birth? Ino stopped short as she heard the memory beginning to play back for her. If you want to complain, you have the baby next time. I'd gladly trade jobs. She peered around the doorway and noticed two people. One lay in a hospital bed cradling a newborn baby. The other stood beside the bed looking down at mother and child. Ino recognized the woman from her research, Uzumaki Haruka. That would make the baby Naruto and presumably make the man at the bedside his father. With his head bent down, Ino couldn't tell who it was. When the father looked up, she started. I know that face. Kazama Rashi, the fourth Hokage. The same blue eyes and spiky hairstyle Naruto had also graced his father's features, making Ino wonder why nobody had picked up on the resemblance or why they'd ignored it so long. Ino took a look at Naruto, who did have a pretty full head of hair for a newborn, and prepared to move on when the fourth spoke again. Aren't you glad you had the kid after all? Got my looks, your voice, great hair like me. He's gonna be special. One of the greatest leaf nins ever. Iruka scoffed, looking irritated. Her face cleared when she looked down at Naruto. I mentioned the pros and cons just once, and you think that equals wanting to abort. Not only that, you're talking nonsense. Arashi looked down at her, looking confused. What? Just stating an opinion. He's got the genes to be brilliant. Naruto's mother glared back at his father, a spark in her eyes. He is special. This is my son. He was special when I laid eyes on him, no matter what happens from here on out. What are you pinning stupid expectations on him for? To tell the truth, the fourth muttered, scratching his head, I don't really know. I just have this feeling he's got big things ahead in his life. Just take it a day at a time. That's how we all get by. Why should it be any different for our child? The fourth shrugged, glancing back down at his son. When did you get so introspective? It's called growing up, almighty Hokage. You should try it sometime. Ino giggled at the fourth's bewildered expression and prepared to move on, but not before taking a good look back at Naruto's parents. Incredibly strong from what she'd heard, and they seemed to be loving enough. She knew why the fourth was dead, but what could have made Haruka leave behind the son she loved so much? Ino looked about and found the door that would give her control. Letting loose a sigh of relief, she smiled. All of Naruto's memories were now under her control. Everywhere she looked, more questions came to mind. If Naruto was related to such important people, why hadn't anyone adopted him or at least looked after him? If she was going to find out, it might as well be straight from the source. The Nine Tails had attacked soon after Naruto's birthday, and Uzumaki Haruka's death date was not long afterwards. If there was a relevant memory, it would be close. Choosing another door on the same level, Ino stepped into the memory and looked around. This time Naruto was in an apartment, lying in a crib and looking around. With the curtains drawn, she couldn't tell if this was happening in the day or night. Before very long, she saw the door open. Haruka entered alone, moving slowly toward the crib. Out of maternity clothes, Ino could see that Naruto's mother was all business. Everything was in its place, from weapons and gear to the slightest hair on her head. This was a woman who took nothing for granted, the type to think everything through before acting. Why make her child an orphan? Upon further glances, Naruto's mother looked haggard, dirt on her face, tears and stains all over her uniform. Ino nodded to herself. This must have been during the demon fox's attack. Haruka kept silent for a long time, picking her son up from his crib and looking down at him. Her face was expressionless, but Ino could see something clouding her eyes, perhaps grief, perhaps resignation. I should have known it was too good to be true. I'd have a child, we would settle down, and things would be smooth sailing forever. What could she mean? The care she took in holding Naruto showed nothing but love. It couldn't mean that she resented him. Was it the fourth? The Nine Tails? The mood was interrupted when the door opened quietly. Ino glanced at it thoughtfully. You did that when you were afraid to intrude, or just simply scared. Now she knew for certain this was happening during the Nine Tails attack. The person who stepped through the door didn't look familiar, but she bore a faint resemblance to someone the blonde did know. Who was that girl with the buns in her hair? Tintin. Taunton. Oh, right, Tenten. Her mother, perhaps. Baruka-sama. The older woman didn't turn around, still looking at her son. Heard the news, did you, Tenko? Yes. We drew the task of holding off the Nine Tails. Kazumasa and I have already made our preparations. We'll do our best. You will do nothing of the sort. Baruka's response was soft, trying not to startle the baby, but Ino could literally feel the force in the older woman's voice. Uzumaki Haruka was not one to take orders. She gave them, and she expected them to be obeyed. Tenten's double started and looked up with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Baruka stayed where she was, looking only at Naruto. There's going to be enough casualties tonight and dreams shattered. You and Kazumasa are about to start a family. Can't let that dream die, not while I have the power to keep it safe. How? Baruka's voice sounded tired, but she was resolute. I'm going to fight it. Alone. Follow and you'll regret it. Misawa Tenko's voice faltered, fighting her commander's order. Why would you do that? We're a team. You know and I know no matter what happens out there, it's a losing battle. A good shinobi doesn't waste resources. That's just the way it is. You and Kazumasa are close combat and ranged weapon specialists. That stuff doesn't work on the Nine Tails. Among our team, I'm the only one who has the resources to damage it and make it back off, which is what's needed. Why drag you into it? We could defend you and help you survive. No offense, but nobody's that strong. Maybe not even the fourth. No need to take that kind of chance. If you fight not to lose, you'll never win. I can't go in there thinking about how to make the demon back off while thinking of how I can stay alive. I'd just fail my task. If that happens, nobody survives. Tenko looked at the baby in Haruka's arms, grasping for some argument to move the other woman. What about Naruto? Can you just leave him behind? Ino felt like slapping the younger Kunoichi. Can't you see she doesn't want to do it? The only thing you're doing is making it harder for her. Her mind is made up. Every word you say about Naruto is like a dagger in her heart. Haruka straightened and looked up to the ceiling. I'd rather die as a shinobi than live and shame my son. Uzumakas don't break their word. Ever. Those that do are no longer worthy of the name. Setsuna knew that. Had she become a genin, she'd never have fulfilled her duties. She left the village to keep from shaming herself. When I took the vow of loyalty, I was swearing that I would be there when the leaf needed me to do what had to be done. Even if it killed me. If I back out now, how can I expect my son to keep his word when his time comes? Why would he, when his mother broke hers at such a time? Tenko had no response to that. Ino guessed Haruka wasn't the type to let insolence slide. Naruto's mother looked back down to her child, her eyes looking oddly peaceful. Anyway, you forgot it takes two to tango. Pardon. My death will give the fourth more time to think of a way to win. When he does, he'll raise Naruto. I want nothing more than to be there to see him grow up, but for all of Arashi's faults, he'll be a good father. I can feel it. Ino's eyes shot wide open, the irony dawning on her. She couldn't have known because the fourth hadn't even thought of his plan of attack yet. She had no idea he would win by sacrificing his life as well. A lot of things filled her thoughts. How would Naruto be so cheerful with such a story in his past? One parent sacrificing her life to buy time so the other could do the exact same thing. People had never taken the time to really look at him. They saw the way he acted and assumed it was because he was a fool, or worse. How could anyone have known it was because the alternative was this kind of despair? How could they understand it when none of them had faced such a thing? It made her angry, but she wasn't sure why. Angry for him, for all the things she'd seen him go through. Angry at the world for being so cruel and cold. Was she angry at herself for never seeing it in him? Maybe it was all of them. Whatever it was, staying in this memory would not help her any. In fact, she got the distinct feeling she was intruding in something that should have stayed private. Rather unlike her, Ino tiptoed out and went looking somewhere else, seeking something happier. It soon became clear that wasn't such a good idea. No matter where she looked, Ino just got angrier. She saw the fourth as he completed the seal on the Ninetales, teeth still clenched in bitter hatred of the demon. He left his own son behind to get his revenge. Some hero. She saw the villagers demand Naruto's death, only to be turned away by the third. Kazumasa and Tenko had tried to adopt Naruto that same day and also been rejected on the orders of the fourth, taking one last look at him before departing the hospital. He wanted all of us to raise his son so we could be reminded of what we owed him. Big mistake. Nobody listened. The higher up she got, the more years that passed, nothing changed. People scorned Naruto, humiliated him, and he had seldom been able to do anything about it. Ino didn't take solace in not showing up in those memories. She knew she would have done much the same thing then. Maybe it was because she was distracted that something began to draw her in, something powerful. Ino gravitated towards it, looking for something less depressing. Perhaps this was when Setsuna had returned or when this mysterious Jiraiya person had been seen in the village. Before too long, she found herself before a sort of abyss, a place where it seemed a gate had once been but was now gone, leaving a perfect rectangular opening in a rocky wall. As she stepped forward, peering in, water splashed around her ankles. What is this place? How nice, a visitor. I get so few. Ino started as a voice sounded in the darkness but couldn't see a thing. Slowly creeping forward, she heard it speak again. Come closer, child. Cowardice is no quality for a ninja. It felt wrong. Strange, inhuman. Yet she couldn't help but keep on coming, as though something was pulling her in, controlling her body. She stopped and immediately wished she hadn't. A pair of red eyes stared back at her from the darkness, glowing with lambent energy, glaring hatred into her very soul. This was not Naruto. The whelp is not here. He rarely prefers my company. But then I cannot say I enjoy his either. You, on the other hand, would make a nice snack. A pity to kill one so young, but it must be fate for you to appear before me. Embrace it, if you please. I find those who resist to be stringy. As the voice continued, Ino watched a set of giant claws appear out of the darkness, helpless to react, held in place by sheer terror. Dew on this fur ball. The Kunoichi only barely felt the gust of air as the claws swept by her head, something pushing her out of the way. She heard a loud clang as the claws slammed into a massive gate that suddenly appeared where the hole in the wall had been, a large paper seal holding it shut. In shock, she looked up to see teeth underneath the red eyes, a face twisted in rage, staring down at a form that had to be her rescuer. Damn you. Do you deny me even a tiny snack, whelp? Ino's head snapped upwards when her rescuer responded in Naruto's voice. A snack? What are you, a cannibal? Forget it. You aren't getting anything to eat today, but Crow. If you think that little display will make me trust your power and let you fight more often, you've got another thing coming. The voice's response was just a frustrated growl as the eyes and teeth vanished. Ino sighed in relief, but that relief quickly vanished as Naruto turned around and she saw his face, looking down on her with irritation. Do you mind taking us back to the real world? I'd like to talk when I'm in total control of myself. Ino obeyed silently and the landscape of Naruto's mind vanished. Neither one of them spoke for some time. Ino was too shocked by what she'd seen and Naruto too angry to do much other than stare at the ceiling. For all she'd heard before, the Kunoichi had had a hard time believing that Naruto was actually the vessel of the Ninetales until she had faced the demon herself. Naruto had never known of it until recently, believing himself hated for no reason. Finding out about the demon couldn't have made it better. But he was the same as ever. To borrow a phrase from the Sasuke fans, Naruto was very, very cool. Facing down a demon for this long. With absolutely no fear. Ino recognized strength when she saw it. And Naruto, loudmouthed, stubborn and irritating as he was incredibly strong. He was still trying to make friends and advance as a ninja. He respected the Leaf after everything he'd been through. It couldn't have been easy to forgive everyone for that. Ino probably wouldn't have it if it had been done to her. Why even make friends with him? It was pretty funny thinking about it. Ino had seen what Naruto was capable of. She knew he could easily justify going on a murderous rampage within the village. If anything, they should have been bowing and scraping to him, not Sasuke. She wanted to be his friend, as strange as it had once sounded. Not because it was prudent or to keep herself safe. It was because. Well, he deserved it. You might not be able to say anything else to justify it, but that said everything. There was just one problem. Ino had just pissed him off quite severely. Naruto didn't know what to think. That Ino was here meant she'd probably come to see him. That was good. That he'd had to rescue her from the Ninetales meant she had gone digging around in his brain. That was bad, if not insane. The whole thing made him jealous. Ino had seen the very things that had always been denied him. Haruka, the short time they had shared as mother and child. Why could she see what he could not? But as much as he wanted to be mad at her, something kept coming back to him. She understands. He didn't have to ask to know if Ino understood what he was. The look in her eyes was enough. She was still here, not running for the hills. For someone who had just faced down the Ninetales, that was surprising. Naruto had friends. He still counted Kakashi-sensei and Sakura and Sasuke when he wasn't being an ass. Even Hinata. But people who understood him and gave him the benefit of the doubt. Those were few and far between. Iruka-sensei, Aunt Setsuna, Pervert Sennin, the Third, the Ebon Shadow, Lord Yama, Itachi, Blood Claw and Deathstroke were about it. Was it worth being angry over something like this and pushing away someone who could join that list? He considered that for a moment and then made his decision. As you saw all the gory details. Ino looked at him, surprised. Naruto leaned back against the hospital bed's headboard and crossed his arms. Yeah, I'm pissed you did it without asking me, but we can't exactly take it back. Question is, what are you going to do with what you saw? You've been through enough as it is without me adding to your problems. Why would I do anything at all? Naruto arched an eyebrow. This from the girl who chucked a bowl at my head. Ino flushed bright red, remembering the scene she'd made at the restaurant. Before she could answer, she heard someone speak behind her, but why did she understand it when it sounded like a crow cawing? Hardly necessary, Naruto. I would think she came to apologize. Itachi was the one at fault, as I'm sure she understands. Reacting instinctively, Ino responded. That's right. When nobody said anything, Ino looked up. Naruto sat there staring at her, jaw slack in disbelief. The blonde girl turned to see the gigantic raven Naruto called the Ebon Shadow, perched on the open windowsill. Did she say something to me, by chance? I'm no doctor, Naruto muttered, but jumping into my head must have scrambled hers up some. Say something else and we'll check. Very well. Can you hear me, human? Ino replied, voice shaking a little with uneasiness. Yes. She can hear me, but I cannot understand what she says. It would appear she has an imperfect version of your ability. Naruto snorted, leaning back against the wall. Well, either we're both crazy now, or I'm honest. Which one, Ino? The Kunoichi blushed even harder and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like sorry. Naruto, never much of a sadist, grinned. Ah, forget it. I hate apologies, and I'm pretty sure you do too. Now do you trust my word? What an odd thing to say, she thought. With Uzumaki's, it always came back to their word being their bond. Perhaps that was why he hadn't turned against the village. Naruto had friends who had kept their word to trust and defend him, and he was honoring that. Better for her to be in that category, she decided. The part of her that said he was cute as a tragic hero she shoved way in the back of her head. The last thing either of them needed now was for this to get emotional. Naruto needed friends. The rest could come later. Yes. That's what I like to hear. Is it wise to have the secret of your bloodlines running around, Naruto? Naruto cut off Ino's brief look of annoyance by responding to her. She saw everything I am, Shadow, and she's still here. That speaks for her guts. It also says she thinks I ain't a demon like others. If my secrets aren't safe in Ino's hands, they'll never be safe. I'll trust her. You might try it too. Couldn't hurt. So she will be your human lorekeeper, and I the animal version. Ino looked puzzled by that. What's he mean? Naruto waved it off with a hand. It's part of my job with the animals. What I do, they assign someone to remember. It was the same with all the Uzumakas who did it before me. I don't need that from humans. Right now, I'd be pretty happy if they all just stopped treating me like crap. Come on, they don't all do that. Fine, most of them treat me like crap. Why do you think I always wanted to be Hokage? Who has the guts to badmouth a big boss shinobi? Then why do something stupid like quitting your team? That's a Hokage thing to do? You better believe it, Naruto growled. If something's not going to work, why waste time and make people miserable by forcing it? Why not find a different way that could improve everybody's future? Ino didn't look convinced. If you ask me, it looks more like you threw a tantrum at Kakashi and booked it out of there before he could react. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, there was anger in there. But doing the right thing is my story and I'm sticking to it. Not saying I'm right, just the way I see things. Ino grinned and pointed to her ears. You see these, Naruto? These are finely tuned bullshit detectors. And they're ringing something fierce right now. Naruto laughed, the first time he'd done that in days. Yeah? Better clean them out, cause they're giving you false readings. Remember when you thought I wasn't playing with a full deck? All things are relative, Miss Ino. Surely I am a good reminder of that. Hey. No fair to sick the animal on me when I can't respond. Naruto snickered. How many times do I gotta tell you they've got minds of their own? When they find one of us they can speak with, they'll talk your ears off if you let them. You're just lucky you can't talk back. Then they'd want you to help me out. Ino turned that thought over in her head. In the space of half an hour she had gone from a fairly normal girl to being able to hear animals, facing down a demon, and changing her perspective on Naruto. It was turning into a pretty surreal day. As soon as she completed that thought, the day got even stranger. The door to Naruto's room banged open and a harried-looking Iruka strode in. Mindful of Naruto's secrets, the Ebon Shadow took flight, winging back towards the forest. Naruto. I finally found you. You've been putting it off long enough. Come with me. Naruto bristled, sensing something related to hard work. Putting what off? I'm a busy guy, Iruka-sensei. Half the things I do today I won't remember tomorrow. What are you babbling about? Gee, I don't know. Does your mission ring a bell? The blonde boy squinted suspiciously at him. I thought that didn't start until after the Chunin exam was over. It doesn't, Iruka sighed, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't go see the client and get an idea of what they want. It's the courteous thing to do and it'll help you prepare for the mission instead of walking in there after the exam knowing nothing. Walking over to a cabinet near the door, Iruka pulled out Naruto's jacket and tossed it onto the bed, where it landed with a heavy thud of weights. We should get going. You've only got a day before the finals start. Naruto didn't move for a second and then he glanced at Ino. Want to come along? Something tells me two heads are better than one at breaking down a mission. Ino was surprised but not much at what came out of her mouth. Why not? In for a penny, in for a pound, right. Now remember, Naruto. Try to be courteous and listen for a while. Usually with private missions the client wants to get something frustrating settled. Let them vent and things will be easier to discuss. Sure, sensei. Whatever you say. Iruka wondered why the kid was being so nonchalant about a mission he jumped at just weeks ago. Everything about today had been strange, from hearing Naruto was in the hospital to finding Ino with him. And why would he invite her along for something as private as a briefing? When Ino, walking in front of them, turned back and glanced at Naruto, he knew why. Hardly a normal look. It wasn't the typical way people looked at Naruto, as though they wanted to be anywhere else but facing him. Neither was it how she had once looked at Sasuke, like all the other girls. Like they wanted to eat him alive. This was different. Ino's eyes had the look of someone much older, as if she'd grown years in a matter of days. Those are the eyes of a veteran if not of battle, then of life. I don't know what she saw, but that's not fear or disgust she's looking at him with. It's familiar. If I didn't know them both so well, I'd say she'd known him his whole life instead of a few years since the academy. Like an old friend. Or lover. He should have been suspicious. At the very least, something so odd should have concerned him. But Iruka didn't feel there was anything to fear. The only reason it's strange is that Naruto has never experienced something like this. People like me understand him, but that's because we've been through the wars and the pain. We know the whole story and look past it to see the person, not the demon. But those are all adults myself, Setsuna, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Ino is from his generation. She and the others in his class are the ones he'll have to live with in the long run. It may not be enough that they like or acknowledge him if none of them truly knows who and what he is, the things he's suffered. If he's ever to feel like a part of this village, they have to understand him. Maybe that's her job. Iruka shook his head, smiling to himself. Listen to me. I sound like his father. I've certainly invested a lot in him. Maybe a little too much. Time to let him learn his own lessons for a while. If he needs you, he knows where to find you. He winked at Ino, causing the blonde girl to start in puzzlement. He's all yours. Before she could say anything, they reached the address Iruka had given Naruto, a house about the size of Naruto's. As the three ninja walked up to the door, it opened for them sort of. Get back here and finish your vegetables. I made them myself. Why do you think I don't want to eat them? A small blue and white streak attempted to leap out the door but stopped short when Naruto stretched a hand out and snagged it. Once it stopped moving, the blur turned into a boy about Konohamaru's age, held running in place as he dangled from Naruto's hand. Unlike Konohamaru, this child had nothing good to say to Naruto. Who the hell are you? The blonde genin squinted suspiciously at Ikagata Tenji. I ought to ask you the same thing. This looks like a normal house. What's a high-rank mission doing coming out of here? Iruka was about to think of a lame excuse when the voice that had been yelling at Tenji got closer to the door and opened it wider. And don't come back, you owe. Iruka-sensei. Naruto saw a girl come through the door, a frying pan in one hand, and bowed to Iruka. Even after she straightened, he couldn't quite remember her name. Those hair buns look familiar. Where have I seen her before? Then it hit him. I got it. You're the one who got her ass whooped in the preliminaries by the fangirl. Denton's response was wordless, then again, crowning him with the frying pan said more than enough. Some future Hokage, Ino snorted. He can control everything but his mouth. Iruka grinned. She definitely sounded like a wife haranguing her husband. I don't think you quite realize what you've gotten yourself into, Naruto. Enjoy. Another adult came through the doorway, snagging Tenji from Naruto's hand and slinging the protesting child over his shoulder. Kazumasa patted his daughter on the head, feeling his way out onto the porch. Denton. The truth is the truth. That's why we've been working on it, haven't we? There's no need to overreact. His daughter went bright red and she wasn't blushing. Overreact? He doesn't even know my name. All he knows is that I got humiliated. I'm the laughingstock of the village. Naruto shook his head. Look, I'm sorry. I suck with names. All I know is you hang around with Lee, so I had to think of where I knew you from. Don't take it so hard. Hinata lost. So did Sakura and Ino. They ain't ashamed to admit it. Why are you any different? This time Ino hit him with an elbow in the gut. I would have won if you hadn't cheered her on. And anyway, I tried. Naruto bristled at being hit by two girls and not being able to respond. First you want me to be responsible and act all nice with Sakura, and now you don't. Make up your mind, will ya? Iruka stepped in before the whole scene turned into a melee and not a job briefing. Children. Nobody's perfect. Let's all recognize that. Now I believe you had something to tell Naruto, Ikagata-san. A mission. Quick on the uptake, Kazumasa ushered everyone inside the house, keeping a firm grip on his son. Sure thing. Come on in, then. Can't be talking out here for such a high-rank mission. Ino chanced to look at Naruto as they entered the house and was surprised at how suspiciously he glanced at everything. He's probably got the right idea. Nothing about this setup feels right. Truth be told, she was suspicious too. Tenten was a genin, and apparently not a strong one. This mission probably wasn't her idea. That left the tall man with bandages over his eyes. He was probably blind, but he walked like everyone Ino knew, like a shinobi, ready to spring in any direction. So he ought to know Naruto's not ready for a mission alone. He's had a rank A mission, but that was with two more genin and a jounin. Someone his age was from Haruka's generation. Ino had never asked any adult about Naruto, but she gathered her parents and their friends knew far more than they let on about him. They had to know what he was and what he was capable of. You want to tempt him to do what you want by offering him the one thing you know he can't resist: glory. What's your game? Thankfully, Kazumasa ended the confusion quickly. Okay, you're tensed up. Easy, already. I'm not sending you on a suicide run. Kazumasa picked Tenji up off his shoulder and plunked him down on the living room couch, where he sat glaring at Naruto. This is my son, Tenten's younger brother, Ikagata Tenji. It seems he's run your Iruka-sensei into the ground and it's the same for us. As you might have guessed, I'm blind for the moment and I can't really look after him. Tenten has her own life and my wife is an ANBU member, so she's always on call. It's not the best way to raise a kid. If anything, Naruto's expression got even harder. Ino winced to herself. He'd better not be saying what I think he's saying. Naruto isn't one to take disappointment lightly. When Naruto did respond, his voice was disturbingly quiet. He didn't have the force of his mother with that tone, but Ino knew he was just as serious. Let me get this straight. You signed up for a high-rank mission. You got Iruka-sensei to get my attention with it. Then he drags me out of a hospital bed. And all of this to tell me you want a babysitter. His hands came together violently, colliding and forming his favorite seal. Within seconds, 5 Naruto clones had surrounded Tenji and one was holding him by his feet, upside down. I don't know why he's giving you a hard time. To tell the truth, I'm not sure I want to care. I got a life too, mister. I just spent 3 weeks training for what's gonna be a hard-ass fight with that Hyuga punk. I'm tired. I'm wasted. I ain't got time to mess around with a little brat who doesn't take anything seriously. Hell, even Konohamaru's better to deal with. You want help with him, get a nanny. Stop wasting my time. Taking the mission notice out of his jacket, Naruto handed it to Iruka. Sorry, sensei. I don't have time to waste on dumb practical jokes. I'm out of here. Ino got up too, but slowly, not wanting to cause a scene. I can't believe there are still people who can't see he just wants to be a normal, accepted part of this place. Why can't they deal with him normally and stop playing stupid jokes on him? They got halfway to the door, ignoring Iruka's protests, until one sentence from Kazumasa stopped Naruto in his tracks. You're just like your mother. Naruto turned around slowly, and this time the anger in his eyes was obvious to everyone. Even Tenten started inching towards the other end of the couch. What did you just say? Uzumaki Haruka. One of the first women to achieve high rank within the Anbu. Famous for never taking crap from anyone, whether it was the richest client or the Hokage himself. What's it to you? Kazumasa slumped back against his seat. She was my commander. Naruto searched his mind for where he'd seen Tenten's father before. Wait a minute. You're the master of blades. The one who was always getting drunk and whining about not being able to date Miss Awatenko. The blind Jounin grinned. That, I corrected with your mother's help. When she sacrificed herself to hold off the Ninetales and ordered the rest of the team to stay behind, that sealed the deal for Tenten's mom and I. We owe her big for that and many other reasons. Naruto bristled at the older man's relaxed tone. So why are you screwing around with me? How else was I supposed to get you to come here when you didn't even know who we were? Come here for what? Reminisce for old time's sake. Kazumasa waved a hand in the air. In a manner of speaking. I've been keeping something for you. Consider it a little bit of payback to your mother. Come with me. The blind man still knew how to get around his house and strode to the back, followed by Tenten, Tenji, Iruka, Naruto and Ino. Before long they stepped through a sliding door and into a decent-sized dojo, weapons of all kinds securely strapped into racks on the walls. Walking to the very back of the room, Kazumasa grabbed a small ring set into the ceiling and pulled. As he did so, a hidden weapon rack came down, revealing 4 straight blades and weapons. Taking the sword on the very top, he walked back and handed it to Naruto. As Naruto took the weapon, he heard a faint rattle from within the scabbard. I ain't one to use swords, but I'm pretty sure they aren't supposed to rattle. You're supposed to just pull them out and start hacking. Kazumasa bowed his head. This particular sword is no longer fit for combat. It's something I deeply regret but was unable to do anything about. Naruto regarded the weapon in his hand suspiciously, squinting at the well-polished lacquer sheath. What are you trying to say? That was Haruka's sword. When the rest of the team went out to find her after the battle, it was beside her, in pieces, along with the bodies of 4 large wolves. I took the pieces home with me, for safekeeping. Now it's yours. Naruto looked down at the sword and pulled it out. Where the scabbard was more than a foot long, the blade he removed was barely half that length, the rest snapped off and still inside the sheath. The blade was bright and apparently still sharp. On the very bottom, nearest the hilt, 2 characters were engraved. The blonde boy squinted down at them. Suzaku. Kazumasa scratched the back of his head, a little chagrined. Chalk that up to youth. When you're young and tough, you think you're invincible. You know everything. When our team was formed, we all got new blades, and we called ourselves the Shijintai, 4 God Squad. Your mother was Suzaku, I was Seryu, Tenten's mother was Genbu, and our Medikariko was Byako. The names were carved into our blades. Naruto nodded his head up at the hidden weapon rack. You've got 3 more Anbu swords up there. Don't tell me those are the other ones from your team. But guess. When Haruka died, it was our wake-up call. We weren't kids anymore, nor were we as tough as we all thought. The next day, we went back to our old weapons and stored away the Shijin blades. It wasn't anything noble or wise. We just didn't want to be reminded that our swords were whole because we hadn't fought. Naruto hefted the broken sword in his hand and then sheathed it, looking over at the master of blades. Why take it so hard? If you'd fought, you'd be as dead as my mom is. I don't know why she did it alone, but I can guess. She wanted her teammates to carry on, not waste your lives on a battle you couldn't win. I doubt agonizing over it was what she wanted you to do with the rest of your life, I suppose. I try not to think about it too much, hence the rack in the ceiling. Tenten knew better than to believe that coming from either of her parents. She had a different perspective on the sword. Okay, princess. You've mastered the art of the throwing needle. Now I think it's time you learned something about blades. Her father had said that to her one day years ago as they sat in the same dojo. When she'd looked around, it had called out to her. Something precious makes you strong. Fighting for it, that is. They always say that to us at the academy. The scabbard had looked exactly the same then as it had when her father gave it to Naruto, immaculately polished, lovingly placed on the highest weapon rack in the room. For her parents to devote so much time to maintaining it, the sword had to be precious to them. I want to learn how to use that one. Kazumasa followed his daughter's eyes until he saw the sword she meant and went white as a sheet. His voice sounded strangled as he spoke again. Sorry Tenten. Any sword but that one. Why? It must be powerful if you're always taking such good care of it. If I'm ever going to become as strong as Tsunade, shouldn't I master strong weapons? She had never forgotten what happened in that instant. It was one of the only times her father had ever become truly angry at her. Cold precision showed in his eyes. What her mother said happened when he became the master of blades. I'm warning you, daughter. It's a closed subject. Don't ever ask me again. How'd, she had simply asked to learn how to throw kunai. Kazumasa had calmed down, but he had never spoken of the sword again, at least not within sight of her. Later that day, Tenko had cornered him about the incident, not knowing their daughter had crept into earshot. You didn't have to bite her head off just because you have survivor's guilt. Why do we even have the swords there if they're such a source of shame? You know kids. They have a knack for finding just the thing you didn't want them to see. Doesn't matter if you lock it in a safe or up in a closet. They'll get to it. I figured putting them in plain sight would throw them off the trail. Tenko sounded exasperated. Bro Tenten off the trail. You promised her you would teach her every weapon style known to man. Why wouldn't she ask to use the sword? Alright. Leave off already. I'll store it away. Somewhere safe so we can return it when the time comes. Tenten blinked at that. Return it. Who did they borrow it from? Her mother responded, a bitter tone to her voice. If it ever does. I saw him today, you know. The children were teasing him again. All of the usual things, why he has no parents, his clothes, everything. So much for the third's orders. People found plenty of ways to get around them and pass down their fears, even if the children don't know why they fear him. Then why has he let this happen? He should have known it would unless someone was there to protect the child. Orders, he said. So everyone would be reminded of what they owed him. That, Tenko snorted, is going to be one big unpaid debt by the time he becomes an adult. Do they want to make him become a missing min? Wasn't it enough that we lost our best and brightest in that fight? Now they'd like to banish the one who bears the greatest burden from it. Kazumasa chuckled. You have to admit that would suit them just fine. But he's stubborn, like his parents. He won't break. Much, anyway. How can you be so cavalier about this? We asked a third if we could have him, the master of blades said, and he said no. We could ask today, we could ask tomorrow, and every day for a year, and the answer would be the same. All we can do is live with it and hope for the best. That's not much consolation. Hey, you want consolation, there are other ways to get it. Not while the children are awake, silly. Oh, sure, rain on my parade. The idea intrigued Tenten, appealing to her romantic side or to the part of some girls that is attracted to outcasts and riff-raff. There was the slight problem of not knowing the boy's name, but to a young girl, that was no big deal. Fantasy hardly requires a good knowledge of facts. It has captivated her ever since. She had wondered if she could be the one to bring such a tragic figure in from the cold and earn respect for reminding everyone what a hero he was. Certainly the boy would appreciate it too. On the days when people teased her for her hairstyle or her clothes or any number of things, lame included, it was a nice way to get back at the popular girls in her head. As she got older, Tenten figured it would be a good idea to at least find out who her fantasy charity case really was. After a little research around the village, she had settled on Sasuke as her target. After all, he had no parents, he wore the same clothes every day, and there was this subtle sense about him that he was dangerous, just like his brother. It was a perfect fit if you disregarded the fact that Sasuke never got teased. So much for that little fantasy, she said to herself now, looking at Naruto. Why had she never considered him before? Ino obviously had, or she wouldn't be here now. A little voice in her head said it for her. You didn't want to. You wanted someone popular who could make people stop bugging you. How was she different from any of the airheads who chased Sasuke? He wouldn't return their affections. Sakura was on his team, constantly trying to get through to him, and even she got no love. Time to move on, girl. If Ino, the most dominating girl in the village, could get in good with Naruto, she wouldn't have a problem. Naruto was annoying, and his mouth was only slightly cleaner than a sailor's, but he was tough. Tenten had seen that much for herself in the Forest of Death. He turned 3-on-1 into a 1-on-1 matchup without any help. Then, not only had Naruto handled Kiba with several instant counters, he'd also done the unthinkable face-down Niji without flinching. Nobody did that. Even Guy-sensei had moments when he felt unnerved by the Hyuga prodigy. Had she really missed something? Tenten pondered it while looking at Naruto again. There really were things about him you could overlook if you didn't see Naruto up close, straight in the eye. When he had gotten angry at her father, his eyes had changed. It wasn't the same thing she'd seen Kazumasa do. That was human, promising a single moment of pain that would finish you. Naruto's eyes were like a wounded animal or something worse. Eyes that could deliver an eternity of suffering without blinking because they had already seen it firsthand. But he hadn't done that. Not because Naruto couldn't. Because he wouldn't. How was that even possible? For someone to go through humiliation, loneliness, sorrow and everything else on the emotional spectrum and not come out homicidal was unbelievable. The kind of mental strength it must have taken to do that was Sanin-worthy. The kind of thing she'd aspired to so she could become like Tsunade. And that I've always failed at. More than she wanted love or popularity, Tenten had always wanted to be strong. You didn't get many strong female role models in this culture and girls weren't often seen in positions of power among the shinobi until they got old. She could count on her fingers the women who'd done it at a young age: Tsunade, Tenko, Kurenai, and Uzumaki Haruka. And when she had met someone who had similar strength and could show her what she had to do, she'd hit him with a frying pan. He did deserve it, though. Naruto was definitely worthy of her attention if she could figure out what he saw in Ino. There would be time to find out if that led to other things later, especially if her father managed to tempt him into taking the babysitting job. Kazumasa looked like he was ready to do just that. Now, understand something. This is not what I was going to pay you for taking on the job. It's completely different. I know you don't have time to do it every day, so I'll propose a compromise. Most of the time Tenji isn't that big a handful. We can control him just fine. But there's going to be days when I'm not around, Tenten's out, and Tenko's not available. Or there might be times when he's just making us all pissed. I'd like to be able to call on you then and see if you can't connect with him. Naruto got straight to the point. So if the sword ain't my payment for being your panic button, what is? I'm sure you've heard Tenten is a master of throwing weapons. She can hit a target 100 times in 100 throws. That isn't innate nor a bloodline limit. It came out of special techniques and training I devised as a younger man. I can give you the same accuracy with more weapons than you might think. The blonde boy's answer left Tenten fuming when she heard it. Sorry, I'm not interested. As much as she wanted to learn about strength from him, Tenten was a little tired of having her skills put down. Why? Because I got my ass whooped using them. They're not good enough for you to learn. He turned his eyes on her and even though he wasn't angry, she quickly shut her mouth. Naruto stared at Tenten for a moment and then back at his mother's sword. It ain't that. What do you do with your weapon throwing and those scrolls? That's family business. Something you and your dad share. I ain't butting in. What are you talking about? Tenten heard the sword rattle as Naruto tightened his grip on it. Don't ask me to explain. I'm not good at that. Maybe I'm just weird. But it seems to me this kind of thing, special techniques, things only your family knows, learning together is what keeps people together, keeps them feeling like family. Up until a month or so ago, I never had that. When it happens for me, I don't exactly feel like having anybody else around. It's special to me. And I can't just be taking that away from you. Maybe you don't feel the same, cause you've had it all along. But you ain't getting me to bust in where I don't belong. When his daughter failed to respond, Kazumasa spoke for her. Then what can I give you to make this deal work? Naruto lifted the sword and put it back in the blind man's hands. You want to do something for me? Then find somebody to make the sword usable again and teach me how to use it. Kazumasa regarded the broken weapon grimly. You should know that the blade can't be fully repaired. If it could, I would have done it years ago. The best I can do is sharpen the rest and make it a wakizashi or kadachi. Naruto shrugged. That's fine. I get the feeling the Anbu wouldn't be too happy to see me carrying around a full blade anyway. Now, do you think you can handle my son? Naruto rolled his eyes and vanished. Before Tenji could realize he was there, the little boy was upside down again, Naruto holding him by the ankles. Tenten's younger brother protested loudly. All the blood rushing to my head. Good, there'll actually be something in there for once. Tenji squirmed, but Naruto showed no signs of letting him go. Let me up. Why should I? Tennis's only reply was to squirm even harder. It didn't help. Finally, Naruto raised the boy's eyes to meet his own. When you learn to treat people with respect and not take advantage of your dad and your sister, I'll treat you normally. Until then, you're staying like this every time I see you. That's gonna happen anytime your sister or your dad thinks your punk ass is being a pain. Which would be every day if you keep at it. So go ahead, be a brat. I look forward to it. Looking over at Kazumasa, he shrugged. That answers your question. Looks like a deal to me. Iruka smiled as he watched Naruto and Kazumasa shake on the deal. That was one of his students he no longer had to worry about. But what about the others? So, are we clear? You work here when you have the time, and you're not on call unless you've told me in advance you'll be available. I can always find temporary help. But so help me, skip town without telling me, and I will cut you off. Uzumaki Setsuna looked down at her newest employee, awaiting her answer. Sakura knew better than to keep her new sensei waiting. Yes ma'am. Her moment of seriousness over, Setsuna waved off the formality and slouched back in her chair. Come on, just call me Setsuna-sensei. I ain't want to talk about manners. This is a small operation. It'll be you, me, Slinger, Mickey, and maybe some occasional help if we can make a profit to afford him. Just like a normal, semi-functional family. Everyone pulls their weight. I've never done anything like this before. How will I know what to do? Setsuna chuckled. Oh, you'll learn. According to that Iruka guy, you're a smart cookie. You'll get the hang of it right quick. Now, mind you, we do things a little differently here. As you've noticed, we have 3 waitresses to cover a dining room that can seat more than 100 people. Obviously the numbers don't add up, right? So how do we serve the customers? Setsuna waved Mickey over, and the redeeted waitress placed a small bundle on the table in front of Sakura. When the pink-haired girl opened it, she found a uniform like the one Mickey and Slinger wore, along with several heavy metal weights and an oversized pair of shoes. You aren't serving customers quite yet. The pace would make you keel over in a day or so. Instead, you're going to come in here before we open up and train. Then when we open, you'll observe how Mickey and I go about things. We didn't advertise the grand opening much, so the 2 of us can handle the crowd until you're ready to help out. Train in what? Isn't it just balancing a tray and getting it to the table quickly? Sakura, Setsuna sighed, you got a lot to learn. Slinger. Start us off on a practice run. And don't cook anything this time. Naruto and his pals aren't around to eat the leftovers. Their funeral, boss. Setsuna snorted as she tied a headband around her forehead, holding her hair back. Please. You've never beaten me at this and your lazy ass never will. Mickey. Let's get it on. Been too long since we gave Slinger a challenge. The other waitress smiled, preparing herself with a headband as well. Sakura watched, puzzled, as all hell broke loose. Slinger Azaki bellowed a war cry as he dashed into the kitchen. Seconds later, a bowl came soaring out of the window between Slinger's domain and the dining room. Pork ramen, heavy soup. Table 7. Setsuna smirked and bowed to Mickey. Show the new girl how it's done. Of course. The pink-haired girl's eyes shot open as Mickey leaped into the air, grabbing onto a beam and swinging herself around it. After a circle or two, she used her momentum to soar off the wooden support. The petite waitress intercepted Slinger's bowl in midair, catching it in one hand and delicately altering her course by bouncing off another roof beam. Mickey landed with nary a sound by table 7, the water inside the bowl barely disturbed. Sakura's jaw dropped. How? She's so. Setsuna looked amused. Clumsy? On the ground, maybe. In the air, there's nobody I trust more than Mickey. She feels she can be free up there, and I ain't one to mess with success. Get the point now, what you're gonna be training in. We give the customer thrills, chills, and no spills. Exactly what a girl with brains but little brawn needs to balance herself out. But I can jump. Every academy student has to be able to do that kind of acrobatics just to graduate. Slinger interrupted Sakura's complaint with another order. Miso ramen, chicken teriyaki bowl and an extra pot of rice on the side. Table 39. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. This time Setsuna shot into the air, but instead of going straight up to the airborne dishes as Mickey had, Naruto's ant began to twist in midair. As she drew closer to the target, Setsuna's hands and field began to glow. Sakura gasped, startled. Chakra. But I thought she wasn't a shinobi. Snagging the ramen bowl in one hand and the teriyaki bowl in the other, Setsuna spun again and lashed a foot out at the little metal pot Slinger had put the rice in, catching it with her chakra and hurling it above her. Landing beside table 39, Setsuna quickly set the dishes in her hands down on the table and then held her right hand out. A second later, the metal pot plopped down into her hand, undisturbed. Still think you know it all, Missy? Slinger, time out. The rookie needs a lesson. Sakura slumped into a nearby chair, wondering what she'd gotten herself into. Setsuna approached after laying down the rice pot, patting the pink-haired girl's shoulder in sympathy. I ain't gonna lie, Sakura. This is not an easy job to learn. It wasn't for me, and it wasn't for Mickey either. Hell, Slinger's got it tough too. His tosses have to be spot on for us to do anything with them. As for us, we have plenty of concerns. Body control, chakra control, peripheral vision, aerodynamics, geometry, timing, even gravity. But above anything else, we gotta have speed. If we drop the ball, someone goes hungry longer than he should. That's bad for business. Here's your first lesson. Shinobi aren't the only ones who take pride in their jobs. If you think you're going to wuss out on me, then leave now. If you're staying, then it's time for lesson 2. Put on your uniform and shoes and stand in front of the window. Sakura slipped on the pink blouse and deftly tied its matching apron around herself. But when she went to pick up the shoes, she could barely lift them. When she dropped the ugly-looking things to put them on her feet, they landed on the wooden floor with a huge thud. "Setsuna-sensei, what are these things?" "Training shoes, with lead weights in the toes and heels. As you so innocently put it, you can jump already. But you lack the endurance to do it for a full work shift. These will help you build up to that. For now, they serve a different purpose, to anchor you for this part of your training. Put 'em on and get over there, and you'll get the picture." Sakura complied meekly, a little afraid of what might be coming. Looking through the window into the kitchen, she took note of the wide grin on Slinger Azaki's face. The pink-haired girl wasn't too encouraged by that. When a huge Naruto-style raiment bowl came flying at her out of nowhere, her fears were confirmed. "I am so screwed." Frozen in place, she closed her eyes and braced for the hit. When it didn't come, Sakura opened her eyes slowly to see the bowl held in Mickey's palm, inches from her face. The frizzy-haired woman smiled encouragingly. "It's only kitchenware. There's nothing to fear. All you have to do is catch it for now. The rest will come to you." "What?" Setsuna said dryly. "Did you think the restaurant business was any easier than the ninja world? Fear has no place in either. Confidence is the key in both. Always keep it in mind. Ready to try again?" If she kept on the way she was, she would never be worth anything as a shinobi. Sasuke was beyond her, and Naruto had left the team because of her. "I can't hinder them any longer. I have to find something I can be good at. If I can't even be a waitress, what can I do?" Glaring at Slinger, Sakura crooked a finger, her inner self lending a little inner fury. "Do your worst. You asked for it." The bowl the same size as the first streaked towards her. This time, Sakura concentrated her chakra in one hand and snagged it easily. The FFT. Anyone can do one at a time. Let's crank it up. Slinger split her attention by firing 2 bowls to either side of her, but Sakura got both, even if it strained her reach. "You've only got 2 hands, girl. Deal with this." Sakura's eyes widened as Slinger hurled 3 bowls at her this time, in quick succession. "What should I do?" As she wavered, Setsuna's eyes bored into her student. "Time to see if all those smarts have a quick wit behind them, or if you're just a bookworm." Looking over at Setsuna, Sakura flashed back to what the older woman had just done and turned her attention back to the bowls. Catching the first, she flicked it into the air lightly, fishing off the second quickly to the table beside her and snaring the first and third in her hands. "Is that all you've got?" Setsuna chuckled as Slinger's eyes lit up sadistically. "Bad choice of words, girl." Within seconds, the space between Sakura and Slinger looked like an assembly line of pottery, bowls, dishes and trays, flying at the pink-haired girl in increasing numbers. As Slinger increased the number of items in each round, his tosses got wider, forcing Sakura to bend her body all over the place, unable to lift her feet in the heavy shoes. Finally, as Slinger finished hurling 8 items at her, one sword out of her reach. Gathering her chakra, Sakura prepared to jump for it until Setsuna's voice rang out. "Time out. Slinger, cease fire." The pink-haired girl looked over at Setsuna, who lazily snared the errant dish. "Do you know why I made you stand in one place? Because I'm not ready for more?" Naruto's aunt shook her head. "No, although that was a concern. The point of this drill isn't just to teach you how to snag stuff and juggle large orders. It's also to teach you the limits of your reach. Aren't I supposed to work on that?" Setsuna waggled a finger at her student. "Yes, but only so much. Did you really think Mickey and I only handle one order at a time? We've got way more than that when the lunch rush hits. When that time comes, it's important to know which throws are meant for you and which aren't. Slinger will only throw something the target waitress can reach. The ones you can't reach are somebody else's problem. If you get distracted by them, you're messing up your own duties." "Like on a mission, you mean? Know your duties and stick to them. You'll never go wrong." "But isn't that too strict? Sometimes you have to improvise." "True," Setsuna admitted, "but that requires timing. You need to know what everyone in the team can accomplish. It only comes with experience. Jump in to save someone who was getting around to turning the tables, and it screws the whole fight up." The pink-haired girl wondered if that was all Setsuna meant. Being Naruto's aunt, she had to know about Team 7 breaking up. "If everyone has their duty, then maybe mine is to leave things alone for now. To concentrate on myself." Knowing Naruto and Sasuke, they must be training right now too. Trying to butt in on either of them would only create more problems. Looking around the restaurant, Sakura took in the high-ceilinged room, beams and rafters crisscrossing it. "This is my world now. And I'm going to rule it before I'm done. So what's the next lesson?" "Honestly, Hinata. How would I know what the next lesson is? If you're serious about creating a new style, there is no lesson plan. You learn whatever you want to learn." Uhi Kurenai ran a hand through her long raven hair, puffing out a breath as she usually did when exasperated. She, like many people, had been glad to see Hyuga Hinata change into something stronger than she'd been. Unlike most of them, Kurenai actually had to live with Hinata. She felt guilty saying it, but it had been easier dealing with her when she'd been meek and introverted. The new Hinata was as hyper as Naruto when it came to exploring the things she'd once avoided. The girl was constantly looking for new experiences, absorbing new experiences with the same zeal as she did the latest and attacks. It was like she was making up for 12 years of isolation by being anywhere and everywhere about the village in the span of a month. She had learned Taijutsu from Guy and more from Asuma in hopes of finding a fighting style that worked for her. That was coming along, but Hinata was still looking, still not satisfied. I think I've finally figured out what I want to add. After fighting Niji, Hinata had become far less willing to eat her words than before. She didn't sound like she was whispering anymore, although she'd probably never get as loud as Naruto. The Hinata that greeted her now, coming down from her room, was living proof. Her hair had been totally redone, forehead protector holding back parted bangs that showed off wide, newly expressive eyes. In the back, Hinata had grown her hair out to just above her shoulders, letting it flow freely, if messily. Hinata had even spent some of her saved-up allowance on a new wardrobe with input from Kurenai and some fashion magazines. It didn't all look normal, but it was more colorful than she'd ever been before. Right now Hinata was in training mode, dressed in a sweatshirt, oversized t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans for ease of movement. The shy girl she had taken in was becoming a new person, Kurenai mused. I think I can take a few annoyances for Hinata's sake. Let's see what she becomes on her own. What did you have in mind? Hinata's eyes lit up. Ninjutsu? Illusions can be pretty powerful. I ought to know. I've been living one all this time, holding myself back. It's the perfect plan. We don't even have to go out and get another teacher. You've mastered plenty of illusions. Yuhi Kurenai did indeed know plenty of illusions. The problem was, her illusions were mostly done from a stationary position to support teammates. Hinata's new focus was on mobility, hitting from many different angles at once, instead of specific spots like the gentle fist required. Nothing Kurenai knew would mesh with that. They're not suited to your style. You need someone who can do it on the fly, something that's rare even for Jounin. It'll be a big surprise to your foes. Hinata looked disappointed. Who ever heard of someone with that kind of power? It's not surprising, Kurenai said, looking up at the ceiling. The only one in the village who knows how to do it doesn't like to talk about it. Why not? The man who taught her ultimately betrayed the village. Technically I shouldn't even be talking to you about that, but I think you can be trusted. Besides, the really forbidden stuff is beyond you and her. There's no danger in mentioning it. Hinata shrugged. As long as you think it'll help, I'll go. Tiled, Kurenai said, in the end it's going to be your fighting style. Don't force yourself to do something you won't enjoy. Her prodig's expression didn't change much, other than a little smile at the corner of Hinata's mouth. How will we know if I enjoy it unless I try it? Making up a new style is important, but learning anything new is just as nice. It's more than I ever got to do before. The bitterness Hinata still felt towards the Hyuga was in her voice. For all the talk about improving herself or impressing Naruto, Kurenai knew there might be another motive behind her actions. Revenge. And apparently not just against her father and younger sister Hanabi. The very first thing she'd asked Guy to teach her was how to improve her speed. Based on how hard Hinata had thrown herself into those lessons, her target was clear. She's gunning for Niji. Everyone needs to be fast, but to beat a Hyuga, you need to be even faster. Look, let's get it into the open, Kurenai sighed. You want to learn something that can beat the Byakugan, Gentle Fist and the Kaiten. You've made it clear you won't use the Hyuga Ryu, which means you have to add more outside influences. I'll introduce you to the user I just mentioned, but I'll warn you first your lessons are to stay a secret. Even hinting you're learning some of her techniques could land you in very hot water. Does she have a name, or what? Trust me. The less said, the better. You'll know well enough when you're introduced. And I can keep it a surprise from her new teacher as well. What do you want? But these were the first words out of Mitarashi Anko's mouth when she opened her door, did not bode well for Kurenai's plans. The special Jounin yawned as she squinted at Kurenai and Hinata, obviously just arising from another late night. The red-eyed woman cursed under her breath. Well, it's not like this was ever going to be easy. I have a proposition for you, Anko. Care to let us in and hear it? The other Jounin opened the door fully and walked back over to flop back onto her bed. Knock yourself out. Kurenai rolled her eyes. She was pretty easygoing, but this was ridiculous. Anko, dear, I've brought you a student. You might want to start paying more attention to me if you actually want to teach her. Anko was a special Jounin because she was a special case nobody knew what to do with her. On the one hand, what Orochimaru had taught her was useful. On the other, letting her teach anyone would be legitimizing an S-class criminal. The Leaf had enough issues without encouraging people to betray the village for power. That Orochimaru had abandoned Anko didn't help to the old guard that showed her weakness. Anyone so easily manipulated was unfit for much of anything. Was she about to use her fellow ninja? Most likely. Kurenai pushed down the nagging of her conscience by telling herself it would be good for the Anko to feel useful for once. We're all looking out for our own interests. She understands that. Anko muttered something from the bed, which Kurenai had to lean in to hear. What's in it for me? This was the question she'd been waiting for. I'm surprised you had to ask. Don't you get it? This is your chance to show the village you can be a good sensei. Not only that, you can stick it to Orochimaru by giving away his precious techniques. What's to consider? You ought to be jumping at this opportunity. She might. I won't. Kurenai turned and Anko sat up to see Hinata glaring at both of them. Kurenai, I want to learn and become somebody that I define myself by. If it's all the same, learning new things isn't important enough that I'd want to manipulate someone to do it. We're better than that. Anko-san's better than that. If it has to come to this, I'd rather not go through with it. She turned to leave, but Anko's voice stopped her. Hey, girl. Your sensei's a jackass, but you've got something I didn't have when I was your age, some spine. Anyone with that needs to be brought up right. If you want to learn, I'm game. Kurenai nodded. You'll do it, then. I ain't doing it for you. I'm doing it for the girl. If you want her to learn from me, then leave. I'm not a hotshot jounin, but I'll be damned if I gotta crawl to you for acceptance. Trust Anko to try and turn things around when she gets a chance. Kurenai didn't blame her for it. Though why Hinata would suddenly get so noble about it was beyond her. The girl had been so set on learning everything she could, hadn't she? But if that was how she wanted to play this scenario, then that's how it would be. Fine, I'll get out of your way. Have fun. Fun was the last thing on Anko's mind as she watched Kurenai leave. Hinata arched an eyebrow as the signs of a hangover completely disappeared off the special jounin's face. Was it an act? Very nice, girl. You have the good cop bad cop routine down. Kurenai didn't even have to signal for it. What makes you think I wasn't serious? Hinata could see it in the older woman's eyes without having to ask. Fear. The fear of many things: betrayal, shame, and loneliness. Fear that opening up to someone new would only end in tragedy again. That was what kept her a special jounin, not being gullible. There was no place for fear on the battlefield. That was the only lesson Niji had ever taught her. Nobody could really call Anko on it because she'd put on the Naruto mask, hiding her fears with false bravado. You and your sensei aren't the only ones who have tried to pry the things Orochimaru taught me out of my head since he left. Anbu interrogated me, and people tried to blackmail me. They try to tempt me with all the things they think I want, and none of them has ever succeeded. Don't think you will, either. Hinata sighed. Anko reminded her a little too much of the wild Hinata she'd sealed away for so long, and the older woman was about as irritating as that split-off soul had been. Just now you said I had some spine, and you didn't. That's not right, if you ask me. You have strength that's just buried away where you're unwilling to get to it. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know much about Orochimaru. But if he was anything like a normal sensei, he wouldn't have taught you unless you could stand up to it and stand up to him. A weakling never would have survived training with him in the first place. You're not weak, just scared that the things people say about you are right. Anko turned away, snapping a curse at her. Hinata's expression didn't change. What's the point of doing that? Running away from your problems will just dig you a deeper hole. I can tell you firsthand, the only way to change the way others see you is taking a chance at being what you want to be. I'm trying it, and I'm happier than I've been in a long time. That's why I came here, to learn about something I missed out on. All I want is a chance to experience something new. You can even test me to see if I'm worthy. Fine. You want a test? I'll give you a test. One, that's it. If you think you can handle the rest after mastering it, then come back here. I doubt you will. Nobody else ever has. Hinata sighed. You're angry at the world because they assume things about you that aren't true. The same thing happened to me. But getting angry about it or ignoring it won't change anybody's mind. If you're happy, doing something you want to do, being the person you were meant to be, people will change the way they look at you. Naruto seems to believe that, and so do I. Why not give teaching a chance? Save it. I'm tired of arguing with you. Anko growled. Come closer, girl. I'll give you what you want. Don't regret it. Trust me. I won't, and neither will you. Hinata was beginning to rue that prediction. It had been 2 weeks since her confrontation with Anko, and she was no closer to understanding what the special jounin had taught her than she'd been when first hearing it. She'd set herself a goal of having the Chunin exam finals ready so she could show everyone that she wouldn't be lagging behind, but that deadline was only a few days away now. Anko hadn't made it easy. The lesson consisted of a few mumbled phrases before she'd ushered Hinata out the door. The purple-haired genin wasn't about to let Anko be right about her not being able to learn it by going back and asking for help. Ninjutsu is about will. You have to get control over the target's will so that they see and feel exactly what you want them to. Other people use regular illusions and overwhelm the target's soul with chakra. What I do is different. A wise guy once said the eyes are the windows of the soul, and he was right. If you can hold your target's gaze and find the window into their soul, you don't even need to blow as much chakra as Kurenai and her buddies do on their techniques. She tried it on Kurenai, passing it off as a staring contest, but that had gone nowhere. Shino was training with Kiba for his fight, so those two were out. In desperation, she'd even tracked down the 3 little academy students who were always hanging around Naruto, only to find out they blinked too much, got giggly, and generally distracted her into playing games with them. Fun, but it wasn't getting her anywhere. Something had to give, but when? How? What does she mean by the window of the soul? The whole thing was a bunch of nonsense. If Anko had wanted her to just go away, Hinata would have. She didn't need to keep me hanging on a riddle. All this thinking was getting her hungry. With Kurenai out training Shino, there was no point in cooking dinner just for one. Might as well go out and get something. That thought ended when she opened the door to leave and saw someone about to knock. "Now you're the last one I thought would visit me." Hinata really did mean that. Of all the people that could possibly have shown up, her younger sister Hanabi, the new heir of the clan, was probably the least likely to pop up. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" "Father sent me. He warns you that just because you do not live as a Hyuga, you are still a representative of the clan. You are not to bring shame upon the clan with frivolous actions and mongrel combat styles." Just the tone of Hanabi's voice set Hinata's teeth on edge. The Hyugas used formal archaic speech in private, as if to emphasize how much they held themselves apart from the rest of the leaf. Living with Kurenai, Hinata had gradually cast those words out of her mind. Now her sister was bringing it all back. "I'm sorry he feels that way, but it's none of his concern. When he cast me out, he lost the right to control my life. If I were you, I'd get out from under his thumb too." Hanabi bristled. She obviously didn't share her sister's opinion. "I do not need advice from an outcast. I am simply here to deliver a message. By force, if need be. You are not important enough to the clan that force is not an option." Hinata watched as her sister's body tensed and Hanabi settled back into a defensive stance. The whole thing was rapidly turning into the one thing she didn't need, with her fighting style unmastered in actual fight. Then again, if you can't master Anko's riddle normally, you might as well try it in combat. Slipping a hand in the pocket of her jeans, Hinata pulled out a pair of fingerless gloves, which she slipped on, and stepped outside. After closing Kurenai's door, she shrugged. "I don't want to fight you, but I'm not just going to stand here and let your father push me around. If you walk away, we can both forget this ever happened. I do not take orders from you." Irrational side said to flee or talk her way out of it, she couldn't counter the gentle fist. Hinata wasn't about to listen to that. "I'm done stepping aside for what everyone else wants. Naruto was right. I have to be what I want to be. And if that means doing it by force, maybe it's the only language the Hyuga clan understands. Very well. If I can't get you to leave with words, you're not leaving me with any option but a fight." Hanabi activated her Byakugan. A foolish gesture. "Father was right about you." Hinata arched an eyebrow at her sister. "That has yet to be determined." When Hanabi didn't move out of a defensive stance, Hinata's eyes narrowed. "She wouldn't have enough chakra to do a Kaiten with range like Niji, so she's not charging up. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she's scared of me. That's impossible. Or was it?" Hanabi was 5 years younger. Smaller, less powerful, and likely slower after the speed training Hinata had done with Guy. But with a gentle fist that didn't matter much. Score enough glancing hits and the odds would even out. It had to be something else. Then it hit her. Her father's message was the key. Why would he be so scared of what a no-talent disowned daughter did with her life? Hinata had been disowned. She didn't even count as a Hyuga. The clan's image was safe from her. What wasn't safe was the clan's new heir. Hanabi was young, more easily influenced. If Hinata found success doing something totally out of bounds for a Hyuga, Hanabi might follow. To combat that, Hiashi had demonized her. Hanabi looked at her like she was insane, dangerous somehow. And to a young child, that image would have tremendous power. Pieces of Anko's puzzle slowly began sliding into place. She said other users overwhelm their target's will. They take control by force. But her other point was that if you can find something to empathize with a target and keep them entranced with your gaze, you don't have to overwhelm them, they'll let you right in. What other alternative did she have anyway? Hinata knew if she came close to fighting Hanabi straight up, it would be a losing battle. Might as well see if I figured out Anko's little riddle. "I'm sorry, sister." That got her attention. Catching Hanabi's gaze, Hinata activated her own Byakugan. Focusing on the chakra points in the eyes would make it easier to follow Hanabi's head movements and stay in eye contact. "What do you mean, you are sorry? My weakness pushed you into the role of the heir. Now you're stepping into the same place that crippled me for so long. I may not like you, but even you don't deserve this." Hanabi made as if to shake her head, but her sister cut her off. "You think I'm crazy, right? Father's told you as much. But look at the facts. Look at your life and then look at mine. I'm living, learning, and experiencing all sorts of things that I could never have seen if I'd remained the heir, part of the clan. And father calls that crazy, something to be scared of. You've never wondered why. No. The younger Hyuga's voice was strangled and her legs tensed as though to spring backwards. Hinata made her voice even softer, back to the way it had been. Emphasize the similarities between us, not the differences. I'll tell you why. It's because he lost control of me and I exploited it. I freed myself. And now he's scared you'll do the same. Scared you'll actually be normal. Why would I want to be normal if it means being you? You'd rather be an all-powerful Hyuga and not know anything that's going on outside the house. Life is for living, not just existing in. If you're not doing what you want, what you love, you'll never be happy. Father took that away from me and now he's doing it to you. He would never do that. I am his heir, his student. Sister, you're neither. You're just a pawn in father's elaborate game of life. What kind of hobbies do you have? What do you like to do in your spare time? I'll tell you what the answer is. You don't have hobbies. You don't have spare time. All of your time is father's time. You do whatever he has planned for you. Hinata gazed even harder into her sister's eyes. That's not life, sister. It's slavery. When Hinabi's eyes shot wide open, Hinata readied herself. She sensed this might be her one chance to master Anko's first technique. Concentrating on the eyes in front of her, she thought rather than spoke, doing her best to push those thoughts outwards to Hinabi. You and I are alike. I am right in front of you, talking to you. You are talking with me. I am not moving. You are not moving. We are at a standstill. That in itself was no big deal. She could do it all day long and not know if she'd succeeded. The key was Hinabi's reaction if she moved. Hinata lifted her foot and took as large a stride forward as possible, moving up a few feet closer to Hinabi without breaking eye contact. The younger girl didn't even blink. Good grief, it worked. Well, don't just stand there, keep her off guard. Hinata spoke again, even as she took more steps forward. I won't tell you to be me, sister. I know you probably don't want that. But I will tell you to be yourself. The only way you'll ever know what that means is if you break free of father and the clan. The only way the clan will change is if our generation does it. I can't do it alone. Hinabi gritted her teeth and snarled a reply. I will not help you. Oh, I think you will. You're too smart not to see the truth for what it is. The Hyuga heir started hatred at her older sister until Hinata's image disappeared. Since the only truth you'll accept as you are now is battle, you've left me no choice but to fight you. I hope we won't have to do this again. Hinabi slumped to the ground as Hinata's knife-edge chop crashed into her temple from behind. Ryu Kenpu. Hebamotoroki, self-taught fighting style. Snake Eye surprise. Welcome to the world of the living, Hinabi. When Hyuga Hinabi opened her eyes again, an unfamiliar sight greeted her, a ceiling not her own. She lay on a comfortable bed, not at all like the stiff Uton that awaited her at home. Where am I? Distant voices answered that question for her. So you're telling me it actually worked? Just barely. If I'd made one mistake, or if she'd been bluffing, she'd have had me in the perfect position to give me the beating. Kurenai and Hinata. Why had they brought her in to recover? Why not simply leave her on the street if she was such a bother? Hinabi rose to leave and opened the door of Kurenai's guest room. Unfortunately, Hinata and Kurenai were parked right in front of the stairs leading to the first floor. Oh, good. I was afraid you'd really been hurt the way you collapsed. Hinabi, already humiliated by losing to an outcast, went bright red. I do not have to stay here and listen to this. Hinata sighed. And again we come to Hyuga pride. I won't force my opinions on you. That's father's game and he plays it well. If you really want to be his puppet then by all means, go home. Just be sure to remember one thing. What now? That you're going back to dressing like a doll and being whatever father wants you to be. Me, on the other hand. I'm free. I can wear leather pants and watch him hyperventilate about it disgracing the clan. Just as Hinabi was digesting that, her sister spoke again. Ooh, I almost forgot. A navel ring. The younger Hyuga fainted dead away. Kurenai sighed. Hinata, dear, you didn't mean that, did you? Well, maybe not the piercing. But fashion is fashion. Leather is in this year. Kurenai held her head in her hands as Hinata went back up to her room, humming a tune. Naruto, you've created a monster. Later that night, Kurenai dropped in to see how the girl was doing. It's not often you score a psychological victory like that. When she opened Hinata's door, she caught sight of the girl laying in bed doing sit-ups, headphones perched on her ears and blasting away. When the Jounin entered, Hinata switched off her music and sat up fully. What's up? Oh, nothing. Just checking up. I figured you'd be celebrating. The purple-haired girl shrugged. I got lucky. I was angry, I nearly dug my own grave challenging Hinabi to a fight before I was ready. If she hadn't delivered my father's message, I'd have been the one that got beat. Well, consider it a lesson for the future. Nobody ever said creating a new fighting style would be easy. Yeah, Hinata murmured. Lord only knows how I would have turned out if I'd actually been good at the gentle fist. Locked away, pale as a ghost, never seeing the sunlight, squashed under my father's thumb. What a life. I almost feel sorry for my sister. Almost. Why almost? She believed my father when he said becoming the heir was wonderful, something to aspire to. Now, hopefully, she knows the truth. What she does with it is up to her. If she's as smart as he says she is, I've got no reason to feel sorry for Hanabi. Why did you do all of that? For revenge? Hinata shook her head. No. Change has to come from inside before it can be helped from outside. I'm just making the chink in their armor somebody can blow wide open someday. Kurenai looked at her daughter in amusement. You don't want to do it yourself. Hinata laid back on her bed and crossed her legs. Only the Hokage has the power to push for that kind of change. I may want to be stronger, but being the leader. That's not something to strive for without really being dedicated to it. Right now I'd be satisfied just knowing what I'm going to be like once I've got my own identity. Kurenai leaned back against the wall, looking out over the village to the stadium, where the Chunin finals would start soon. I suppose you're right. Hinata turned and looked out the window as well, thinking of what would happen when Naruto fought Neji. I've taken the first step in changing my clan, but I'll still need help. Let's see what happens when they fight. If battle is the only thing a Hyuga understands, Neji may finally have to change his mind. Chapter 17. The burdens we bear. Pink Floyd, shine on, you crazy diamond. Shouldn't you be sleeping, Naruto? Us ferrets are the nighttime species, not humans. Naruto turned from his perch on top of a stray boulder, where he'd been staring at the darkened Uzumaki training grounds. Itachi, for that was who had spoken, scurried up the rock and onto Naruto's shoulder. The genin turned back to the training ground. Just thinking. I had that fight with Neji in the morning, and with all the stuff I've been learning, from summoning to stuff about my past, I haven't had time to plan anything out for that Hyuga punk. Like you would have anyway. You didn't plan anything ahead when you fought that dog guy either. I didn't have advance warning that I was gonna fight Kiba. Besides, it was mostly a slugfest. You can improvise in those. This guy is different. Way back when, I lost to that Rock Lee guy in a fight. Now I'm hearing Neji's not only better than Lee, he was his class's #1 rookie. There's Sasuke. Tougher fight all around. And he's got that freaky Byakugan like Hinata. What's the big deal? It's only a test. Mess up and you can just take it over again. Naruto shook his head at Itachi's dismissal of the exam. I can't think of it that way. There's a lot of things I have to live up to, even if only a few people are gonna know. Everyone's been teaching me stuff and I've been training to get past this in one shot. Not gonna let them down. You also can't be killing yourself just to look good to others. Naruto turned again and saw Satsuna walk into the training ground, just in from work, dressed in her uniform. His aunt yawned. My job's just acrobatic stuff all day, and I'm beat. You may be a kid, but don't think you're invincible. Sleep is just as important as training. One more run, he grumbled. Just to see how I'm doing so far. Satsuna shrugged and continued back to the house. Suit yourself. But I think you should know you're only grasping half the training. Can we quit it with the riddles? What am I doing wrong? The older Uzumaki just kept on walking, turning her head back when she reached the door. The invisible body is weight training and speed training. You couldn't screw that up if you tried. But the diamond body is about more than mindless endurance and taking a beating. It's named for a reason. You have to become a diamond. The hell's that supposed to mean? Satsuna grinned. It wouldn't be good training if you got all the answers handed to you. Think about it. It was lucky for Satsuna that she closed the door at that instant. Naruto's roar would have deafened her. What is it with this family and riddles? After a restless sleep, Naruto was no closer to an answer than before. Slipping out of the house through his window, the safest way to exit, he began to stroll at a leisurely pace towards the site of the Chunin finals. As the genin walked, Satsuna's riddle kept gnawing at him. Become a diamond. What exactly is a diamond? By pure chance, Naruto's route took him past the Yamanaka house. He considered trying to wake Itachi up to come with him, but thought better of it. Ino may be able to hear animals now, but waking up at 6 in the morning isn't the kind of new experience she'd enjoy. I'd never hear the end of it. He was surprised to be thinking of Ino. Arashi had been letting him recover from burning himself out after summoning Deathstroke, so he didn't know how the fourth would react to yesterday's events. Knowing his father, it wouldn't be pretty. But did that matter? For once, there was somebody he could talk to. Somebody who, if she didn't always like him, would still understand him. For Naruto, that was well worth getting chewed out over secrecy. You really are insane. The finals aren't until noon and you're already up after everything that's happened this month. Naruto looked up to see Ino leaning out her window. You're one to talk, being up with nothing to do. The blonde girl flipped out her window and landed next to the doors of the flower shop. Says you. I'm the low girl in the pecking order, so watching the shop gets dumped on me. The flower deliveries always come in early. Watch the shop. Why he felt anxious when he heard that, he couldn't really say. Scratching his head, Naruto looked over at Ino, busily unlocking the flower shop and dragging 2 flower lot and display carts out front. So, you gonna be at the finals? Ino kept on working, but she tossed back a comment over her shoulder. Someone has to be there to sprinkle a few cheers among the boos. What were you expecting? I dunno, he shrugged. Wasn't really sure what you'd do once you had time to think things over. All that stuff yesterday happened pretty quick. Ino kept her back turned to him, which made it a little easier to concentrate. At his best, Naruto was always a little fidgety, constantly threatening to explode into motion. Right now he sounded uncertain, which meant he was probably acting all kinds of hyper. Better not to look. It wasn't really surprising he felt that way. Naruto had family now and a few friends, but for the most part he was still in need of emotional support. He obviously wasn't getting it from his team or he'd never have quit. Iruka meant something to him, but he was busy pretty often. Time to make a decision, girl. If you want to call him your friend, better live up to it. Naruto, relax. I'll be there. Friends are supposed to support each other. Granted we haven't been friends long, but it doesn't mean I don't care. You've been through enough on your own. Geez, the blonde boy muttered, you make me sound like a charity case. Ino turned to him and smiled coyly. You haven't heard of it. I offer the same services for all the socially inept. Naruto rolled his eyes and prepared to leave Ino to her job when it hit him. Can't ask Sakura for the answer to the riddle. According to Aunt Satsuna she was exhausted last night. But Ino's pretty smart. Maybe she'd know. Speaking of services. Very funny, she snorted. I don't mean that kind of service. Huh? Ino, seeing Naruto's blank expression, sighed to herself. You talk about being really socially deprived. Never mind. You wouldn't get it. Okay. Anyway, I had a question. What's a diamond? That's a bit abrupt. Why do you want to know? Naruto considered lying, but Ino had seen through all of his prior attempts, so he simply gave it to her straight. Family riddle. You know how my dad and Aunt Satsuna get with training and stuff. I gotta jump through all these hoops to learn anything. Anyhow, Aunt Satsuna mentioned something about becoming a diamond. Can't understand that for the life of me. Ino shrugged as she hung up the decorative curtain that went across the shop's door. If you don't get it after living with her, why would I? Can't you give me some general info? She sighed and walked outside, Naruto following closely. The blonde girl knelt down and traced a 5-sided shape in the dirt. This is what diamonds look like most of the time. They're mined out of the earth and then cut and polished down into shapes like this for jewelry and other things. Naruto looked at the angles of the diamond, noting how sharp they were. Does she mean I gotta wear armor and deflect stuff off at an angle? What's so special about a diamond? Well, they're status symbols to women if they're in jewelry. You can also use them in tools, they're the hardest things known to man. Naruto considered all of the things she had mentioned. If it was training related, the status symbol thing was probably out. However, it's got something to do with angles and toughness or hardness. I just can't figure out what. All that fuss over a rock. The blonde girl threw her hands up and sighed. What am I, a professor? That's just the way it is. People think they're valuable because they're so rare. Go figure it out yourself and let me get to work. I'll meet you at the stadium before the fight. Okay, fine. What's with everyone telling me to think about stuff these days? Ino giggled as Naruto moved down the street, hands shoved in his pockets. Never one to miss an opportunity, she got in the last shot. Because they don't make idiots like Hokage. It was probably true, but Naruto didn't have to like it. Thinking all these things over and mastering it all would actually require him to study. Fighting had been easier when all he had to do was improvise. Now he had books and scrolls stacked on his desk, maths and other assorted stuff Satsuna had dumped on him. But as much as it sucked to have to read that junk, what was the alternative? He'd come this far, and still Kakashi had figured Sasuke was the one who would best understand his teachings. Neji loomed right ahead, and after him, maybe even that Gaara kid from the sand. Anyone who could beat the crap out of Lee was no easy meat. I need to buckle down and really make something of myself. Too many people's legacies are riding on this. Can't just keep using brute force and guts. If I'm going to be what my parents always thought I'd be, then I gotta be the total package. He would just have to grit out the process of getting there. Mulling his future, Naruto missed the sound of someone calling out to him. Eventually, the speaker tried again. Naruto. Stop, if you would. I've got something for you. The blonde boy turned around to see Tenten's house, Kazumasa standing at the gate. He stared suspiciously at Tenten's father. How'd you know it was me walking by? Aren't you supposed to be blind? The normal stuff, I am blind. I can still see and sense chakra. That shows me living beings, but I'll still bump into walls and things that are inanimate. You, my boy, have the most distinct aura I've ever seen. I could pick you out of a crowd any day. The genin rolled his eyes. Great. One more person is on the Ninetales secret. Is that good or bad? Kazumasa shrugged. If you mean the Ninetales, I can't say for sure. Any good chakra reader will see that you've got two auras. There's a thin red layer visible just underneath your normal chakra. Great, Naruto growled. Everywhere I go, someone's going to know about the demon. You say that like you ain't happy. Naruto didn't bother making a face. Kazumasa wouldn't have seen it anyway. Instead, he simply shoved his hands in his pockets again, looking back out at the village. Is it wrong to want to be normal? In your case? No, I guess not. But there's something you should remember, Naruto. Being normal demonless for you wouldn't be a perfect existence either. Look at me. Simple mission, enemies that could be dealt with easily, and I still ended up taking a sword slash in the eyes. What's your point? My sensei used to say something to people who were doubting themselves. The measure of a man is how he carries the burdens life gives him. Everyone has problems, worries and fears. There's no rhyme or reason why one man gets more and another gets less. That's just life. People destined for greatness are the ones who soldier on, they push the pain aside and do what has to be done. People who won't amount to much let it get to them and are beaten down. Naruto snorted and leaned back against the house. Don't bitch, tough it out, and you'll come out on top in the end. Yeah, the older ninja chuckled, something like that. Remember, kid. You've got people who'll support you. Setsuna, Iruka, Tenko and me, and from the looks of things, that Ino girl. If you learn to get along with her, I'm sure Tenten would be your friend as well. Use that support if you need it. Trying to tough things out by yourself won't get you anywhere but lonely and dead. Take this as a reminder. Reaching behind him, the Jounin pulled out a blade, which he tossed in Naruto's general direction. The blonde boy caught it and pulled out the weapon, seeing the familiar Suzaku carved just above the handguard. No offense, but you didn't sharpen it yourself, did you? Kazumasa laughed and waved a hand in negation. Took it to the swordsmith. It's usable now, if shorter than it should be. A blade's a blade. Yes. I'm sure Haruka would be proud to see you with it. Naruto sheathed the repaired blade, holding it reverently. I'd rather she be proud of me for what I do with it. That'd work just fine too. Naruto strolled down the path to the stadium a few hours later, Haruka's sword stuffed into the belt behind his back. What Kazumasa had said about handling burdens struck a chord in him, at least when it came to Team 7. Had he overreacted, just deciding to up and leave? Probably. At the very least, Naruto figured he needed to apologize to Kakashi for using the Force memory against his sensei. The problem was, he'd made his intentions a little too plain. Passing the exam would have split up the team anyway. Simply tossing them aside was something he shouldn't have done. But with all his frustrations over life, he'd simply boiled over. Real mature. Did he want to go back? No. What's done is done. He hadn't been lying to himself. The three of them had so many problems being forced to get along it wasn't worth staying together. Naruto couldn't speak for Sasuke, but he was pretty happy not arguing with the Uchiha boy all the time and not being yelled at by Sakura. But just because they couldn't be teammates didn't mean they couldn't be friends, at least in theory. First things first. Beat Neji, get your promotion. The rest can wait. Hi Naruto. When the blonde boy first heard Hinata's voice, he barely recognized it. After a second, he realized why. She's not whispering anymore. Guess somebody got a little spine after all. Turning, he took in the Hyuga girl's new hairstyle and clothes and arched an eyebrow. And a makeover, too. When I said you should be what you want to be, you took that and ran with it, huh? Well, she smiled back, what do you think? Weighing his response carefully, Naruto answered as frankly as he dared. I'd say you don't look like a Hyuga anymore. To be honest, that's the best thing that's ever happened to you. Hinata sighed and leaned back against a post in the ground. I'd smack you for that if it wasn't absolutely true. Actually, that's why I was waiting for you to pass this way. Again. Hinata hesitated but screwed up her slowly building courage and continued on. I need a favor from you when you go in there to fight Neji. Knowing that Hinata cared about her cousin, even if Neji didn't do the same for her, Naruto squinted suspiciously. If you're asking me to throw the match. He relaxed when she started to laugh. No. Are you kidding? I know you, Naruto. You'd no more lay down for someone than you would go back on your word. I don't want you to lose on purpose. I don't want you to lose at all. Okay? He muttered. If you already wanted me to win the match, why ask me for a favor? Hinata shook her head. You were there when I fought him. From what you said to each other, I can tell neither one of you respects the other. When the fight starts, Niji's going to say things that will make you mad. Maybe even mad enough to try and kill him. I know you can do that, even if he doesn't. Don't kill him. That's my favorite. Could you do that for me? It was Naruto's turn to shake his head. He tried to kill you. Why protect that jackass? Hinata hugged herself tightly, trying not to quail under Naruto's irritated gaze. Niji's still my cousin. I may not like him, but I don't want him dead either, not while he has time to turn things around. If I'm ever going to make the Hyugas change their ways, I need his help. What's that got to do with me, other than leaving him alive for you to recruit? I think, Hinata said softly, the Hyugas have been in power so long they don't care about others. They have this image of themselves that can't be broken normally. Above everyone else, so perfect they don't need to change. The only way to get their attention, maybe the only language they understand, is battle. Let me see if I understand. Kick his ass and he'll change his ways. Hinata shrugged. I tried talking to him, and you saw where it got me. Naruto laughed, feeling the absurdity of the whole situation. Okay, beat him, but don't kill him. I gotta say, Hinata, he doesn't deserve you protecting him. You know that, right? He doesn't now, but he could. That's why I asked for your help. Alright. You got my word on it. But let me just confirm one last time. It's okay if I beat the crap out of him. The purple-haired genin giggled. Naruto, if you're going to make him change, you'll have to beat the crap out of him. The blonde boy cracked his knuckles, a grin splitting his face from ear to ear. Well, then. Everybody wins. Ino directed a puzzled look at Naruto as he arrived in front of the stadium, watching Hinata go inside. What was that all about? Just doing her a favor, he grunted. Wants me to kick Niji's ass for her without killing him. Ino rolled her eyes at him. Kick last year's #1 rookie's ass without killing him, huh? Just skip right off the tongue, like you're guaranteed to do it. Naruto grinned back, a little devilish confidence shining in his smile. If you think you're going to lose, you will. And I ain't here to lose today. Oh, I give up. Do what you like. Trust me, I plan to. As the two blonde shinobi were about to enter the stadium, Naruto caught sight of a group of children playing in a sandbox, singing something in that horribly out-of-tune way only the very young could. Straining a little, he just did make out what they were saying. 4 seasons come, 4 seasons go, all things ebb, all things flow. It was a few seconds before the blonde boy noticed he'd frozen in place, listening to the children's song. You've never heard that nursery rhyme before. Looking back, he saw Ino turn around and come back to the doorway. Naruto shrugged. Hey, you've been in my memories. I didn't exactly have people to teach me nursery rhymes or pals to play with. It's just something that parents say to all the kids, Ino said. My mother told me it means everything will come in time. You don't need to rush to get what you want. Kind of like today, you mean, with promotions in the balance. She smiled. Yeah, a little. Do Hinata her favor, but don't just go charging in. You're not a moron anymore, right? Naruto grinned again, Ino's support relaxing him. You know it and I know it. Time to show the rest of the world. Sakura looked clearly out at the battlefield where the finalists were lining up in a row. Still tired from her first day at the restaurant, she dragged herself to see the fights anyway. Sasuke would have expected that of her. Naruto probably would too, even if they weren't teammates anymore. In fact, it looked as if Naruto was angling to join a new team. Sakura's eyes narrowed as she caught sight of Ino leaving the floor after walking the blonde boy out there, exchanging barbs with him as she walked. What is Ino doing with Naruto? Maybe she was hallucinating. Turning to see where the blonde girl would sit, Sakura saw another sight that threw her off. Ino had parked herself next to a genin in trendy clothes who looked a lot like Hinata. The pink-haired girl blinked a couple of times, but the picture was still the same. Sakura's overtaxed brain churned for a couple of seconds before a common thread emerged. Hinata had always been a silent admirer of Naruto, encouraging him on, even if her voice was so soft he'd never heard her. Now Ino seemed to be Naruto's friend too. He quits the team and suddenly he's hanging out with people he never noticed before. She sighed. It wasn't so far-fetched. Naruto and Sasuke loathed each other, and Sakura had made a habit of putting Sasuke on a pedestal above Naruto at every opportunity. He left because he wanted to work with people who liked him, or at least were friendly with him. It didn't excuse him for quitting, not fully. But Sakura at least admitted Naruto had his reasons. Who knows? Maybe not having so many distractions helped him train. Naruto would have agreed if he'd heard her thoughts. Right now he was more intent on figuring out what to do about Niji. That, and one other thing. Where the hell is Sasuke? Of all the combatants, Sasuke had the most reason to be at the stadium, even more than Naruto. Even so, the Uchiha survivor was missing in action. Looking over at his opponent, Naruto shook off his thoughts. Screw it. It's his life. I have my own problems to handle. Genma, the special jounin in charge, gave all 7 fighters a last hard look and issued what sounded like a standard warning. You ought to know how this works by now. These fights are gonna be to the death or until somebody gives up. If I think it's over, I'll step in and stop it. Simple enough, huh? Nobody responded, which Shiranui Genma was perfectly fine with. Waving everyone else away, he pointed at Naruto and Niji. Opening match will be Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Niji. Time to start the show. Everybody else park your asses upstairs and wait your turn. As Naruto paced over to the spot Genma indicated, Lee's words from the preliminaries came back to him. The Hyuga clan uses a special form of taijutsu, completely different from the kind that Gai Sensei and I use. The Hyugas can do it the other way, from the inside out, by pushing their chakra into the enemy's inner coil pathways and attacking internal organs directly. Hinata had only dared to fight her cousin at close range because she had the Byakugan and at least some ability to counter the gentle fist. Naruto had no such advantages. If I'm going to attack, I won't be able to do much of it in close. He could call Deathstroke and let the wolf try his luck, but right now Naruto figured he'd better follow Shino's lead and use his trump cards wisely. Add and keep this punk thinking I'm still the stubborn bastard who fought Kiba. Hey Hyuga. Hope you've been using this month to train. I ain't got the time to sit around and get talked to death like you did with Hinata. I'm going places. Neji snorted, seeing the total lack of self-doubt in his opponent's eyes. I will enjoy bringing you back to reality, one slow step at a time. Naruto brought his hands together, chakra already moving for the cage bunshin. Save the high and mighty crap for someone who cares. As Naruto finished speaking, 7 clones appeared around Neji, forming a full circle around him, one Naruto for every point on the compass. The other genin snarled as his Byakugan refused to reveal which Naruto was real. His chakra is spread evenly between each body. The Byakugan will not help to tell them apart. Whether you attack as 1 or 8 will not make any difference, loser. All 8 Narutos drew forth a kunai, speaking in stereo. There's only one loser here and I'm looking at him. As he spoke, the Narutos in front of Neji charged. As the wide-eyed boy sank into a defensive stance, the clones behind him threw their kunai. Naruto thought he'd gotten the drop on Neji until his opponent abruptly charged. What the hell? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Then there was no time to think, as Neji came into the midst of the onrushing clones, feet and hands flashing out to disperse them. Naruto leaped backwards and dispelled the rest of his copies. When he caught sight of Neji's smirk, Naruto's lip curled in disgust. All the talent in the world, the number 1 rookie, eyes in the back of his head, and this is what it adds up to. A whining, sneering jackass who still has someone willing to protect him, while I was treated like an outcast for 12 years. Neji laughed at the impotent rage in Naruto's expression. This is the extent of your power. This is what you will use to become Hokage with. You are a fool. You seek to take with determination what is ordained at birth, destined for a chosen, talented few. By fighting destiny, you deny reality. Naruto snarled and tensed his body, but Hinata's memory stopped him short. He may say some things that will piss me off enough to try and kill him. If I do, then I really will still be a moron. The goal was to change Neji, not kill him. I'll give him one shot to learn his lesson, and then my fists will do the changing. Fate and destiny. You know what those are? A pack of pathetic excuses. Don't like your life. So what? You haven't done a damn thing to try and change it, besides taking your frustrations out on others. Don't just assume crap like your way's the right way. I'd rather fight destiny than be like you, letting it roll all over me. His opponent only shrugged. You sound like a yapping little dog. I have no need to listen to the bluster of a loser. Naruto's vision slowly became a haze of red. You had your chance. He silently activated the cage bunshin again, a mob of clones forming in an instant. With a small nod, they charged. Neji got busy dodging, but the smile on his face went from ear to ear. His tactics are like a child's. Does he think I do not know where the real body is? You cannot hide from me. Weaving his way through the crowd, Neji slammed a spear into Naruto who was standing still. You fear having your opening points pressed, and you hold back. Did you think I would not notice? Naruto staggered, blood leaking from his mouth and then spat on the ground. There you go assuming things again. Neji's response died in his throat as his wounded opponent disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto's voice rang out again, this time from behind. How about you assume something right for a change, like that I'm going to kick your ass so hard you'll have to clear your throat to fart. When Neji didn't say anything, Naruto started getting suspicious. He threw a punch anyway, since he was close enough. It didn't get him anywhere. Chakra flared as Neji began to spin, stopping the attack just before it hit. Suddenly Naruto felt himself flying through the air from the impact, his last clone disappearing. Sitting up quickly, he took in the crater that now surrounded the wide-eyed genin. What the heck was that? Up in the stands, someone answered his question. Peyton. The heavenly spin. Tenten looked down at the battlefield, watching Naruto's reaction. She was still annoyed with him, but it didn't keep her from staying curious. Her parents had always made Naruto's parents out to be almost superhuman. Was he the same? Had his life driven him to excel like his parents, or was he just a mere shadow of the fourth and Uzumaki Haruka? This fight would probably answer her question. Right now Naruto looked stumped. Tenten didn't blame him. It's Neji's strongest technique. Before an attack can strike him, he releases chakra from all parts of his body, something even some Jounin can't do. By spinning, he forces the attack away. You might call it an absolute defense. The black-haired girl leaned forward, anticipating Naruto's counter. I've seen what the Hyuga bloodline is capable of. What powers does Naruto have? It's over. You are within the field of my haki. Naruto rose to his feet, watching Neji settle into an odd defensive stance. Before the Hyuga boy could act, Naruto snapped back at him. Hours, powers and more powers. Everybody's got him, and everybody loves to show him off. Sasuke, Kiba, Lee, that Sand guy, and now you. Everybody's got something to brag about, huh? Well, so do I. Neji's eyes narrowed slightly as Naruto unzipped his jacket, removing it and hurling it violently to the ground. The blonde boy put a thumb to his mouth, biting it, and swiped it across his upper right arm. You may have deflected my attacks by turning into a human top. Try deflecting this. Shizen Kuchius no jutsu what the and number and. The loud roar echoed through the stadium, air displaced as something huge entered the area. Looking up, Neji froze. It was understandable, considering how many 40-foot-tall bone-white ferrets had been seen in the leaf before absolutely none. Across from him, Naruto stared down at his right arm, finally noticing the two characters glowing underneath the wolf tattoo, Ferret and Raven. Not only had he missed the wolf tattoo with his blood, he hadn't even seen the other two summoning seals. Looking up at Lord Yama, Naruto roared a question at the ferret chief. Do you mind telling me when you accept the blessing next time? The giant ferret shrugged. Up in the crowd, Ino slapped a hand to her forehead when she heard Lord Yama's amplified response. I thought you knew already. Do I look prepared for giant ferrets to you? Look, I accepted your blessing when you and the wolves made your pact. Didn't you see the tattoo? My arm was burning like I stuck it in a and $% fire. I wasn't exactly in the mood to check it. When I woke up the next morning all the damn tattoos were gone anyhow. How the hell was I supposed to know? What you asking me for? I don't make the rules. All I know is you don't get the power to summon your subjects unless you're actually in battle or the chiefs allow it. If you'd come to feed me again I would have told you. It's all about food with you, isn't it? That's a ferret's life. Speaking of which, Lord Yama looked down at Neji, now glaring warily up at the giant ferret. The chief turned back to Naruto. Hey, Naruto. All this summoning stuff is making me hungry. Can I eat him? Hinata and the entire section around her looked over at Ino when the blonde fell over, giggling hysterically. Naruto scratched his head slowly and glanced over at Genma. Hey examiner. Are we allowed to have our opponents eaten? Had Naruto been behind the special jounin, he would have seen a huge sweat drop going down Genma's head. I don't think that ever crossed the minds of the rules committee. I guess it's okay, seeing as there aren't any rules against it. Naruto shook his head, remembering Hinata. Nah, no eating him. I promised somebody he wouldn't get killed. You can beat him to a pulp, though. Then what am I supposed to eat? You'll get ramen after we get out of here, alright. Slinger owes me tons of stuff by now. Oh, fine. And here I was about to be the first chief in history to eat a human without being hunted down for it. Genma's sweat drop got even larger when he heard Naruto's reply. There's always the jounin exam. Neji stood there, frozen not only in shock but also in rage. How could someone as feckless and undisciplined as Uzumaki Naruto be gifted with this kind of power? The idea of him actually being able to control such an awesome creature was ludicrous. Controlling his fear, he pointed at Naruto, who turned back from arguing with Lord Yama. That thing is wasted on you. How can a fool like you have been granted any such abilities? Naruto snorted. Look who's talking, you pansy. Don't call anybody a fool until this is over. Lord Yama. I tried the direct route and he spun his way out of trouble. Hit him from underground and we'll see how he deals with that. Right. Tunnels it is. Naruto and Neji both leaped back as the giant ferret's paw slashed down into the earth and the ferret chief drilled his way down. Neji charged forward at his opponent as soon as Lord Yama disappeared, hoping his mobility would make the summoned animal miss its target. Naruto didn't bat an eye, charging to intercept the other genin. As he moved, he shouted down the hole. Try to key in on the sound of my voice and come up. Humming into close range. You hasten your own defeat. Tell that to my furry pal. Hit him and do it now. Both boys were thrown backwards with the force of the ferrets resurfacing, earth and rocks flying everywhere. Naruto landed hard on his back, just in time to watch the same chakra glow surround Neji, the force of Lord Yama's impacting paw bouncing off the Kaiten and deflecting the Hyuga boy mere feet from him. Damn it. It's like he's made of steel when he does that. Jaiuken Pu. Haki Raki Juayan Shu, Gentle Fist. 64, Hands of Haki. When Naruto heard Neji's voice, he kicked himself mentally, even as he staggered to his feet. Too close. It was already too late, the other genin upon him. Naruto felt, rather than saw, the effect of Neji's attack. Each strike was little more than a jab of a finger or two, but with each new hit, electric agony coursed through his body. Worst of all, he could feel his chakra slipping away, as though it was sealed to him, out of reach. By the time he hit the ground again, coughing up a bit of his blood, Naruto couldn't feel his chakra at all. The effects of that were immediate. Whoa. Talk about a letdown. Why had the ferret's voice changed? Naruto's question was answered when he saw Lord Yama dissolve into a puff of smoke to be replaced by his normal-sized body. Damn it. Without chakra, I can't sustain the link. The ferret looked back at him, just managing to say something before disappearing back to his lair. Looks like nothing solid can get through that thing. Could anything get through? Hinata let out a hiss of air through her clenched teeth. She didn't know whether to feel disappointed or guilty about the whole battle. I shouldn't have made him promise me. Naruto never would have killed Neji anyway, that's not the kind of person he is. Now he's too preoccupied with keeping his word to go all out. As if sensing the other girl's plight, Ino's hand descended gently on Hinata's shoulder. For someone who she'd never seen with Naruto much, the blonde girl sounded very confident. He'll do what he promised. Naruto's not going to give in to this jackass so easily. Hinata sighed, looking at Neji standing over his opponent. You don't know my cousin. He might be the best the Hyuga clan's ever produced. Right now I'm not sure even Naruto has enough to beat him. I want to believe, but I know Neji too well. When Ino didn't say anything, Hinata looked over at her. Yamanaka Ino's expression hadn't changed. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, Ino finally spoke, steel in her voice. Then you don't know Naruto as well as you thought, do you? He survived all the crap that life and people have piled on him. This is nothing compared to all that. As soon as Naruto realizes it, your cousin is toast. Neji's voice sounded faint, coming in and out as Naruto's consciousness swam. After a while, the words got clearer. You cannot stand. Stay there, as you should. Lie before a power you cannot hope to overcome. Admit that your dreams of working your way to the top are mere illusions. Lying there, on his back, Naruto tuned out the Hyuga boy's gloating. Looking into the sky, he stared into the clouds. That wasn't too fun, was it? Not fun at all. On top of that, something was digging into his back. Damn rocks. Even the ground's got it in for me. Reaching slowly behind him, Naruto shifted around as best he could until his hand touched the offending object, the wrapped cord of his sword's hilt. Mom. He missed Haruka, even if he'd never really known her. It was stupid, but Naruto was beyond caring. He would never see her smile, never hear her praise him, scold him, nothing. Never even know her touch. All he had of her was a broken sword and a bloodline limit. But that was enough. He'd coped with less before. He'd won with less before. Had Lee given up when Gaara countered his every move? Had Hinata just lain there after Neji broke through her defenses? No. And neither will I. Not as long as I've got the strength to draw a breath. Not for Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Orochimaru. Not ever. Neji stopped talking when he heard the soft rasp of steel on steel. Looking down, his eyes widened as Naruto staggered to his feet, drawing the sword at his back and using the scabbard to prop himself up. Rather than defeat and despair, the blonde boy's eyes burned with a cold, implacable strength. Kneel before the likes of you? Never. Neji sneered, looking at the foot-long blade in Naruto's hand. Continuing will change nothing, not even if you have a weapon. Naruto spat and sheathed the sword, pointing a finger at his opponent. You're not good enough to look at it, let alone touch it. People like you make me sick. What's so good about having eyes to see everything when you can't see things like your own cousin reaching out to you, giving everything she's got? When you think effort and determination are for losers? What the hell's your problem? Neji snarled, tearing his forehead protector off. This is my problem. Naruto stared at the odd-looking seal on the other boy's forehead. What is that thing? As if sensing his question, Neji answered. This is my curse. The destiny that binds me in hatred of the Hyuga clan. A servant, no better than a bird in a cage. That is what I am, and what I will always be. I, and every other branch house member, including my father, have been bound this way since the clan first split, and it will continue as long as the clan does. They came for us all, as mere children, and took away our freedom. It is the cold march of fate, an iron hand guiding all of my house into servitude. All because my father was born mere moments after Hinata's father Hiashi. You see now why it is useless to fight your fate. All that fuss for a decoration. A decoration? He shouted. If it were only a design, the pain of its making would heal with time, fade into memory. It is no such thing. This decoration serves no purpose but to keep the branch house in line, ruled with the fear of having your mind, your very soul destroyed with a simple hand seal. The only escape is death, and even then it violates us, destroying the Byakugan. Even in the afterlife, we are denied our birthright. We are denied even that level of dignity in the name of protecting the Hyuga bloodline. And if the threat of death were not enough, the main house took my father as well. Naruto's eyes narrowed at this. What did you say? When Hinata was 3, she was kidnapped by a masked assailant. Hiashi pursued the thief and killed him, only to discover that he was the leader of the hidden Cloud village in the leaf to cement a truce between our peoples. The Cloud demanded that Hiashi be killed to make up for breaking the alliance, and the leaf agreed. So what's he doing sitting up in the stands? The Hyuga clan gave up the corpse of Hyuga Hiashi, or rather, his identical twin. My father, Hyuga Hisashi. They could not have known the difference, not with my father dead and the seal extinguished. The alliance was restored, and all it cost was an expendable member of the branch house. That had been my father's destiny, cemented in the moment he was born, seconds too late to control his own fate. As it is your destiny to fall at my hand, and has been since the moment you stepped into this arena. Pulse thundering in his ears, Neji barely heard Naruto's retort, the blonde boy's voice shaky with the strain of doing anything. Never. Not while I can do what your dad did. What did you say about him? I said it before, and I'll say it again. You make me sick. You'll take any excuse to hate someone, twist a memory to solve your pride. Did it ever cross your mind that maybe your father was the one who told them to take his body, you stupid son of a bitch? That he loved his brother so much he was willing to lay down his life to keep him safe. Why? Neji screamed, all pretense of Hyuga calm gone. Why would he do anything for the ones who bound him to die just because he was born too late? Because he'd accepted that burden, that mission. That's why. Better to live with simple dignity and do his duty than to let his burden consume him, twist him into a bitter shell of a man. Get off your high horse. Who in this village doesn't have a burden to carry? Bad memories. Mental scars. You're complaining about your father dying. At least you had one. I never knew either of my parents. At least you didn't have to watch your parents die. Sasuke did. We all have things in our lives that we hate, that are forced on us. Some of us just prefer to deal with them head-on instead of taking it out on everyone else. High above the fight, the third Hokage heard Naruto's angry rebuke. Memories flooded back to him of days gone by when another young man had spoken in such tones. Arashi. If nothing else, he has your charisma, the sheer force of will. To be Hokage was not a question of one's strength so much as a question of how well you could lead. Kazama Arashi had not succeeded him because he was a genius. Nor had he been chosen because he was popular. Arashi had become Hokage because his people had been willing to storm the gates of hell itself for him, had he asked that of them. And if his son has inherited even a fraction of his father's blood, the old shinobi smiled to himself, those people will someday do the same for him. Well, once they grow out of this irrational fear of the Ninetales. All things aside, Naruto could have done without the shouting match he was in with Neji. The only thing it's gonna prove to people is that I can't control my temper. Problem was, without keeping the Hyuga boy verbally occupied, he wouldn't have any time to think of a counter to that spinning move. And right about now nothing was coming to mind. The key was sight. His opponent could see any attack and react to it, even if it was from behind. And even if something slipped past his attention, the chakra shield would block it. Lord Yama was right. Nothing solid can get through. Naruto had something that could get through and blind Neji. The human star technique he'd used on Kiba. Simple light would certainly get through the shield. But that required seals and chakra and Neji would immediately know what it was, since Naruto could only do it with one hand. If I could figure out how to vary the chakra that goes into the explosion, I could do the human star and the Naruto Bakuden with two hands and leave him wondering. But how? In an instant the answer was upon him. That stupid nursery rhyme. How did it go? All things ebb, all things flow. That's it. Draw on the chakra like you normally would, but stop the wave before it's fully concentrated, like what happens when water hits a tide break. Now all he had to do was find some chakra. I think I got a pretty good idea where to go. Reaching down into his mind, Naruto sent a feeler to the darkest corner, the Ninetales' lair. Hey, furball. Want a chance to kick some ass with me? This guy's been calling me a weakling and a loser from the start. Last time I checked, if I'm a loser, so are you. You gonna let a mere mortal call the greatest of the Yokai a loser? He dares insult me. He dares to make a joke out of me. This time I will make an exception, whelp. Wipe the smirk off this insect's face. Show him my power. Crush his very soul. When he felt the demon's rage begin to stir, its fury rising, Naruto began to laugh. You picked the wrong guy to use that name on, Hyuga. What is so funny? Neji's angry expression changed to one of shock and confusion when Naruto began to glow, a faint crimson haze surrounding the blonde boy, chakra welling up where there had been none mere moments before. And all around, a feeling of menace. Pure, unadulterated evil. Naruto laughed again, eyes as cold as ice. You are, pal. Before Neji had the time to blink or ask what Naruto meant, the other boy had vanished. In his place, 4 Narutos reappeared, one on each side of him. But where he had expected they would all look the same, each was dressed differently, a design emblazoned on the front of his shirt. The one in front of him was all in black, a turtle on his chest. To his left, the Naruto clone wore white, a prowling tiger on his shirt. Behind him was a Naruto in red, displaying the form of a blazing phoenix. And on his right stood a Naruto in blue, a dragon coiled and ready to strike on his shirt. Tesanaugi. Shiki Bakuretsu Taisei, battle deciding secret. 4 seasons explosion stance. This ends now. Explosions. Neji spat. Chakra will not penetrate the Kaiten any more than your fists or your animal could. Hey, you ought to know me well enough by now, the 4 Narutos shrugged in unison. I'm just a stubborn fool who never learns his lessons. Humor me. Be your worst. I will not be responsible for the consequences. Oh, good. Can I get that in writing for Hokage-sama? I'd hate to get called onto the carpet for maiming your ass. Before Neji could snap back at him, Naruto's hands began to move. The Hyuga began to spin, chakra flaring outwards. Stubborn is right. You are simply digging your own grave. Neji's feeling of triumph lasted exactly 3 seconds before it disappeared in a flash of radiant light. Pain. Ninjin Hashi no Jutsu, Human Star no Jutsu. You're right, chakra can't penetrate the Kaiten. But light can. Up in the stands, Hinata winced at the scream of agony that tore out of her cousin's throat. Compared to this version of the Human Star, Kiba had gotten off lucky. Neji had caught the full force of Naruto's light flash, with the entire range of the sensitive Byakugan, on all 4 sides. If he shuts it off now, he might be able to see at least blurrily if he does it now. But knowing how stubborn Neji was, that would never happen. It's over. Trying to clear his vision, Neji barely saw the outlines of the 4 Naruto surrounding him, circling him. The blonde boy wasn't about to let up. You better be right about him understanding battle as a language, Hinata. I don't want to break him down to a mental pulp for nothing. For that was what he decided to do. The other boy was too set in his ways to change unless he was utterly, completely defeated, and Naruto would do just that. Gave my word. I'll keep it even if I have to get a little sadistic. Forming the seals for the Naruto Bakudan again, he watched Neji's eyes close in anticipation and was impressed for a brief moment. It was proof his opponent had saved enough of his vision to even recognize his hand movements. But a moment's relief and respect is all you're gonna get from me. For now, anyway. As soon as he saw Naruto's hand stop moving, Neji shut his eyes, determined not to be fooled twice. But just as his vision faded to a cool, neutral black, the Naruto Bakudan slammed into him, knocking the long-haired genin off his feet. Even as he fell, Naruto continued his verbal assault. Come on, you stupid bastard. You can call me a loser all you want if you can figure out which clone is which type. Come on. Which one's gonna blind your ass and which one will blow it up? Which one? Which one? Which one? Answer me. Why do I even bother asking? You'll never be able to guess right. You've dug yourself so deep a hole with hate, anger, and ignorance that you can't understand anyone's viewpoint but your own. A real one-track mind. And until you learn to accept others, to work with them and trust in them, I'll be able to beat you down every time. Nothing but a bunch of empty words, Neji gasped. Is that where your power comes from? Speaking nonsense. Naruto looked up into the crowd, picking out faces. His family and friends. Ino, Hinata, the third, Setsuna, Miki, Slinger. Even Tenten. Okay, not Tenten. Well, maybe, he didn't know her well enough to classify her. Oh, forget it. Fine, Tenten counted. No way. It's from confidence, the knowledge that the stronger I get, the better I can protect my friends and family. People who I hold dear. As long as they're on my side, I'll never give up, never stop trying to grow and improve. You're nothing but a lucky fool. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Neji coughed wetly, blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. You talk and you talk about fighting fate, changing the world. You say that friends and family make you stronger, and yet I do not see it. The dog boy lost to you because he was overconfident. You have not defeated my Kaiten either, you simply found a way around it. Naruto buried his face in one hand, sighing. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. You've got a head like a rock, nothing gets through to you. You know what? Fine. I'll take you on, no flash, nothing. Force against Kaiten, one last time. And if you still don't get the point, then I'm stumped. Ino's jaw dropped as she watched Naruto dismiss his clones, clothes changing back to normal, and step away from Neji. Naruto, what are you doing? What kind of stupid boneheaded macho lengths are you trying to go to just to keep a dumb promise? You moron. Is your word that important? The blonde girl went bright red when she saw Naruto wink up at her and mouth the words, risk nothing, gain nothing. The promotion in the palm of his hands, and he backs off. He'd better hope Neji takes care of him if he loses, or else I'll do it myself. She's right. I am a moron. But who wants to be a genius? Everything would come to you so easily. Naruto could have kicked himself. He probably should have kicked himself. But what else could he have done? Neji had to be defeated and impressed in order to change himself. One or the other alone wouldn't work. So? Any ideas, moron? Forget getting through the Kaiten for a moment. The bigger problem was surviving the initial collision. If I knew the secret of the diamond body, I might be able to survive the crash and take Neji out. He can't have much chakra left. He had to become a diamond. What did that involve? Think. There has to be a trick to it. There's always a trick. The one time he had seen Haruka take a shot in the training ground, she bounced right off the incoming log without even flinching. That had never made sense to him. No human was that resistant to pain or damage. Ibiki's ruined skull had made that pretty clear back in the first exam. It couldn't have been armor or padding, his mother had plainly not been wearing either in the fourth's memory. But if she didn't feel the impact, that means she had some sort of shield or barrier, something that blunted the damage so effectively it was like it never happened. And it all had to do with diamonds. Think. 5 or more sides, angles everywhere, like Ino said. The hardest thing known to man. Angles. Angles. Son of a bitch. It can't be that simple. Chakra, produced at an angle to the point of the oncoming attack, all concentrated in a single area, so dense a barrier it would be totally impenetrable. And if you curl up, like mom did, you don't spread it too thin. You limit the area that has to be covered, conserve a little chakra. It all fits together now. It's not so much that you look like a diamond. You just act like one, presenting one facet or two to the opponent and making it so hard that you deflect the attack. It bounces away harmlessly. There was just one problem. I suck at geometry. If he didn't figure out exactly the right angle to produce chakra at, he'd just slam into the Katen like he and Lord Yama had before. And then all bets are off. Oh, screw it. Who wants to live forever anyway? You'd get all wrinkly. Hey Niji. You wanted a big finish, didn't you? Come on. Let's give 'em all something to remember. Ever the showman. This will definitely be your finale. They both charged, chakra blazing into the air, one boy surrounded in blue, the other pulsing crimson. Seeing Niji's body begin to turn, Naruto took a deep breath. Now or never. A diamond or a pebble. Finale this. Both of them disappeared in a roar, light, dust and smoke exploding everywhere. Tenten rushed down to the railing on her level as the dust began to clear, straining to see which boy was still standing if either one was at all. Niji had always seemed so powerful to her, but Naruto had matched him blow for blow. I guess his parents' blood bred true after all. But there could only be one winner in a collision that large, the one who had survived. Who is it? Looking harder down at the floor of the arena, she caught sight of 2 new craters, each one near one of the holes Naruto's giant ferret had dug. The hand moved weakly, dragging the attached body slowly out of its hole. When a stained, dirt-encrusted bandage peeked out into view, Tenten sighed. After all that, he lost. Hyuga Niji staggered to his feet, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. Blinking rapidly, he made out a blurry hole in the distance and lurched toward it. When he arrived, the long-haired genin stared down at the body lying sprawled beneath him, unmoving. All talk. And nothing to back it up. He savored the moment, leaning his head backwards and drawing a deep breath until the world exploded beneath him, something launching him into the air to smash into the ground once again. Genma and the gathered crowd watched as the unconscious Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke and the real Naruto flipped out of the hole that had opened under Niji. Walking over to his fallen opponent, Naruto leaned over and waved, trying to get Niji's attention. Katen. Zinryoku Naruto Bakuden, Fire Element. Full power Naruto Bomb. Next time you gloat, try not to do it so loud. It only makes my job easier. The Hyuga looked up into Naruto's blurred face, coming to the stunned realization that the disgustingly cheerful fool had taken everything he could give and utterly defeated him. Why? Why fight so hard when nobody ever acknowledged you, believed in you? The 4th Hokage's son sat down next to his beaten foe, looking up at the blue sky. Because it was either that or admit they were right. I wasn't going to dishonor my parents or me by doing that. Have you proved the doubters wrong? I've opened a few eyes. It won't happen all at once. But every win, every accomplishment is another step. Could be the same for you, you know. And how do you propose to do that? You fight. Fight the image they leveled on the branch house. Make yourself the most kick-ass Hyuga that ever was. Soar so high above them, all of them, that the idea of a main house and a branch house looks ludicrous. And then they'll be the ones who look foolish. Incredible. You actually sound like you believe that app. Naruto shrugged, an innocent expression on his face. Believe it? I know it. And I hope you have some spare time. Because it seems I have some lessons I need to learn from you. Anytime, buddy. Buddy? Look, shut up and shake my hand. I'll read you the dictionary definition of friend later. Hyuga Niji shook his head weakly, grasping Naruto's outstretched hand with his own. I must be crazy. The blonde boy laughed, only this time it was a sound of relief and maybe a little happiness. Yup. Feels good, doesn't it? For once, you may actually be right. Then Hyuga Niji closed his eyes, weariness claiming him, waiting to wake up and step into a new existence. Freedom. Chapter 18. Hell in a handbasket. Have I ever told you you're completely, utterly crazy? Slumped down outside the door to the stadium infirmary, Naruto looked up to see Ino holding out a towel to him, her expression fairly irritated. Plucking the cloth from the blonde girl's hand, Naruto tried to wipe some of the sweat and grime off his face. He merely succeeded in smearing it into a mask. Suppressing a curse, he glanced back up at Ino. Only every time we meet. Why am I working so hard now? Ino threw up her hands, sitting down beside him. Weren't you the one who said he wouldn't go rushing in like a moron anymore? What's the deal leaping straight into Niji's attack at the end? The blonde boy leaned his head back against the cool stone of the stadium wall. Eyes like Niji, they don't even think you're worth listening to until you've knocked him down a peg or three. Only way I could have gotten Hinata started on making him a normal guy was to beat his best technique. That means I had to survive it and then whip his ass. Mastering my family's technique was the key, and I'd have had to field test it to know if it worked anyway. Never mind, Ino sniffed. I should know better than to use logic on someone who probably thinks banging his head against the wall is good toughness training for his forehead. No, that's Lee's style. The bantering pair looked up at the sound of a new voice to see Tenten striding down the hallway towards the infirmary. When she reached the door, Naruto stretched an arm across it, keeping the black-haired girl from entering. I know your teammates and all, but he's pretty worn out. That, and Hinata's dad just popped in there. From the look on his face, they got something serious going on in there. Probably family business. Let him finish what they're up to first. Tenten considered those words coming from Naruto. Even with everything she knew about him, it still made no sense to her. One minute he was ridiculing her abilities, the next he was spouting off some sappy line about families and togetherness. Fighting with Niji, he'd gone from a commanding presence, lecturing the number one rookie, blindly charging in the last exchange, heedless of his own safety. How would Naruto be so complicated, completely different from the way the rest of the village saw him? The word slipped out of her mouth before she could stop herself. You beat him. You beat Niji. Naruto grunted and straightened out his neck with an audible crack. Sure as hell doesn't feel like it, but yeah. Lee trained to the point of almost killing himself, and he couldn't. I can't even touch him. Guy-sensei thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread. How did you do it? The blonde boy shrugged and slumped wearily back against the wall. Let me get back to you on that when my brain is working again. One battle at a time. Ino looked back up in the direction of the battlefield. Speaking of battles, wasn't Sasuke going to fight that weird sand kid after you and Niji finished? Naruto's response was far from enthusiastic. Something like that. Well what? You're not going to go and watch. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ino, let me save you the trouble and tell you exactly what's gonna happen. He's gonna make a grand entrance. Then he'll pull something out of his ass, something new or flashy, which he probably copied off someone else. Might work, might not, depending on how much he cares about winning right off the bat. Could even look like he's in trouble for a bit. But just in the nick of time, he'll bust a move, win the fight, every girl in the audience will go absolutely nuts, and the legend of Angsty Bishin in Uchiha Boy will grow to even more epic proportions. I'd rather spend my time doing something I might actually be surprised at. Tenten leaned against the other wall, facing Naruto and Ino, looking curiously at both of them. What's your problem? You have more than Sasuke I'll ever have. You're the son of a Hokage and a top Anbu leader, you've got a power source nobody else can copy, and an aunt who has so much money she can just waltz into the village, knock down a building and open a new restaurant. That's inherited, Naruto snapped. I didn't work for it. Besides, even if I wanted it, only about a dozen people respect me for it. Big deal. But he can be an asshole to everyone, and they fall all over themselves to be his friend. Do I need another reason? Ino asked her own question. Then why shake Niji's hand? He's not exactly the friendliest person alive. If Hinata wanted to save him from himself, there had to be something there worth saving. He wanted to fight his destiny, but he was so bitter it had screwed his head up. Guy just needed some help. Isn't that exactly what Sasuke's like? Her friend made a disgusted noise. There's a difference between fighting your past and letting it drag you down. If you say so. Look, when I gotta spend so much of my time doing something that can be taken away from me in an instant, that's a problem to me. Especially when it's something my parents left behind. You guys saw what happened when Sasuke fought that chakra vampire. He took Lee's Taijutsu. That's practically all Lee has, and Sasuke just waltzed in and stole it. You want to fight the past and be angsty about it, great. Your choice. But do your own damn work. I'm staying as far away from him as I can. That hardly seems like Naruto, who was so earnestly, idiotically trying to convince me I was fighting an impossible battle a few minutes ago. Naruto, Ino and Tenten looked up to see Niji and Hyuga Hiyashi at the open door of the infirmary. Hinata's father looked at the other three children for a moment, then nodded briefly to his nephew and strode silently back down the corridor in the direction of the battlefield. Tenten glanced at her teammate quizzically. What was that all about? I think, the long-haired boy murmured, it was about laying ghosts of the past to rest and moving on. And towards that end, please ask me no more. The only thing the past is good for is learning how not to make the same mistakes in the future. Naruto grinned. Now I believe in miracles. You're starting to sound human. If by human you mean more like you, then, regrettably, yes. Something tells me I will need to find a happy medium between old and new. Well, that's good. If there's an empty cot in that room, I'm taking it. You wiped me out so bad it'll be hours before I can kick somebody's ass again. Niji stood aside, waving a hand towards the inside of the room. The world is safer for it, I assure you. Go. Naruto flopped down on a spare cot and commenced snoring within seconds. Ino rolled her eyes as she sat in a nearby overstuffed chair. Whoever's crazy enough to marry him someday is going to have to be a living saint. Tenten glanced gingerly in her teammate's direction. He's too dense to notice it, but I always saw Hinata hanging around Naruto, even if she never said anything to anyone about it. You think she's got a thing for him? Hard to tell, Niji grunted. With everything she's experienced since she fought me, I doubt she'll be in a position to chase anyone for some time. She told me as much. We both have some serious thinking to do, and not just about what we discussed. Wait, the black-haired Kunoichi started. You talked to her? This new Hinata I've been hearing about. Niji sat back down on his cot before he answered. For a brief moment. She left when she sensed her father coming. The conversation was enlightening. What was it about? The Hyuga prodigy, back on his cot, made a satisfied noise and turned his head towards the wall, settling down to rest. Talking about a revolution. Tenten rolled her eyes, looking at her teammate and over at Ino. Different talking style, same irritating Hyuga. A muffled voice came from the long-haired boy's direction. I heard that. Good, you secret-keeping dummy. Ino giggled and settled into her chair. With friends like these, who needs enemies? She would quickly learn just how ironic that thought had been. The little vibration was all it took to get Slinger Azaki's attention, which was really rather strange. In a restaurant with a klutz, a no-talent ninja Otaku and a washed-out Kunoichi, the cook was the first one to notice something strange afoot. Do you feel that? Setsuna, engrossed in the latest issue of Small Business Weekly or the manga she had concealed behind it, same thing, raised her head. Feel what? Slinger took a step over and prepared to respond, but something else caught his eye first. This. My soup base has ripples in it. Something's shaken the ground. I told you to go on a diet, Dumbus. I mean it, Setsuna. Though you said this ain't a Quake country when you declined the extra insurance on this place. Naruto's aunt shut her magazine and popped up from her seat at the bar. It's not a Quake country. The only insurance you need in a hidden village is for acts of shinobi. Or, as the agent described it, cartoonishly powerful drunk off-duty moron insurance. That costs enough as it is. The rattling of the restaurant's sliding door interrupted Setsuna and Slinger, both turning to see if it was a customer. Instead, a red streak was all they saw, roaring past them into the broom closet and slamming its door shut. The owner glanced at her cook. Mickey. The two of them walked over to the closet and opened it to find their frizzy-haired friend cowering behind a wall of mops, buckets, and assorted cleaning supplies. Setsuna, tapping her foot on the floor, looked down at her longtime wing lady. What's gotten into you? All that came out of Tanaga Mickey's mouth was a muffled whisper. SSSSSSS. Slinger leaned forward, straining to hear. Was it? Mickey's scream bowled him over, which was probably for the best, as she pointed in the direction of the front windows and where the stout cook's face had been moments before. Snake. Setsuna turned to look in that direction and caught sight of a three-headed serpent marching through town. Her only remark was totally unprintable, and quite vulgar. Slinger's reaction was only marginally safer for delicate ears. Who let the number? Shinobi circus into town. Setsuna grabbed Mickey and booted Slinger in the rear. That's not a circus. That's the biggest criminal the Leaf has had in years, and his cronies. Get into the cellar. This is one fight even we can't handle. Looking out in the direction of the stadium, Uzumaki Setsuna thought about her nephew. You better watch yourself, kid. The games are over. It became something of a where were you when moment in the Leaf. Where had you been when the single worst day since the Uchiha massacre began? For Naruto, Ino, Niji and Tenten, the answer would always be sound asleep in the stadium infirmary. With some color added in some stories, completely honest in others, but always the same basic answer. It was pretty safe to say none of the official eyewitness histories quoted any of them about the early moments of Orochimaru's first attack. Ino, always an early riser, was up first, feeling more of the vibration that had alerted Slinger. At first, she dismissed the motion as related to the fights going on upstairs. Naruto and Niji had certainly caused plenty of damage to the battlefield. But nobody their age, not even the Sand Kid, or so she thought at the time, had the power to cause buildings across town to shake and collapse. Naruto would probably be needed to deal with this. Unfortunately, as Ino knew from experience, waking him up was about as hard as getting Choji to go on a diet. Something drastic had to be done. Free Raymond. The boy shot upwards like he was spring-loaded and then caught sight of Ino and the infirmary behind her. His eager expression immediately soured. Shoulda known it was too good to be true. What's that supposed to mean? This from the girl who mooched a super-sized bowl of ramen from me and then chucked the empty at my head. Hey, you convinced me you weren't crazy, didn't you? Are you kiddin'? You went rooting around in my head and almost got filleted by the furball before you'd believe me. You owe me a nice new bowl of ramen as a peace offering. Preferably in a softer bowl. Niji's drowsy voice intruded on the argument. I trust your waking us all up has more of a purpose than arguing about food. Ino's response was accompanied by yet another rumble that shook the entire stadium and the deadpan expression on her face. Yeah, I'd say it does. Holy number and. All of them turned around at Naruto's shout. The Hyper Genin was perched at the window, looking out into the forest. There's a huge ass snake slithering into town and a bunch of little guys coming in behind it. We're under attack or something. Denton rolled her eyes as the last sentence. Or something. What else could it be, a traveling kabuki freak show? Naruto and Ino's faces were deadly serious, the pair speaking in tandem. We've seen weirder. The other girl was about to ask just what when Neji shook his head. Trust me, Tenten. Better not to know. As if the situation wasn't clear enough, several voices could be heard running up and down the hall outside, each with pretty much the same message. We're under attack. Okay, Naruto shrugged, or something is out. We gotta get moving and bust some heads. Neji might have been friendlier, but his brain was still as sharp as ever. Dial down the enthusiasm, Naruto. You were just saying you were too tired to fight anyone. A few minutes of rest couldn't possibly have changed that. My condition is no different. We need to track down someone of higher rank and get their orders. There's surely a plan for dealing with an attack such as this. Ino spoke from near the window, where Naruto had been seconds before. The plan dealing with, say, evacuating women and children so all the distractions are out of the way. That sounds right. Well, I hate to make Naruto's head even bigger, but it looks like that plan's shot to hell. Take a look out the window. 4 pairs of eyes beheld a scene of utter chaos in their home, buildings collapsed or burning, fighting everywhere, smoke, screams and blood filling the air. Small groups of people huddled together, making for the forest, all the while being pursued by other groups wearing foreign uniforms. Naruto first thudded into the concrete wall. Screw fatigue. If they're evacuating kids, the academy classes must be on the move too. I ain't letting Snake Boy's lackeys get their hands on Konohamaru and the others. It's time to fight back. You guys in or out? Mentioning the academy got Tenten's attention, alright. Tenji's still there too. I know I always say I wish the little brat were dead, and I do, but not at anyone's hands but mine. Only I get to maim him. And maybe Naruto, but only a little. Her target's jaw dropped at that. Hey. What am I, a child molester? No, just insane. What? Who else would agree to try to discipline my brother? Why you asking me? You ain't had any better luck with that pint-sized punk either. Who's a punk? Don't you dare call my brother a punk. If the shoe fits. Ino, watching the two of them go at it, whispered a question to Neji out of the side of her mouth. They are on the same side, right? Hyuga Neji's expression was flat, but the gleam of amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that it may endanger my health. Ino sighed and did what came natural to her in such situations. Would the two of you just shut up? Naruto and Tenten stopped throwing anything movable at each other long enough to turn their heads. Are we going out there or are we just going to act like preschoolers the rest of the day? Naruto grabbed a kunai out of the pouch on his leg, spinning it by the ring in its handle. The look on his face promised utterly senseless carnage. What do you think? Time to hunt some snakes. It was safe to say Uchiha Sasuke wasn't having a great day so far. Having to walk the whole way back from the wasteland where Kakashi had been training him, he'd missed Naruto's fight with the previous year's #1 rookie, Hyuga Neji. To top that off, he was currently staring at a giant ball of hard-packed sand with a hole punched in it. The hole being there was good. It meant all that chakra concentration practice had paid off, and Kakashi's Yadori worked. The inhuman eye staring back at him through the hole was not good. Lately things like that have been happening more and more often. Things that simply weren't grounded in any reality Sasuke had ever believed in. Some people might enjoy being in the middle of weirdness, Naruto, maybe. Sasuke didn't. His very first experience with warped realities had been courtesy of his older brother. Everything had pretty much been downhill from there. The curse seal on his neck was only the latest reminder that his power levels were nowhere near where he wanted them. I will allow only one person to warp my reality myself. It wasn't that he didn't have the talent. Dozens of people had been telling him he was great for years. The Sharingan user wasn't inclined to disagree. But everyone else seemed to have easier or better ways of getting there. And as soon as anyone knew he had the use of the Uchiha bloodline limit, about the only way he was going to learn anything was through thievery. That part didn't bother Sasuke so much. It was for a good cause. It would contribute to the death of an S-class criminal. The problem was that shinobi were pretty good at hiding when they didn't want to be found, and that especially went for times when new techniques were being practiced. New, powerful techniques. Sasuke had witnessed Naruto's exploits in the Forest of Death. Surprisingly, that bomb had been quite powerful, so much so that Sasuke was convinced the idiot knew much more than he had ever let on. But as he analyzed the attack again, the black-haired genin realized fate had conspired against him again. The sheer level of chakra required to make it powerful was beyond Sasuke's capabilities. For now. At the moment, if he had used the same technique it wouldn't be any better than half as strong. Naruto was hiding something. He had to be. The only reason Sasuke had even bothered to go train with Kakashi was because 5 days of stalking the hyper-blonde boy at the beginning of the month-long break between exams had gotten him absolutely nowhere. Naruto had gone missing, and searching his usual training areas was fruitless. Not even Iruka or that mousy little Hyuga girl had known where Naruto was. In the end, rather than wasting time, he simply went off as Kakashi demanded. It hadn't been a total loss, after all, what with a new Chidori to use. But now, Chidori or no Chidori, something was very wrong with the world. And problem number one was the palpable evil he could sense from the eye that stared into his Sharingan, shadowed inside the hole he'd made in Gaara's shield. These days that was the theme of anyone with power, from Orochimaru to Yoroi and now Gaara. Darkness, or in Orochimaru's case chaos, could be powerful. Damn powerful. For someone rightly praised as brilliant, a genius and a prodigy, parts of Uchiha Sasuke's mind were remarkably simple. Such as the ever-growing corner of his mind that demanded vengeance for his brother's crimes. Vengeance, at any cost. To that piece of his soul, power was the ultimate goal. As much as possible, as soon as possible. And the cost be damned. Right about now it was debating with itself looking into alternative power sources. Because if an idiot like Naruto could have access to almost limitless chakra reserves and powerful attacks, Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't have had any problem doing it either. The sound of moving sand snapped him out of deep thought, primal instincts forcing Sasuke to leap back. When he looked back at where Gaara had been, he saw the sand shell dissolving, a human form gradually revealing itself again. The sand genin clutched his left shoulder, blood running from a deep wound. All signs of an impending Uchiha victory. So why did he still have a feeling of too little, too late? Why did the fear chilling his spine not recede? I cannot afford fear. Fear will do nothing but hold me back when I face my brother again. The rustling of cloth and faint murmurings from the stands drew his attention away from Gaara. Why are the people all asleep? He didn't know he'd spoken that thought aloud until he heard a voice coming up behind him. It's not a complete surprise. There were rumors of an impending attack, most likely assisted from within, else they'd not have gotten everyone inside the stadium as they did. Orochimaru and perhaps others behind it too. Sasuke watched Genma step in front of him, shielding him from Gaara, who was kneeling in the sand with his siblings, as well as another Sand Nin by his side. The Leaf Examiner watched the scene with a wary eye. The older Sand Nin was saying something to his students, who picked up Gaara and abruptly leaped back out of the stadium. Sasuke's snarl got Genma's attention again. What's going on here? Or the Chunin exam's history. If you're game, I've got a mission for you instead. And that is, hunt down Gaara and the others if need be. You and I both know you're as good as a Chunin anyway. Make yourself useful. Uchiha Sasuke's only response was to launch himself backwards towards the stadium wall, an eerie smile splitting his face from ear to ear. And as he did so, the siren call of vengeance thundered in his eardrums. War means battle. Battle means fighting and new things I can learn. The more I learn, the more power I'll gain. Perhaps it wasn't going to be such a bad day after all. Sakura. Where are all the genin from your class? Uruno Sakura could be forgiven for not listening 100% to her sensei's question. She was sort of busy trying to figure out what was going on, and between explosions in the Hokage's box, fighting going on in the stands, weapons and warriors flying everywhere, that wasn't a really easy thing to do. I don't know. I haven't seen Naruto or Ino since Naruto won, Neji got carted off, Tenten followed him, and Hinata left her seat. Choji and Shikamaru are asleep, Sasuke-kun's down there, and I haven't seen Shino all day. Damn. Kakashi cursed, standing back to back with Guy. Sasuke went after Gaara. There's no way he can take on all three of those kids and come out unscathed. I'd send you after him, but you need to find help first. See if you can't find out where Naruto went. If you do, get back here and I'll send you all out. As the copy ninja spoke, his rival did as well. Okay, so it was more of a battle cry. But ask anyone in the Leaf and most of them were fine with that kind of yell coming from Mito Guy. It was when he talked that he started creating problems. Right about now, he was in the process of creating problems for a sound nin. At least Sakura figured being punched out of midair and then rammed all the way through the concrete stadium wall was a problem for a sound nin. Without experience it was kind of hard to tell. Shoddy construction is no match for the power of the Leaf's prideful green beast. But still, it is yet another thing in which I have beaten you, Kakashi. The score in stadium demolition between us is now 1-0. Sakura. Kakashi snapped, ignoring Guy as usual. Go out that hole and find Naruto. If you can, get a few more reinforcements while you're at it. The pink-haired girl complied, scrambling to avoid any stray weapons bouncing toward her and leaping out of the stadium to a tree below. If I were Naruto and the village were under attack, where would I go first? The obvious answer was straight into battle, but then this was no ordinary fight. There was something in the village that could be threatened in an invasion. Ramen. Gathering herself, Sakura leaped off in the direction of Satsuna's restaurant. As it turned out, Naruto and company need not have worried too much about the students of the Leaf Academy. That's the last batch. Close down the blast doors between here and the other side of the mountain, don't let anyone out, and don't open up the shelters for the civilian evacuation unless you get the right codes from the group leader. Imino Iruka seldom got any kind of respect at all from people he gave orders to. To be fair, children surrounded him most of the time. But now that his orders were being listened to, he wished with all his might that it hadn't come to an invasion of the village to make his students pay attention. Turning slightly to see the fires and destruction spreading through town, he shook his head. If wishes were that easy to grant, Naruto would be wearing the Hokage robes by now, and I'd be a Jounin or headmaster of the academy. Days like these were what he had dreamed about as a child, opportunities to prove that he, too, had what it took to be a hero like his parents. Chances to fight, rather than just teach. He'd done missions, of course, but when even Naruto had been on a mission several times more dangerous than Iruka had ever completed, comparing records wasn't encouraging. Alright, you know what to do. Wait for the rest of the groups to arrive. I have to go meet the refugee columns. Iruka dashed off as his students closed the door to the mountain shelter, heading back down towards the village. Tuning out the sounds of battle, Iruka homed in on the grayish smoke trails rising at intervals within the city, as opposed to the black clouds of smoke created by fire. By design, all of the women and children and non-combat civilians were being evacuated in several directions, and small gray smoke flares led the way. If fire truly began to present a problem, Anbu observers would trigger a second set of flares along the escape paths and send up red smoke. At the same time, anyone in the area who wasn't already escorting a refugee group would drop what they were doing and go to aid the escorts, as the red flares would be an obvious giveaway to enemy shinobi. It was the latest in a series of evacuation plans. Several had already been thrown out after prominent shinobi had turned traitor, like Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. Thankfully, it hadn't come to red flares. Yet. Angling his next roof jump towards a gray smoke column, Iruka caught sight of a mottled camouflage pattern streaking down a nearby alleyway. Sound Nin. If they haven't spotted this group, they're about to. If they get the word out, we'll have to go to red, and the situation is only going to get more chaotic. It had been a very long time since Iruka had had to do anything other than basic ninjutsu or taijutsu. Grudgingly he admitted to himself that seeing what Naruto's class was capable of had left him feeling a bit underpowered. That's no excuse for letting yourself get rusty. Pulling out 2 kunai, the young man gritted his teeth. No excuses, Iruka. Just do your job like you're always telling the kids to. Teach by example. Flipping over the edge of the roof, the Leaf Chunin launched himself towards the alleyway. Almost immediately, he wished he hadn't. Instead of 1 sound nin, he was facing 3, one of whom wore a vest and clothes different from the other 2. Most likely a Jounin and 2 Chunin. This far from home, I don't think the invaders would risk getting their genin being slaughtered by our forces. Impossible or not, he'd come this far. He had to fight. Running would only get the evacuees in trouble and draw their escort over to help him. I just hope this fight turns out a bit better than my little tussle with Mizuki. Screaming incoherently, Iruka leveled his kunai and charged. When the sound Jounin parried his blow, the Leaf Nin staggered backward, dropping one of his knives. Intending to counter, the enemy shinobi snapped a thrust kick aimed at Iruka's jaw. Dodging, the smaller Chunin's foot landed on the falling kunai and slipped, throwing up sparks. Intending to capitalize, the sound nin advanced until he saw the look of triumph on Iruka's face and the kunai streaking at him, thrown by chakra gathered at the bottom of the Leaf Nin's foot. Iruka's moment of victory was brief. His opponent vanished in a cloud of smoke, the kunai thudding duly into a block of wood. And behind it, the real sound Jounin had thrown a shuriken of his own at the now off-balance Leaf Chunin. He was halfway through his own set of Kawarimi no Jutsu seals when the clang of metal on metal brought him out of his chakra concentrating trance. Looking up, he saw a kunai intercept the sound nin's shuriken. A woman's sharp, sarcastic voice echoed from a rooftop above the combatants. Iruka, you always say you're more than just a babysitter, but 1 on 3, outnumbered and outranked, ain't gonna prove it. Even your so-called dead last student had more brains than that, last I heard. 2 slender forms leapt down into the alley in front of Iruka, who took one look and blanched. Mitarashi Anko sure did know how to make an appearance, but this took the cake. Hinata. What are you doing here? Her duty, the special Jounin, snorted. 2.5 versus 3 ain't the greatest of odds, but it's better than what you started with. Let's rumble. Hello? Setsuna-sensei. Slinger. Miki. Are you here? The restaurant was eerily quiet when Sakura stuck her head inside. Hearing no response to her question, the pink-haired girl walked in, surveying the dining room for signs of life. Seeing nothing, she proceeded into the kitchen. Pots and pans lay strewn about on the countertops, some almost ready to serve. So they were here, but they must have left already for shelter. Naruto couldn't have gone to Ichiraku, he'd actually have to pay for his food there. So where could he have gone? Setsuna could take care of herself, and Naruto wasn't so familiar or close with his aunt yet that he'd have gone home to check on her safety. Where else would he go? Ino's house. Back to the stadium? Nowhere at all. Ah. Naruto. Even when you're not on my team you're still giving me a headache. The ranting done with, Sakura threw the back door open and left the restaurant, heading back the way she'd come. That wouldn't have been such a big deal, but for two facts, one unfortunate for Kunoichi and the other quite fortunate for her. Unfortunately, her appearance at an entrance into the restaurant had attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes, none of which belonged to a Leaf Nin on the premise that the civilian building must be some sort of hidden staging area for the Leaf to regroup. Fortunately, although she might not have thought so, the observing invaders didn't consider the pink-haired girl much of a threat. Her exit was unnoticed and unlamented. The other occupants of the building were not going to be quite so lucky. Mere moments after her student left, Setsuna's head emerged from the passageway leading to the cellar. Peering around in both directions, the ex-waitress saw nobody around. Kids these days. Everything's gotta be instant, quick. Nobody's got any damn patience to wait until the door's unlocked. She was forced to reconsider that opinion when a shuriken whizzed by, inches from her head, and thudded into the wall nearby. Slinger's voice immediately made the situation even worse, as the cook came barreling out into the kitchen as well. Whoa. I heard that. Somebody threw a carbon steel 4-point starblade. That's the rarest shuriken model ever forged. Let me take a look. Damn it, Slinger. If you have a death wish, indulge it on your own dollar and number time. Huh. Smith's stamp is from the Akasaka Armory. That's a Wind Country operation. Setsuna dragged a burly man away from the cellar entrance just as more shuriken and kunai came whizzing in at them. Yeah. The four guys out there wearing Sand Village vests and gear kind of tipped me off to that. One of their attackers shouted into the kitchen, arms still cocked to throw a weapon. Come out of there or we'll burn this whole damn place down. Setsuna kicked open the cellar door, storming out with two hastily grabbed meat cleavers in her hands. The hell you say? Do sand nins get their kicks from picking on civilian cooks and waitresses now? Cut the bullshit. We know this is a staging area. Give up your commanders. What commanders, numbskull? All we got in our cellar is a fridge for beer and cheap sake and somewhere to tie down the live produce. You want that, go ahead and buy a lunch special. Otherwise, get the hell out and go fight someone who's up for it. The sand jounin, or at least it looked like a jounin to Setsuna boy, she regretted not paying attention and foreign ninja fashion 101 now, wasn't buying it. If you think I won't touch you because you're a woman, you've got another thing coming. If I have to beat it out of you, I will. Uzumaki Setsuna spat, a sneer curling the corners of her mouth. All considerations of talking her way out of the fight had just about vanished. Hunk, you couldn't lay a finger on my body unless you had 6 feet of rope, a syringe full of knockout drugs and the baddest jutsu skills alive. Beat it out of me? Try it. I'll carve your ass up and serve you to the dogs. Her cook ambled out of the cellar as well, whipping something around in front of and behind him. And don't forget great nunchaku master Slinger. Bow down before my obvious skills. Setsuna took a closer look inside. Slinger, unless they're homophobic, whipping a string of sausages around ain't going to scare them off. Are you kidding? I made these sausages out of the toughest cow in Etchizen City, Iron Teats Bossy. We haven't sold a link off this string in 11 years. They're like petrified wood. Kneel before my steel cow nunchaku, you bastards. What the hell have you been reading all these years, ninjutsu scrolls or bad chop sake manga? Both. Mangaya and the Grass Village did a marketing deal a couple decades back. Good stuff if you can find it. The sand jounin went bright red. Or puce. Maybe purple. Setsuna had never been good at deciphering skin tone shades. You think this is a joke, you bastards? I'm a jounin of the hidden Sand Village. Me and my 3 chunin will fly you alive. The ex-waitress fixed him with a closer look and then turned away in disgust. Your kunai holster is backwards, you're wearing noisy-ass metal bracelets on both wrists, and your clothes are brighter than your vest. Who the hell made you a jounin? At this, the enemy shinobi, if you could call him that, had the grace to look sheepish. I'm the first cousin of the brother of the childhood sweetheart of the roommate of the Kazukiyage's wet nurse's father-in-law. Oh, and I play a mean shakuhachi in the village quartet. That's just great, Setsuna growled, it's the attack of the killer shinobi dweebs. Excuse me? I happen to be Matsutake Kunimitsu, heir of the Matsutake clan. I think I rated higher than a dweeb. My associates here are all credible graduates of the Sand Academy and validly promoted chunin. I shall have them nail your skins to the wall for that affront. What, you ain't gonna fight? I hardly think that's necessary, Kunimitsu intoned, buffing the nails of one hand on his vest. Because if it becomes necessary from what to step in. Slinger cut the sand jounin off, dropping his sausages and grabbing a rolled-up package on the kitchen countertop. He snapped his wrist, unrolling the package to reveal a line of kunai, throwing knives and throwing axes. If you end up fighting, you're already dead unscrewed. No. If I fight, it would simply be overkill. Like swatting a fly with a boat or. Yes, that's the ticket. Setsuna made a noise halfway between a growl and a laugh, hefting her improvised weapons. I'll give you points for having the balls to say something that ridiculous. Let's see what you and your yes men can do. Gentlemen, Kunimitsu yawned, turning away, seeing to their destruction. Setsuna and Slinger had handled their share of handicapped fights before, but all of those fights had been against people with no shinobi training. Going 2-on-3 against real Chunin, even those bad enough to be assigned to Kunimitsu, was another thing. For a brief moment, Uzumaki Setsuna regretted flying off the handle. In the next moment, she discarded the feeling. Make your bed, you sleep in it. Just concentrate on surviving and maybe causing a little mayhem while you're at it. Meat cleavers were inelegant weapons, and even worse was the fact that they were unwieldy, slow. Versus shinobi armed with sleek agile kunai, they would be damn near useless. What to do? Hey Motormouth. Happy birthday. Tossing one cleaver up into the air, the raven-haired woman whipped a foot around, connecting with the kitchen tool's handle, and sending it flying end over end in Kunimitsu's direction. Even a genin could have ducked the cleaver, given that more than 200 feet separated Setsuna and Kunimitsu. So Setsuna, even knowing what she did about the jounin, was surprised to see one of the three Chunin break formation and deflect her weapon away. And if they were credible Chunin, why spend time fighting and possibly getting hurt fighting civilians in the middle of an invasion when they could have flayed her and Slinger alive with a good wind attack or two? Uzumaki Setsuna's face split open in a savage, some would say half-crazed grin. They're Chunin only as much as Kunimitsu a jounin. These guys are nothing but a bunch of thugs drafted to be this jackass's bodyguards. They're mooks. Goons. Yabos. In other words, they're meat. Slinger. Gimme the knuckles. We've got some slugging to do. Placing the remaining cleaver on the countertop beside her, Setsuna caught the pair of brass knuckles Slinger had dug out of his bag and tossed over. Slipping the weapons on, Setsuna turned back towards Kunimitsu's goon squad and settled into a defensive stance. Who wants some? They might have been thugs, but Kunimitsu's men weren't without some skill. The one in front snapped off a roundhouse kick that Setsuna leaned her upper body away from, parrying deftly with one arm. Dropping to a knee, she whipped her own leg around to sweep her foe, but the first Chunin leaped over it, both combatants coming face to face across the kitchen counter. Okay, not a total waste of time. More even a fight than I'd have guessed at the start. Slinger, as was his wont, had started up a knife fight with thug number 2, keeping a watchful eye on the third straggler. Holding a kunai backhanded, the cook's hands moved with surprising speed, sparks flying as slash followed counter slash. As the last Chunin approached the kitchen entrance, Slinger pivoted in a half circle, slashing with enough force that he'd have cut his opponent in two if the man hadn't defended with a double-handed grip on his knife. One opponent occupied, the burly ninja Ataku grabbed at a concealed holster hidden in his waistband, fanning out 3 steel needles. In a fluid motion, Slinger hurled the slim weapons at the thug number 3, forcing him back and pivoted into a defensive position, facing thug number 2. He might be useless with ninjutsu, but the cook had plenty enough experience with conventional weapons to be dangerous. Been a while since we danced like this, Setsuna. I don't care if they're shinobi or not, we're gonna cut this one close if we stay outnumbered. Setsuna grunted, snapping thug number 1's head back with a quick jab. The Chunin had seen her brass knuckles coming and pulled his head away to cushion some of the blow. About damn time, if you ask me. You were starting to get positively domestic without having to scrap once in a while. Sensing thug number 3 coming back into play, Setsuna dodged a thrust kick from thug number 1, leaping up to the counter. With a kai worthy of a black belt, she whipped one leg around in a perfect hook kick, connecting with a 5-gallon pot hanging above Slinger's workspace. At such short range, thug number 3 had less than half a second to react and defend himself. Had he been an actual Sand Chunin, Setsuna's attack would have been futile. Thankfully, he wasn't. A loud bong made the fight equal numbers again. There. Are you happy now? Slinger snorted. Ecstatic. Setsuna didn't get the time to enjoy her handiwork. Thug number 1 used a neighboring sink to leap up at her, going full extension with a flying kick. Sneering, she dropped into a split-legged position on the counter, grabbing her foe as he sailed by and helping him on his way. Slinger groaned at the loud crash that resulted. Hey, watch the grill. I eat off that thing. You just don't want to wash any number plates. By the time thug number 1 rose again, he looked as if he'd been in prison and pressed his face against just painted bars. Fortunately for him, Slinger hadn't actually lit the grill fire yet. Frankly, he didn't have the time. A knife fight, a really good knife fight, to be exact, was a lot like a chess match. One wrong move opened up dozens of possible counterattacks, but even those could be parried if you guessed right. Slinger Azaki was good at chess, though he was no Shikamaru. And while thug number 2 was no Sand Chunin, he was quite a chess player himself. Both men now sported cuts, most of them shallow, seemingly all randomly placed, and all bleeding. Neither of them said anything. It was enough to admire the other's technique and be wary of it. He's using the scorpion stance, the cook noted. Sharp, darting attacks, the occasional low strike, trying to wear me down. Gotta see about countering that. Curling his knife hand above his shoulder, Slinger assumed a mirror of Thug number 2's scorpion stance, looking to see if the man shifted stances or attacked first. When nothing happened, the cook snapped into action. Curling his index finger over his knife rather than around it, Slinger opened his hand, flicked the knife down to his other hand, and charged. Checkmate. Thug number 2 turned slightly, intent on evading the thrust that seemed to be aimed at his heart. A grin split Slinger's face from ear to ear. As the two men passed, he muttered a message to his opponent. Now who said I was trying to kill you? As he finished speaking, Slinger rammed his blade so hard into the sand thug's shoulder, both men heard the blood-curdling squeal of metal on bone. As they broke apart, the thug leaped back, the arm hanging limply at his side. Ain't had a good fight in months. You think I'm gonna end it this quick? Satsuna's voice snapped him out of his triumphant moment. Slinger, behind you. Thug number 3 must have had a head of pure rock because Satsuna's pot strike had knocked him silly for a grand total of 90 seconds. Both restaurant workers having forgotten about him, the sand fighter had grabbed Satsuna's forgotten cleaver and was now bearing down on the cook with it, raised high to strike. Or at least, he would have struck but for the resounding clang that echoed through the kitchen. What the hell? As the third thug crashed to the ground, he revealed another form standing behind him, white as a sheet, shaking like a leaf, and holding a now deeply dented frying pan. Tanagamiki pointed a trembling finger at Kunimitsu and mustered a voice halfway between a squeak and a roar. Why you get out? Now. Satsuna was not one to look gift horses in the mouth. Alright, buddy boy. It's decision time. I'm feeling generous. One of your mooks has a busted wing, the other one's got a busted melon, and I'm about to bust a new one right between those delightful lines on his face. You've got two choices. Pack up your boys and get the hell out, or stay and see how many different varieties of dog chow I can turn you into once I'm done with the goon squad. Kunimitsu might have been a fop, but he wasn't a dumb fop. You're the very soul of mercy. I'll be leaving now. Good. You hang around any longer and I'll become the soul of ass whooping. Get going. Thug number 1 warily stepped over near Mickey, who squeaked and brandished her frying pan. Spitting disgustedly, the sand fighter ignored the red-haired waitress and picked his fallen comrade up under the armpits, dragging him out back towards Kunimitsu. Grunting in pain, thug number 2 followed, although not before yanking Slinger's knife out of his shoulder. His eyes promised revenge if the two should ever meet again. When the door finally shut behind Kunimitsu and his men, the three co-workers collapsed in relief, Satsuna falling into a nearby chair, Slinger grimacing as he leaned against the counter to put pressure on his wounds, Mickey hugging her knees to herself. Naruto's aunt took a look around at the devastation wrought in the kitchen and the weapons sticking out of the wall. The ex-waitress angrily hurled one of her brass knuckles at a pan on the floor. That little ditz comes here out of the blue and asks me for training. Now she skips in here, runs out, attracts the attention of a bunch of destructive lunatics, makes me fight them, and then isn't even here to clean up the mess. Sakura, you better keep running. Because if you ever come by this place again, you're gonna work every red cent of these damages off. Slinger asked a question of her as he pulled a bottle of alcohol out of the medicine cabinet. Thought you had insurance for Shinobi. The grin on Uzumaki Satsuna's face, savage and malicious, mirrored exactly her nephew's expression when he'd gone out to fight the attackers minutes before. She doesn't know that. Great. This is just great. Uncle Kumatero's going to kill me and probably adopt some ragamuffin off the street as the new heir once he finds out about this. Beaten up by two waitresses and a cook. We've hit a new low. His only undamaged lackey made a disparaging noise, lending an arm for lackey number 2, he of the damaged arm, to lean on. Kunimitsu had bandaged the man's wound and stopped the bleeding with one of his best stylish gauze wraps, which the Wind Country's Bureau of Aesthetics had rightly praised him for. Was it his fault Uncle Kumatero prized the Kazukiyage's awards above the boas? Lackey number 3, a few steps behind, hadn't said more than a few words since they'd left the restaurant and apparently hadn't heard much either. Getting his bell rung by a waitress half his size was a good excuse for doing nothing, Kunimitsu had to admit. It was really too bad that the rank Uncle Kumatero had secured for him wouldn't allow for that kind of injury to excuse him from fighting. Right about now, that was what he desperately desired. I don't suppose there's a way for us to go home at this point. Perhaps we should head for Tanzakugai and see Rakusaburo the surgeon. I've heard he does excellent facial transformations. Lackey number 1 wasn't terribly fond of his employer or the man's nephew, but he did sort of need to get paid. Sir, as long as you distinguish yourself somehow during the invasion, I'm certain Matsutake-sama will consider this outing a success. 1 kill, for instance. Oh, honestly. I think we both know how likely that is to happen. Lackey number 3 picked a good time to say something for once. There's a group of people heading down an alley that way, 2 blocks down. Looks like the Leaf are trying to clear non-combatants out of the way so they can counterattack. Lackey number 1 was a thug, but not necessarily a particularly evil thug. They're civilians, you moron. Hey, there's enough dead Leaf mooks around here already to take forehead protectors off of. We could, like, turn the civvies into shinobi or something after we waste him. Be a good photo op for Matsutake-sama. At this point, Kunimitsu would have streaked through an old wives' convention at the local hot springs to avoid having to report back to the Kazukiage and his uncle that his squad's only accomplishment was making a wide-bodied cook attempt to fight them with a string of stale iron-hard beef sausages. That's so stupid it might actually work. It would only take one kill, really. Perhaps we could ask them who the village idiot is and do them a public service. Before any of them had taken a single step off their rooftop perch or hiding spot, whatever, a kunai thudded into the building in front of them. Wow, big men. You attack out of nowhere, mess up the peace, ally with Orochimaru, and now you want to slaughter a bunch of civilians. I should have been born in the sand, I'd be by now with those standards. Kunimitsu looked up to see 4 leaf genins on a neighboring roof, 2 male and 2 female. The blonde boy in the middle appeared to be the source of the previous comment. Lackey number 1 was not about to let that slide, even if it was technically true. You've got a big mouth, kid. Let's see you back it up against a jounin and 3 chunin. The other leaf boy made a sound halfway between a snort and a laugh. A jounin and 3 chunin. If translated into our ranks, given your plan I think it comes out to a 5th-year senior at the academy and several toddlers. Lackey number 3, perhaps still addled by all the cookware he'd been hit with, opened his mouth in response. That's it. I'm gonna rip your guts out and paint this little shanty town red with your blood. His eyes widened as the first leaf boy began to glow red and an evil presence weighed the air down. Sorry. That's my line. Chapter 19. Buried Legacies. Now, my boy. I'm sure we can reach a peaceful resolution of this little tiff. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kunimitsu as the sand jounin knelt begging in front of him. You want to tell me why I should even consider letting off someone who was planning to kill unarmed people and pass them off as shinobi? Well, the older man ticked off on his fingers, I'm a gourmet cook, I play Hanafuda like a professional, and I know every courtly insult in the book. Oh, and I play a mean shakuhachi in the village quartet. Just like I told that nice young woman in the restaurant before she beat us up and sent us your way. I'd be a great prisoner of war. Lackey 1 groaned and cradled his face in his hands. I went through 5 years of training at the bodyguard academy for this. Ino looked at the thug and back at Kunimitsu. What's his problem? Oh, nothing, the sand nin shrugged. I think he just regrets taking the job of protecting me from my uncle Kumataro. I doubt his contract covers getting captured. Naruto was about to ask again when something Kunimitsu had just said hit him. Girl in the restaurant. Beat him up. You got beat up by my aunt. If your uncle didn't even give you enough protection to get past my aunt Satsuna, I think you might be better off staying here after all. Another explosion out in the direction of the forest shook the air. Niji strode up to Naruto, jerking a thumb back where the noise had come from. We've no time to chat. There are battles going on everywhere. It would be best to help before something should go wrong with one. Tenten pointed a finger at the 4 men still arrayed across from them. What about Bozo and the clowns? Naruto turned to look at Kunimitsu's group, a rather nasty gleam building in his eyes. Okay, we got 1 willing prisoner and 3 question marks. You guys want to fast track to the afterlife or would you prefer to hang out up here for a while? Blank looks greeted him both from the sand fighters and his friends. A vein popped up on the blonde genin's forehead. Look, either let us tie you up and get back to the real fight or I'll rip Turing lungs out. Lackey 1 sighed, holding his arms up in surrender. Will you at least do me the courtesy of saying for the official record that I fought to the last? Naruto rolled his eyes as he reached for a discarded laundry line on the rooftop. Yeah, sure, for all the good it'll do you. Now go hide in a corner somewhere out of sight. I don't need your death in my conscience if some Anbu squad finds you before we get back. Thinking about all the opponents and friends he still had out there, the blonde genin grimaced. If we get back. If there was any one fight Naruto would have worried about on paper, it was the one Iruka faced with 3 very real sound nins. That wouldn't have changed even with the addition of a psychotic special jounin and a formerly timid genin on the leaf side. Seeing the 3 enemies arrayed against them, Anko hissed an aside to Iruka. Hey, big sensei man, you got a plan or did you just decide to jump into the fight for the sake of great justice? The Chunin flushed bright red. Does it really matter? Mitarashi Anko considered his response and then shrugged. No, just curious. I'll kill them anyhow. Just checking to see if you know what you're doing. Iruka looked over at Anko's companion, hefting a kunai and glancing warily at the sound nins. What about Hinata? That real? She's here to observe and for numbers. Guppies don't kill sharks. Your problem is half your students take after you and your prissy hugs for everyone teaching style. They all lack practical slaughtering experience. A little blood never hurts anyone. Even if it's their blood being spilled. You have to learn to duck eventually. Better early than late. Hinata. Watch over Iruka. I'd hate for him to have nothing to break his fall if he faints from watching me work. The special Jounin turned back to face their foes, biting her thumb as she did so. You think Orochimaru is the only one who can summon serpents? Think again. Ninpo Kuchius. Doten. Dakuga no Jutsu, Earth Element. Poison Fang. The cloud of smoke billowed forth from where Anko's hand slammed into the ground, resolving into a 12-foot-long serpentine form, dull brown with black markings over a white belly. The snake's head wove a slight circle 8 pattern in the air as it tracked new prey. Anko stroked its body idly, a too serene smile twisting her face. This is a Habu pit viper. Normally they grow about a meter long, maybe a little more, and getting bitten by one is like getting dipped in acid. This is an ancestor spirit, about 4 times bigger. Its venom can bring agonies that make hell seem like paradise. So if you thought you had the advantage. Think again. The sound nins displayed no outward signs of anxiety, but Hinata could see how tense they were, Byakugan working overtime to catch the kinds of clues Niji was always spotting in her. Why would Orochimaru's people be so wary of snakes when they'd summoned a giant one already? Jabbing an elbow into Iruka's side, she nodded over in the enemy's direction. They look spooked. Maybe we should attack now. Anko ordering him around was one thing, but to lose the initiative to a student was something even Iruka couldn't abide. You stand back. Anko wanted you to watch, remember? With her snake it's 3 against 3 again. Stay behind cover and let me worry about these fellows. The purple-haired genin rolled her eyes and moved behind a stack of boxes in the alleyway. Whatever. Oh, the shame. For even the most timid of his former students to think him a wimp. Not even as battle-ready as Anko. Yumino Iruka burned with a silent rage. It was time to open a can of super-hyper triple-strength Wu-Pass on his foes. Unfortunately, all he had was a bunch of kunai and his wits. It would have to do. The Chunin walked over to where Anko and her snake stood, fixing her with the same look he'd used on Naruto so many times. Just because I'm a teacher doesn't mean I've forgotten what to do with a good blade. The special Jounin's face twisted in a maniacal grin. Don't tell me. Show me. Obviously, straight-up fighting was out. He tried it, had just about managed to get himself killed before Anko had stepped in, and was only average at it. But what was forming in his brain right now had to be initiated somehow. Reaching below his usual belt pouch, Iruka felt the bulge of one of the 2 special packs he'd strapped onto his legs before leaving the academy to escort his students, divided into 6 separate slots. Snapping one container open, he snagged the kunai that sprang into the air. With a smirk to disguise his unease, Iruka gestured to his ally. Just try and keep up. Not bothering to listen to the curse she yelled back, he set his sights on the lone enemy Jounin, who was probably the biggest threat. If he was going to have to fight, it might as well be with the commander. Who knew how insufferable Anko would become if she took out a Jounin with him just watching. Readying his kunai, Iruka hurled it at the sound nin, who predictably dodged, letting the weapon thud into the side of the alley. The Chunin had anticipated that, and his foot smashed into a convenient train barrel underneath a nearby gutter, destroying its cover. As he did so, his hands were already running through a complicated set of seals. Suiton. Harukasumi no Jutsu, Water Element. Springtime Haze. Completing a spin kick in midair, Iruka knocked the barrel over, the water inside, dissolving into a misty fog that quickly enveloped his opponent. Not giving the sound nin a chance to react, Iruka released the rest of his right side kunai one at a time, forcing the Jounin back and drawing a wild tracery of metal along the same wall of the alley. It vaguely occurred to Iruka that the mist kept him from seeing the other man's movements very well, but his plan was nearly complete. All he had to do was stay intact and move long enough to set it off. The Jounin wasn't about to go down that easily. Payton. Hakadan, Fire Element. Flashpoint Bullet. Tiny fireballs spread outwards from the sound nin's mouth, at least Iruka hoped it was his mouth, incinerating the mist and boiling large portions of the cloud away. What didn't strike mist shot out towards Iruka, forcing him to leap up onto the left hand wall as he reached for the kunai pack on his left leg with one hand. The other reached for his normal shuriken and kunai, behind his back. Jumping off the wall, he rained steel down upon the sound nin, special kunai flashing perilously close, but impacting the left side of the alley harmlessly, even as the weapons in his other hand kept his foe on the defensive. As his hands emptied, Iruka planned his next move. Now it gets tricky. If what he'd planned worked right, he would have to watch his step as well. Thankfully he at least knew where to step in the first place. To draw the Jounin into the trap, he'd likely have to absorb at least one hit and go back on the defensive. Looking back to where Anko was, he saw her engaged with the 2 Chunin with her snake's help, keeping the fight well away from the boxes where Hinata was concealed. If all went well, he could concentrate on his fight and not worry about being knocked back into hers. Alright, have fun, asshole. This is your chance to wail away. Iruka did his best to land awkwardly, as though surprised he was out of things to throw at the sound nin. That was all the opening the other man required. The Jounin vanished into thin air, even his footsteps untraceable. Okay, so I didn't connect that sound village forehead protector to his being able to mask the sound of footfalls. A minor setback. I hope so. Orochimaru's people being who they weren't about to waste time on him. The enemy would want to finish this fight quickly, and that probably meant knifing him in the back. But when you couldn't see your foe, what side was that supposed to be? There had to be a way to counter the sound muffling. Here goes nothing. Suiton. Yuidachi no Jutsu, water element. Sudden shower. Molecules in the air around him condensed in a flash, a miniature torrent of rain cascading down into the alley. The sound nin might be able to fool his ears, but the impact of his feet upon water, even if he managed to balance himself out with chakra, would become noticeable soon enough. There. A splash too great to be caused by a mere raindrop. Haruka leaned back just in time to keep the Jounin from splitting his head in two, somersaulting down the alley, past the weapons still embedded in the walls. Once he'd passed the last stuck kunai, Haruka released the tiny packets of chakra he'd been holding in place upon the rings and handles of the special kunai. A brief shing rang in the air, a whisper of metal on metal he hoped would be too soft for the sound nin to take notice of. Frantically weaving out of the way of a further assault, Haruka's hands leapt into one final sequence of seals, finishing by slamming them both to the ground, palms down. Suiton. Sharyugoku no Jutsu, water element. Tidal prison. The water raining down upon both men coalesced into a wave as tall as the buildings around them, enveloping the sound nin in an aquatic cell. The Leaf Shunin shook his head resignedly and pointed a finger in the opposite direction, the wave moving at his command. Die. Without the cover of rainfall to dull their presence, wires gleamed in the sunlight, spreading outwards in a haphazard web, connecting the mist kunai Haruka had previously thrown, held in place at each end by smaller magnets. By the time the Jounin registered that, it was too late to do anything but impact Haruka's net of razor wire. A torrent of blood painted the alleyway crimson, Haruka's net neatly slicing the sound nin into a pile of twitching body parts, the head's expression frozen in wide-eyed horror. From behind her boxes, watching the scene with the Byakugan, Hinata could not see Anko's savage battle frenzy in her old sensei's eyes, nor sadness at taking a life. All Haruka's expression betrayed was fatigue and mental exhaustion. She couldn't hear him speak, but she could read the words his lips formed. A little blood may not hurt anyone, Anko, but it's no miracle cure. The special Jounin hadn't hurt him either, but she'd certainly taken in the sight of Haruka dicing his opponent into shinobi finger food. Hissing something in an alien tongue to her snake, Anko drew a second kunai to join the one in her left hand and charged, screaming as she moved. Enough dancing around. Your meat. The viper's tail whipped around and forced one of the two Chunin back, Anko hurling her kunai at the other one. The brown-haired man vanished in a cloud of smoke, Kawarimi no Jutsu countering her attack. Snarling, she set her hands in motion. The jutsu? Sansei Joki, secret technique. Acidic vapor. A sickly purple cloud jetted out from the sleeves of the Kunoichi's jacket, shaking it all over with its force. The missing sound nin reappeared as the vapor spread outwards, whipping the top of his outfit off to shield him from the acid and drive the lethal fog away from his position. It charred the thickly woven shirt into a smoking ruin, but that was a small sacrifice to avoid much greater damage. Anko ground her teeth. Any other opponent, that at least gives them pause. Orochimaru's men would know the counters to everything he taught me, probably because he's known this day was coming for a lot longer than I have. When she realized what else that might mean, the two Chunin were already in position to prove her own point. Anton Ha, chaos wave. The world began to swim, a ringing in her ears, steadily building into a chorus of random noise under the sound nin's sonic assault. It wasn't as powerful as the sound attack from the exam reports, the one that had knocked the Rock Lee boy for a loop, but it was more than enough to throw her sense of balance completely off kilter. Looking about, she could see her serpent thrashing about aimlessly, trying and failing to center on its target. Damn. They lined us both up. Where the hell was Haruka? Sitting with his thumb up his ass gloating at her misfortune. No. She shook off the brief flash of irritation. He had to be careful coming to her aid. That razor net worked both ways, and getting around it would be tricky. There was no time to dismantle it now anyway. Besides, she wasn't completely helpless. The enemy might have hindered her movement, but they hadn't silenced her. Sensei Jashu, sublime snake hand. The call to another of her allies worked. 4 pythons shot forth from one outstretched sleeve, instinctively wrapping around the nearest heat source that wasn't their mistress. Gathering her feet under her, Anko pushed off randomly, pulling the arm with her snakes attached back towards her body. Without a sense of direction, it was the best she could do. It worked sort of. The ringing in her ears cranked up a notch with an impact that would leave a nasty bruise on her forehead. Leading with her head by necessity, she had smashed straight into the Chunin's nose, which broke with an obliging crack and a steady flow of blood, covering both of their faces. Dazed, having to keep an unsteady eye on her foe, Anko mouthed a silent curse. With her Viper down, there was nobody to handle the last sound nin until Iruka made it past his net. At least that was the logical conclusion. Thankfully, Hyuga Hinata hadn't been entirely logical for weeks. Her vantage point had shown her the same grim picture Anko had seen. Iruka gingerly tiptoeing through the wires, her current sensei lying in a woozy and disturbingly erotic position on top of one Chunin and one last Chunin advancing on the down pit Viper with kunai upraised. Hinata didn't much care for the slithery part of Anko's training, but losing an ally would just make her teacher even more unstable. Besides, she was still steaming at Iruka's assumption that she was useless in a fight. The last Chunin turned from stalking Anko's Viper when he heard the scrape of Hinata's shoes on the ground, the purple-haired genin emerging from her hideout. The snake could wait. This girl was a much easier target. And who would want to approach a zoned-out snake with venom that could rot his flesh into pulp? Hinata considered trying her eye, but thought better of it. She knew Hanabi's weaknesses. Orochimaru's people probably feared him much more than they respected him, but that wasn't enough to work on. It'd take too long to freeze him in place, and that would only expose her to attack if she failed. Plus, she knew how to use it. If she was going to take a risk, it should be with a girl she still needed to master. Hinata took a deep breath, looking tensely at her opponent. Then she extended a sleeve of her own. Tsunade Ashu, Iruka, Anko and the two sound nin all shifted their attention when they heard the young girl call out one of Orochimaru's signatures. Whether they were looking at her in shock, pride or disdain, all eyes were on the former Hyuga heir to see what she could do. At least, they were until 10 seconds had passed with nothing emerging from the girl's dark jacket. Large sweat drops emerged on the two-leaf adults' heads. Hinata didn't have time for that, she was too busy looking inside the sleeve she'd thrown outwards, an irritated expression on her face. Look, how are you ever going to grow if you don't try to fight? Anko heard a faint hiss of displeasure and a little fear from inside the jacket. Hinata kept arguing with the unknown serpent. If they had big snakes, they'd have brought them out by now. The last Chunin was tired of waiting. Raising his kunai, he charged. Taken aback, Hinata stumbled backwards and tripped over her own feet. As she fell, the purple-haired girl whipped her arm outwards, hurling a grey, wriggling form out of the jacket sleeve, barely 2 feet long. The snake hissed as threateningly as it could, its head flashing upwards as the Chunin passed, sinking tiny fangs into his ankle. The sound nin cursed at the sudden pain in his leg, shaking off Hinata's snake and turning back to its fallen mistress. But as he did so, the leg refused to respond. Wide-eyed, he stared back down at the snake, which had drawn itself up to hiss at him again. Suddenly it was getting hard to breathe. What the hell kind of snake is that? Anko's eyes flew wide open as she recognized a baby snake. A black mamba? The special Jounin sighed to herself. Only Hinata would have the dumb luck to survive summoning the wrong kind of snake with a Tsunade Ashu by calling on one of the deadliest snakes known to man. Sensing her Chunin stirring, Anko headbutted him again to keep him quiet. Stunned again, it took her a few seconds to react to her students. Well, you couldn't call it a failure, but it was no huge success either, even if the mamba's venom would kill the Chunin in mere minutes. Damn it, Hinata. I said pythons. The sensei Jashu involves pythons. Gingerly rising to one knee, her student shook her head and kept an eye on the last sound nin, who had staggered to his knees, breathing ragged. But they're scary. The vein popped up on Anko's head, in the same place Naruto's had earlier. That's the whole point. Iruka's hand latched onto the back of Anko's jacket, lifting her bodily off the first Chunin and propping her up against the alleyway. Argue the point later. They're not dead quite yet. If I could move without tipping over, I'd do the deed, you know. Yes, the leaf shinobi humored her. I know. Another time. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Iruka bent down and laid the prone sound nin's throat open with one fluid slash, the muted look on his face unchanged. The special Jounin looked at her comrade with more than a little curiosity. Iruka didn't react, too busy making sure Hinata's foe didn't do any more damage before the mamba's venom finished paralyzing his muscles and killed him from lack of oxygen. Hey big sensei man. He didn't even bother to look back at her. What? That net wasn't something you just came up with on the fly. You've got skills way out of line with a low-grade Chunin just teaching kids the ropes. How come you're not in some hotshot Anbu squad? Iruka dropped the bloody kunai back on the ground, stepping over the paralyzed sound nin to help Hinata up. When he spoke again, his words were measured and quiet, almost too low to hear. Finish teaching Hinata. When you have, you'll see for yourself. That took what was left of Iruka's adrenaline rush out of him, the academy teacher staring off into space. I suppose Naruto and his classmates ought to get most of the credit for this little transformation. They had taught him that legacies were important, things to use as stepping stones for one's success. He'd gone back after seeing Naruto fight Mizuki and others, sifting through the things his parents had left behind, scrolls and weapons that he'd always been unwilling to disturb, and tried to see what his parents had been, not simply keep a memory stagnant in his mind. The legacy had to be explored, understood, and accepted. If you wanted to move on afterwards, well, that was a normal human thing to do. Unless you understand where you come from and do something with it, you'll always be leashed to the past. That's no way to live. How many legacies would be made today, and how many would never get off the ground? A pair of eyes watched Uchiha Sasuke as he dashed through the forest, focused intently on the genin prodigy as he passed by. Contempt, respect and even envy roiled behind Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Orochimaru had changed his plan upon seeing Naruto summon the giant ferret, intent upon seizing what chance he could of seducing the Uchiha boy right now. When the disguised Seiken had slipped him the note with his new orders, he'd left the stadium, turning the mass duties over to a fellow Sound Anbu member. Kabuto cursed as he saw Sasuke's targets, the Kazukige's brats. Did the man have no control over his own creation? The point of the joint operation had been to crush the Leaf utterly, or at the least to cripple them. What shinobi and summoned creatures that were already in action would do damage, but nothing on the scale Orochimaru had envisioned. All because of the frailty of one stupid boy's mind. Kamimuro, Orochimaru's last great prodigy, would never have backed down from a demon if it had been sealed inside him. Even Naruto, stubborn and rash, had achieved a little control over the Ninetales, if his performance just now was any indication. But now that Kamimuro's body was giving out, all they could have used was Gaara. And he's done a lovely job of destroying a perfectly planned surprise assault. If there was one thing to respect about Orochimaru, it was his efficiency. If a pawn or a tool stopped being useful, the Snake Sennin replaced it immediately. Now that Gaara was useless to them, it was Sasuke's turn to take his place in the great game and Kabuto's job to put him there. If he couldn't bring Sasuke in, someone else would, their value to Orochimaru rising at his expense. Yakushi Kabuto had not gotten where he was without stepping over a few bodies on the way. He would be damned if someone ever got the chance to do the same to him. You will join us, Sasuke-kun. And when you do, I'll be more than happy to keep you in line and in your place until Orochimaru gets what he wants from you. Okay, Super Eyes. You said there were battles going on everywhere. Point us in the right direction. Naruto looked over at Neji as their little group sailed over the village rooftops. The Hyuga prodigy was squarely focused on the forest, out past the Leaf's walls. After a long pause, Neji nodded his head to the northeast. Gaara and his teammates are trying to flee the area. Sasuke is behind them and he's catching up. Perhaps he wants to continue their fight. The blonde genin shrugged. Let him have his fun. There's a lot more dangerous stuff out there and more civilians still heading for the shelters. We ought to at least help clear the city out before we jump into a duel. I'm afraid that's not possible, Naruto. The four genin stopped short as the ebon shadow emerged from the tree line in front of them, backwinging to land on Naruto's shoulder. What are you talking about? Ask your friend to take another look at this Gaara. I sense something odd about him. You might even say he is not entirely human. As though his spirit were that of a tanuki, oddly enough. Ino strained her ears, but heard only scattered bits and pieces of what the giant raven said to Naruto. The bird sage noted her confusion. Has the young lady a question? Naruto looked over at his confidant with a worried squint. What's up? I don't know, she shook her head. I can only hear parts of what he's saying, like a radio fading in and out. Naruto repeated it to him, the ebon shadow chuckled. It appears human ingenuity only goes so far. What's that supposed to mean? You remember the raven said how she only began hearing me after she read your mind. What about it? Well, it is only a theory, but I think in order to understand your thoughts, her mind had to take on the shape of your mind, however temporarily. This allowed her to hear me, even if she could not speak the tongue of nature. Now that she is no longer in your mind, her thoughts are regaining their unique shape and her ability to understand me is fading. Ino caught enough of it to understand what the raven meant, pouting in disappointment. Tenten, not knowing the background, looked at both of them like they were nuts. Naruto, it was bad enough when you were the only crazy one. Don't tell me you're contagious now. He made an irritated noise, pointing to the bird on his shoulder. Look, you saw me summon that ferret. I have a kind of animal magnetism. That's my bloodline limit. I can speak to them and summon different animals once I have their trust. Ino took a trip into my brain with her new and came out of it with half that power, but it's fading away now. Simple enough. Right. Oh, come on. Neji having X-ray vision you accept without a second thought, but I can't talk to furry creatures from the forest. Neji's family has been doing it for centuries. I only saw you summon that ferret 3 hours ago. You tell me. Naruto threw up his hands in exasperation. I'm surprised your dad gives you weapons sharp enough to break the skin. Of course he does. Using them is more sophisticated than prancing around the woods in a bearskin thong like you probably do with those animals. Rather than argue with her again, he turned to Neji and motioned out in Gaara's direction. Take a detailed look at that sand freak if you can. Shadow's saying something's wrong with the guy that makes him seem inhuman. The long-haired boy shrugged. Something tells me it would take an encyclopedia to record everything wrong with him. Let me check. Reactivating his Byakugan, Niji's enhanced vision bored through the forest, seeking out the fleeing forms of Gaara and his siblings. The girl with the fan and the boy with the puppet looked normal enough, if slightly twisted. But Gaara was unique. No, scratch that. Unique didn't even begin to describe the Sand Genin's chakra. Naruto had manifested an evil aura when he'd broken through the Haki Rakijui Onshu, but Niji had gotten the sense that it was more a controlled spirit, not the other boy's soul itself. Gaara carried a similar influence, but his second aura was darker, jet black with a hint of abyssal depths. Roiling and pulsing, it crashed against its vessel's human soul like a never-ending tide, spilling over with increasing frequency to taint and corrupt what was left there. Niji shuddered visibly, turning off the Byakugan. Tenten leaned down to check on him. "What did you see?" He turned to look at her and the rest of the group, voice shaken and disturbed. "Something that cannot be contained by Sasuke's skill alone. Its essence alone reeks of pure evil. Unless I miss my guess, it is mere moments from being released into the open. We had better prevent that, or at least try to minimize the damage." Ino watched as Naruto ground his teeth, logic warring with emotion. "Naruto, this is no time to get into a pissing contest. We all saw what that kid did to Lee. If he's capable of worse, he has to go down." Gently nudging the Eben shadow off his shoulder with a shrug, the blonde genin took his jacket off and tied it about his waist, revealing the tattoos running down one arm. "Fine. Let's get this over with before he pulls a win out of his ass and becomes Grand High Master Emperor of Bishonen Land, where the bimbos dwell." Biting his thumb, Naruto swiped the digit over the middle tattoo, that of Raven, morphing the bird sage into a giant-sized version of himself. "That on? We strike from the air and the bastards I'll never know what hit him." Tenten looked at the humongous Raven a little dubiously. "You sure about that with a bird this big?" "The only thing I'm sure of is before we're done with them, they're gonna regret the day they set foot in our village. Now come on." Fear. Loathing. Bloodlust. All of that and more, in an ever-quickening cycle, turned and turned about in Uchiha Sasuke's head. He was tracking Gaara and the other two Sand Genin on Genma's orders, of course, but even if the Jounin hadn't ordered him to fight, the voices in the depths of his psyche would have demanded it. That explained his irritation at hearing a familiar voice call out to him, distracting him from the coming battle. "Sasuke." Turned back. He spared a short glance at the source of the command. Kabuto. What was a voluntary failure doing ordering him around in the middle of a war zone? Best not to simply ignore an order if it existed, though. Stopping atop a nearby tree, the Uchiha heir turned to look at Kabuto. "What do you mean, turn back?" "Exactly what it sounds like," the bespectacled genin said. "Look up. Someone's already been reassigned to take on Gaara." The large shadow swept overhead, the Eben shadow speeding in the same direction Sasuke had been seconds earlier, with Naruto's group aboard. Kabuto smiled to himself at the flush that crept all the way up Sasuke's neck to his face. "Amazing, the kinds of tools you can pick up just by being observant. Envy trumps duty with enough time and opportunity." Sasuke looked dubious. "What's going on? That idiot's never been able to do anything as advanced as that." "When you grow up with Sasuke, you learn that blood eventually breeds true." "What's that supposed to mean?" Kabuto's inner smile widened, the sound spy twisting the knife. "The leaf has all kinds of bloodlines. Some are just a little slower to develop than others." Before Sasuke could digest that news, the other shinobi heaped more salt on the festering wound. "We're to scout the rest of this area to see if Gaara and his team were trying to set up an ambush with other Sand shinobi. Naruto's squad will signal us if they need reinforcements. We ought to move before anything gets out of hand." Without waiting for a response, Kabuto moved off into the forest, on a parallel track to Naruto's. Sasuke hesitated before following, unwilling to disobey even an unjust order. As they moved off, another pair of eyes watched impassively from behind dark glasses, suspicions building within. Aburame Shino waited until there was enough distance between them and began tracking Kabuto. It was the first time he'd heard of such an order being given to Naruto, and the first time he'd seen the other genin since the second stage of the Chunin exam. Coincidences that big in the shinobi world were illogical. Illogical things were threats, more often than not. And threats are made to be dealt with. "I know you want the element of surprise, but unless you want to jump down several hundred feet into a stand of trees, we need to get closer." Even as huge as the Raven's voice had grown, Naruto could barely hear it over the sound of the wind rushing by and the beating of his allies' wings. "What did you say?" The bird sage shook his head. He had quickly learned after meeting Naruto that the speaker's tactics were anything but ordinary. Perhaps it was time to follow a winning example. If experience is any example, he'll cope with what I'm about to do. Banking to give himself a good angle on the tiny forms of the Sand shinobi, the Eben shadow folded his wings and began to drop down to earth, shouting out a call even Naruto could hear. "That your friend's ready to jump. I'll buzz the target and you can jump down as the wind hits. It's all the surprise you're going to get if you're using me as transportation." The speaker nodded, turning to Ino and the others. "Shadow's going to buzz the treetops." When he does, get ready to jump off. Pick a target and get the drop on him. Neji motioned down in Kankuro's direction. I will take the puppet user. He can't do his little trick if I can spot where his chakra is. Tenten snarled as she saw Temari and the fan on the sand Genin's back. It's payback time for that bitch with the fan. She's mine. Naruto shrugged as he looked over to Ino, who arched an eyebrow. Some people handle losing differently than others. I'd ask you to help me out with Psycho Boy, but I think you've had enough demons and nutcases for one lifetime. The blonde girl watched Tenten clench and unclench the kunai in her right hand, violent intentions evident. I'd say the girl with the fan is going to take extra effort. Keep your eyes open and your reflexes primed, Naruto muttered. That chick's plenty twisted. Oh, Naruto, she said, voice syrupy sweet, hands clasped together in front of her and batting her eyes at him in exaggerated fashion. You care. You really care. He had the grace to look embarrassed. Don't get too excited. I need someone around who thinks I'm sane. Helps me feel normal. Naruto recovered by looking down and assessing the angle the Eben shadow was taking. You only get one shot to surprise anybody. Make it count. He brought his hands together, waiting until the raven began to level off. Age Bunshin no Jutsu. Nothing appeared on top of the Eben shadow, which was exactly what Naruto intended. Instead, a dozen clones, curled up like cannonballs, were dropping down upon the sand siblings. Gathering his legs underneath him, Naruto motioned to his friends to jump and set up his attack. Naruto Bakuretsu Ataki, Naruto Explosive Cascade. The rustle of leaves pushed aside by falling Cage Bunshin was all the warning Temari and Kankuro got before the clones descended and began to explode. Saving what was left of his chakra, Naruto hadn't made many of them. The chained explosions were still enough to send the sand shinobi flying apart, Temari and Kankuro barely avoiding hitting nearby trees and losing their grip on Gaara, who was thrown deeper into the forest. Tenten was the first to take advantage of the opening, twin scrolls out of her pouch and fluttering in the wind, murder in her eyes. Weapons of all types poured out of them as she swiped her hands across each hidden pocket in turn. You sadistic bitch. Weapons alone wouldn't be enough to kill Temari, already recovering from the concussion and readying her fan. It would be enough to occupy her and keep the other sand genin away. That'll do for now. Riding the wind down, Ino watched Temari shield herself with a gust of air, directing Tenten's weapons back at her or throwing them into the surrounding trees. The pigtailed girl didn't look as easy a mark as Sakura had, the Dreamweaver might work, but she had no clue where to start looking for soft spots. Better, at least for now, to just run interference for Tenten and wait for an opportunity to show itself. She had just the thing in mind to help. Taking out 2 kunai, Ino reached back into her waist pouch for 2 exploding seals, rolling them halfway over the handles of the throwing knives. Fisting the weapons in one hand, she reached into the pouch again, drawing forth a pair of smoke bombs. Inserting one each under the exploding seals, she finished trapping the kunai handles. Cocking her wrist to throw, Ino put 2 fingers of her other hand in her mouth, letting loose a piercing whistle in Tenten's direction. When the other leaf genin looked over, Ino nodded her head sharply toward Temari and let fly. Odd, I hope she's a little psychic. The sand genin rolled her eyes as the kunai split apart, coming at her from 2 distinct angles. She spared Ino's attack with a lazy backhand wave of her fan, knocking the kunai back, but why was the other girl smiling with hands steepled together? Oh, no. Temari's view of Ino vanished in a cloud of inky black smoke, the leaf genin detonating the exploding seals on her kunai and the smoke bombs underneath. Unknown to Ino, her distraction worked even better than she thought. Temari had seen what the Dreamweaver had done to Sakura and had plenty of demons of her own to dredge up. That prospect forced her to shift her attention away from Tenten. The black-haired girl took the hint and hurled a handful of her own smoke bombs. Hemmed in by the smoke, Temari waved her fan straight up. A cone of air whipped up around the pigtailed girl, drawing in the cloud around her and pushing it up to restore her line of sight. Ino grimaced. So much for a distraction. Something didn't feel right. Why was their opponent so worried about being able to see if she didn't consider Tenten a threat and Ino couldn't use the Dreamweaver? Then again, it wasn't like she'd come out and said she couldn't use it. Unless I'm completely off base, she's afraid of the Dreamweaver. She'd have to see me in order to avoid my probe. Ino twisted her mouth in the most evil smile she could muster, hands moving in the Yumariko no Jutsu special sequence. Who am I to disappoint a waiting audience? Ninpu. Yumariko no Jutsu, ninja art. Dreamweaver. Temari set her feet and prepared to jump away from the probe when it appeared, then Ino's hands froze in place, one seal before the end of the sequence, her smile dark and nasty. Would she stop? The answer came from behind her, Tenten screaming a war cry. The jutsu? Tsurugi no Mai, secret technique. Dance of the Blades. Training with Neji had its benefits such as making her work on circling behind an enemy as fast as possible. Other than the Hyugas themselves, she was probably the only one who knew her teammates by Akigan had a blind spot behind his head. She'd never actually gotten anything into that spot, but it wasn't for lack of trying. Now all that work was finally paying off. The Sand Kunoichi did the best she could to bring her fan into play and shield herself, playing right into Tenten's hands. Every last attack and defense the pigtailed girl used involved that ridiculous fan. Destroying it might well be the key to destroying its mistress. This time, there would be no scrolls, no flashy pretense. Just steel on steel, weapon against weapon. Her father had minced no words when she'd asked for the weapon she was going to use. Use these wisely. If you don't, you'll be tarnishing legacies, mine and your mother's. Kazumasa didn't have to worry. They're going to a good cause. Her parents' Shijin blades bit into the edge of Tamari's fan and kept on going with chakra-enhanced speed, cutting half the giant weapon off. Staring at the damaged weapon in her hands, the Sand Genin's eyes shot wide open, murderous intent rising in an instant. Tenten blanched. Suddenly, I'm wondering who's really the craziest of all three of them. In a flash, the pigtailed girl was upon her, not even bothering to use the broken fan, just frantically trying to get her hands around Tenten's neck. You bitch. You unbelievabling bitch. You're dead. I swear to every god in existence I'll kill you a dozen times over. There won't even be enough left of your ashes to fit in an urn. A light tap on her shoulder shocked Tamari out of her savage frenzy, turning her head to see the threat. Ino screwed her face up in an exaggerated pout. Don't irate any notice. The Sand Kunoichi didn't get a chance to answer. Ino's fist, clutching a kunai for added impact, crashed into her jaw even as she was trying to turn, spinning the older girl around to slump face down on the forest floor. The blonde leaf genin swung her kunai around on one finger as she helped Tenten up. If you were going to cut anything, you should have cut her, not the fan. The last thing we need is a girl who's gone batshit crazy about losing her toy. The crazed scream from Tamari's position drove Ino's point home. Toy this? It was stretching things to say the leaf girls were surprised to be blown across the clearing. But considering Tamari had waved her ruined fan hard enough to summon a hurricane and only gotten a stiff breeze, there were some eyebrows raised. Ino cursed, it hadn't hurt her, but Tamari, broken fan or not, now had an open route to hook up with Kankuro, who Niji had backed up a fair bit. Niji? A little help with Psycho Girl here. The Hyuga prodigy ducked another weapon attack from Kankuro's doll, shifting his Byakugan to put both enemies in view. He immediately regretted it. Karasu sprayed an entire brace of bombs at him, just as Tamari waved her fan in his direction. Only shinobi could make children's toys into deadly weapons. With two genin after her hide, Tamari wasn't going to waste time sending normal smoke bombs at him. No matter what was in them, he didn't need to be inhaling it. Digging a toe into the loamy dirt, Niji spun in a quick kaiten, throwing up a cloud of earth and dust to knock back the unknown bombs. But that counter move blocking his view of the sand nins, he took the hint and moved back to where Ino and Tenten stood. Suddenly I wonder if I should still be asleep underneath the stadium and miss all this fun. All three leaf genin looked up as an explosion rocked the clearing, driving Tamari and Kankuro further back. A golden-haired form shot through the smoke, sliding to a crouch beside Ino. Naruto grinned at his friend's surprised looks. Ino spared a brief moment to smack him upside the head. What happened to going after Gaara? Time enough to do that once we take these two out. You wanted help, didn't you? I also wanted somebody to take that freak out already. Some people, Naruto shook his head ruefully, don't know what the hell they want. Let's just finish these two off. When we do, the odds against Gaara will be a hell of a lot better. Niji dampened down his ally's enthusiasm. I don't have much chakra left. One large kaiten will probably take the rest. Even if we finish these two quickly, I won't be able to contribute anything to fighting Gaara. Then we'll make it count. I've got a bit of a plan. If it works right, we can take them both out at the same time. Tenten didn't look too convinced. How do we get close enough to do that when she can still blow us back here with one wave of her fan? Patience, oh hair bund one. That's what I'm here to do. How much speed can you get behind a kunai or shuriken with all your weight behind it? She bristled but did the sums in her head. Plenty fast. The only reason Psycho Girl dodged my throws in the first place was because she had that wind to deflect everything. I know she never actually saw what I threw at her. Not good enough, Naruto grunted. At least not for what I've got planned. You're gonna need an assist. Niji, have you ever tried doing something other than deflecting stuff with your kaiten? The other boy's eyes glinted with a hint of understanding. No. But I have no problem with a little improvisation. That's what I'm talking about. Now, Ino, what's your opinion of amusement park rides? That question got Naruto nothing more than a dozen confused eye blinks from her. Huh? The spiky-haired genin sighed and threw another handful of smoke bombs into the clearing, taking Ino's hand and walking a good distance backwards with her in tow. Never mind. Just try not to scream. Tenten crooked an eyebrow. What the hell are you doing? Shut up and back up halfway between Niji and me. Give me a 5-second head start and then start running forward. You'll get the point. You know, Naruto, now I'm curious, Ino said, hand still clutched in his. what are you doing? He turned and gave her the strangest smile she'd ever seen. You trust me? I guess so. Good. Then hang on. Before she could ask why, Naruto seized her about the waist and hoisted her over his shoulder, running towards Tenten and Neji. Hoping Ino would take the hint and free his arms up, he released her body and brought his hands together in front of him, first in one set of seals and then another, before bending his knees and leaping headlong at Tenten. The black-haired girl, barely understanding what Naruto was doing, took off running herself, and then Naruto and Ino exploded into a puff of smoke, leaving only a few shuriken behind. Her eyes shot wide open, finally understanding what Naruto was planning to do. Is he insane? It was too late to stop him anyway. Considering what she'd been able to do against Temari on her own, why not try something new? Plucking the shuriken out of midair, Tenten 2 left her feet, 3-leaf genin now bearing down on Neji, just now beginning to spin at maximum speed. Tenten braced herself for the impact, expecting to bounce right off Neji's ultimate defense mechanism until she saw the smirk on his face and the telltale glow of his chakra shield fading away. Opening one hand, the Hyuga prodigy grabbed his teammate by one ankle and swung her with all his might. Temari readied her fan as the smoke began to clear. She could hear noises from the leaf nins. What was going on? Tenten's scream and a few shuriken exploding out of the dispersing smoke were her only answers. Let's see you block this with your broke-ass toy. The sand girl didn't know whether to be insulted or amused. The damage to her fan hurt, but she could compensate with chakra. Motioning Kankuro back, Temari began to manifest a slight battle aura, pumping as much chakra into her fan as possible. For a brief moment, pure energy replaced the missing half of her tool, before she waved it in a contemptuous backhand to swat the Fuma shuriken down. When the shuriken kept on coming, the 2 sand genin realized something might be up a moment too late to do anything about it. The thrown weapon split, blurring and resolving into 2 forms. Naruto and Ino, a glowing angular field surrounding them and redirecting Temari's wind blast. Naruto gave his blonde target a brief wink before his flying kick blasted her to the ground. Who knew there was a use for studying maths after all? Kankuro tightened up his chakra strings, ready to switch places with Karasu and dodge Ino's move. What the hell? He might as well have tried to eat soup with a fork. Ninpu. Shintenshin no jutsu, body-mind switch. Ino spared him one last thought before leaping into his body, pinpointed by Neji just before Tenten had released them. Sometimes old tricks are the best tricks. Naruto brushed dirt off his pants as he stood up, glancing over at Neji. Still feel like taking a nap? More than ever. We've really gotta work on your sense of adventure. Why did that inspire a look of surprise on the prodigy's face? Naruto. Turning sharply, the blonde boy had just enough time to see Temari lunge at him, weapon drawn. But before the attack could connect, a massive brown form shot out of the tree line, sending the sand girl flying into a nearby oak with one swipe. Lady Sunflower watched her target slump to the ground before turning to Naruto. Just how were the wolves pacified by a boy who cannot tell if his enemy is actually finished? Politics, he muttered, is a game, not a fight. It's a lot easier to kick a game board over and start again than it is to stop a war. Lady Sunflower made an amused noise deep in her throat. I will remember that the next time you attempt to settle a dispute. Perhaps a ball game with these intruders' heads. The speaker snorted at the giant bear's attempted humor. You want to take out your aggression, do it on a hunt. A soldier's only there because someone made him go. Defeat a good enough punishment until they prove they can't take the hint. Fair enough. The last time we retaliated against you humans it brought nothing but grief. We are still young. You saved my people, and I have saved you in return. Naruto rolled his eyes. Great friggin' timing, I might add. Who can tell when you humans have lowered your pride enough to accept help? When I have to stop chasing one demon to beat down 2 psychos, it might be a good sign. I shall make a note of it. Then again, you will be the one calling me from now on, so why bother? The speaker could take a hint. What happened to us being even? We may have more needs for you in the future. It seemed prudent to ensure your cooperation. Naruto threw up his hands in amazement. Wow. And you're lecturing me about pride. Shaking his head, he turned to the others and jerked a thumb back. Meet Lady Sunflower, head of the local bear tribe. Talk about a good game. I suppose we ought to thank her for backing us up. Is it wise, Neji grinned, to be arguing with an animal 3 times your size, even when you understand what she's saying? Hell no. But when you're bargaining favors, you gotta expect a little tension. Especially from something with more pride than a star of stage and screen. Flattery will get you nowhere. We are wasting time with banter. Did you not say you had been chasing a demon of some sort? Well, yeah, but it's not like he's actually going to be that hard to find. Still in Kankuro's body, Ino intended to respond, but that died in her throat as something burst out of the forest, rising out of the trees, even smashing some flat through its sheer size. Obviously it was something Kankuro feared, his body spasming and flinching in sheer physical panic. Pointing up at the new addition, Ino managed to croak out a retort after all. Naruto, you suck as a prophet. Lady Sunflower, as proud as ever, made a rude noise. Panicus. When they're not stealing your food supplies, they're trashing your territory. Let us go and, as you humans so inelegantly put it, waste that thing. We will do no such thing. The disembodied voice floated by on the wind, the trees all around the boys, girls and one bear rustling in unison, almost speaking into their minds. Tenten covered her ears in reflex. Don't tell me. He really is contagious. Naruto bristled, going bright red in the face. Aw, shut up already. That's no animal I've ever heard talking. Correct. Even Ino was surprised to hear the voice loud and clear. Wasn't her ability fading? Well then, what are you? Still rustling, the trees around the leaf genin exploded upwards, growing and lengthening, weaving together in a canopy so tight the sun barely trickled through the few openings. The voice spoke again, this time seeming to echo. I am the avatar of this land, the source of the speaker's power. Niji arched an eyebrow. You're the very forest itself. Not merely the forest. All of this place, from the mountains and streams to the forest, even the wasteland, is mine to watch over. Watch over it I shall. The interloper presumes to believe he can threaten my charges, my creations, without consequences. This is an insult. Insults are to be punished. Interloper? Naruto muttered. Since when is that thing a part of nature? It is not. It is Makai. The creatures of Makai exist only to defile, to slaughter and destroy. They must be purged. Speaker, you shall come with me. There is work to be done. Lady Sunflower looked shocked. Lord Avatar, this is unprecedented. No speaker has ever called on your power. None of them has even been allowed to do so. What's more, I was here first. Do you doubt my ability to fight? There is no time to debate whose power is supreme, child, though you know what the answer would be. Threats from man, or from another avatar's creations, I trust my children to deal with. But to deal with Makai is my duty. Intrude not upon it. The bear chief grumbled, but sat down. Naruto didn't quite know where to address the avatar, he settled for talking straight up. So you're going to let me summon you? Incorrect. I cannot be summoned. My duties preclude such behavior. I appear only when I am most needed in my land. Such has only occurred once before now, when the first of your kind settled this place. In exchange for my aid, he agreed to respect nature as much as possible for a human. Tenten nudged Niji with an elbow. Is it talking about who I think it's talking about? The Hyuga boy shrugged. It does explain why the first Hokage, the Fire Shadow, had a wood element as his trump card. The one you speak of was somewhat respectful for one of the younger races. However, after some time even he began to see me as nothing more than another tool. I realized my mistake then. No man or beast has been allowed to use my power so freely since. The mother's creations should exist by their own means. It is only when such things as and others of Makai that my power is truly required. Then why, Naruto grumbled, don't I ever hear of the forest rising up to fight the Ninetales? The previous speaker preferred to concentrate on her allegiance to the human world. As I was not apparently needed, I allowed the humans to do what they would. Fortunately for them, they succeeded. Naruto muttered a curse to himself. Great. First a bear with more pride than Sasuke, and now a forest with more pride than the bear. Forget I asked. Can we just go fight that thing and get this over with? First you must decide what form I shall take to battle. As you are a speaker you are granted this privilege, which the other human was not. How the hell do I do that? It will come to you. Choose wisely. Expecting his arm to start burning again, Naruto was stunned to feel the sensation coming from his forehead right between his eyes. In fact, tearing off his forehead protector, the blonde boy slapped both hands on his head, cradling it and breathing in strangled gasps as the mark burned its way into his skin and soul. Angrily he demanded answers from the avatar. What is the idea of branding my forehead? Did you think the mark of man you wear is the only one you owe allegiance to? You are a speaker. To forget that is to abandon a duty as solemn as the one you have sworn to the human world. Such is the price of your power. Naruto bristled at the implied insults to him and his mother. When have I ever forgotten my duty? I saved the bears, didn't I? Better to nip a problem in the bud than struggle to correct it when it appears. The speaker rubbed the new mark on his forehead. I'll remember that the next time Konohamaru gets out of line. Attend to human affairs later. There is no time to waste. Tenten looked at Naruto, wondering if she'd just stepped through some kind of weird dimensional portal without looking. Where a few minutes before his brow had borne the symbol of the Leaf Village, a character had appeared on the blonde's forehead. Moku, wood. Another mark had flashed briefly on his arm near the others, most likely for the bear that had saved him, but it was impossible to miss the avatar's sigil. Naruto didn't say much of anything, keeping his own counsel. This isn't over, you overgrown twig-brained asshole. For now, you get a pass. Saving my friends and family comes first. What mattered was taking down whatever Gaara had become, defending his people, human and animal. Pride could wait. And if indeed the avatar was going to stir itself to fight, it might as well do so looking dignified or at least badass. Naruto bit his thumb and smeared his blood slowly over the avatar's mark. Alright, I've got something. Can you pull it off? The choice is made. Prepare yourself. The forest floor roiled beneath him, more trees emerging from the ground to shelter Ino, Niji, Tenten and Lady Sunflower. Hundreds of roots began to explode upwards, questing for sunlight, weaving and winding together. One large mass formed underneath Naruto, lifting him up as the avatar continued to build itself into what he'd chosen. Watching beneath the tree canopy, Ino transferred herself out of Kankuro's body. Disoriented, the Sand Genin staggered about for a brief moment before Lady Sunflower rose lazily from her seat and cold-cocked him with a backhand paw to the face. Rising groggily, Ino opened her eyes to see the avatar was still shaping itself. What could you possibly make with a bunch of trees, Naruto? Niji chuckled in amusement. Live in his imagination, we'll be surprised whatever happens. Sit back, enjoy the show and make sure these two Sand Genin are really out of the fight. That's what I recommend given the condition we're all in. Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest as the bed of roots he stood on continued to rise into the air. Looking down, he felt and saw whole trees rising from the earth, trunks becoming limbs, the avatar becoming what he had seen in his mind. As the creature built itself higher and higher, the speaker could see a tanuki-shaped thing in the distance, standing still with tail wagging in lazy menace, as though waiting for a target. The blonde genin bared his teeth, rage boiling over inside. All of this pain, having to kowtow to some tree god, just to kick your ass. You're going to wish you'd never been born. The avatar spoke and brought him out of his thoughts. It is done, human. The battle is joined. Towering above the forest, a massive form now stood ready for battle, eyes glowing with a baleful green light, maw full of spiked roots, one giant oaken foot smashing into the ground in challenge. Naruto's mouth twisted into a terrible, savage caricature of a smile. Mokuton. Mikuryu no Jutsu, Wood Element. Wooden Dragon no Jutsu. As he spoke, the dragon lunged forward, claws outstretched for battle. Bonus. Naruto's Wild Kingdom. Habu Pit Viper, Trimeresurus flaviviridis. Description. Light brown or olive yellow with black markings and a yellow or greenish-white belly. Characteristics. This snake is responsible for biting many humans, and its bite could be fatal. It is an irritable species ready to defend itself. Its venom is hematoxic, causing pain and considerable tissue damage. Habitat. Found in a variety of habitats, ranging from lowlands to mountainous regions. Often encountered in old houses and rock walls surrounding buildings. Length. Average 1 meter, maximum 1.5 meters. Distribution. Okinawa and neighboring islands and Kyushu. Source. Survivalic Handbook. Black Mamba, Dendrospis. Description. Most mambas are uniformly bright green over their entire body. The black mamba, the largest of the species, is uniformly olive to black. Characteristics. The mamba is the dreaded snake species of Africa. Treated with great respect. It is considered one of the most dangerous snakes known. Not only is it highly venomous but it is aggressive and its victim has little chance to escape from a bite. Its venom is highly neurotoxic. Habitat. Mambas are at home in brush, trees, and low-hanging branches looking for birds, a usual diet for this species. Length. Average 1.8 meters, maximum 3.7 meters. Distribution. Most of Africa. Source. Survivalic Handbook. Chapter 20. Power Plays. Amazing. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Naruto-kun managed to learn the secret of the first Hokage's ultimate. Sasuke was getting heartily tired of this patrol mission Kabuto had drafted him on. Between the lack of opponents, Kabuto's constant heaping of praise on that idiot, and now some giant wooden beast springing out of the forest to fight Gaara, he was giving serious thought to deserting his comrade and heading into the city to get some action. The genin was also giving thought to what the hell that wooden thing was. Naruto was becoming a great mystery, powers and techniques appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Most of it had happened where he couldn't see it. It didn't matter. The rumors were enough to start churning his thoughts into a froth. The three most wins in the Forest of Death taken out in a single attack. Inyazuka Kiba and then Hyuga Niji, both defeated in one-on-one combat. To have beaten the dog boy was one thing. To take out the previous year's #1 rookie was another entirely. Next thing you knew, Naruto would be thinking he could win if the two of them faced each other, a wholly intolerable state of affairs. All the confidence in the world meant nothing without concrete information. The Uchiha didn't create techniques. The Uchiha assimilated techniques. The world was their oyster. Genetic memory compensated for the lack of scrolls and oral instruction. You were taught the basics and you took in the rest on your own. When his father had actually walked him through the Gakkaku no Jutsu, he'd looked ashamed at doing so. And Uchiha did not know so much as he intuited. Chakra flowed and was shaped, the body aping another's actions, a shadow of a shadow. But without information, eyes that could pierce the deepest secret saw nothing at all. Nothing was gained, nothing taken. Stagnation. An utter waste of his time. Orders were orders. Uchiha Sasuke kept listening and fuming. Farther away, Aburame Shino watched the silly farce continue. He'd seen Kabuto's little card trick before the Chunin exam started. For someone who relied so heavily on tangible data, the bespectacled Leaf Nin was showing himself to be just as comfortable spreading nonsense. First a phantom order to come to the back of beyond, and now praising Naruto to the heavens. None of it made sense. Certainly Uzumaki Naruto was skilled, victory didn't lie. But to have duplicated the first Hokage's tree summoning when even the professor himself, the third Hokage, was unable to do so. Ludicrous. All of this praise was empty. Empty except in that it fulfilled some ulterior motive of Kabuto's in relation to Sasuke. Everyone knew the Uchiha survivor had it in for his older brother. Everyone could see that he would do anything to become strong enough to do so, even steal a hard-earned move from a shinobi who had little else like Rock Lee. Mentioning something powerful that he couldn't copy in his wildest dreams was guaranteed to get a rise out of Uchiha Sasuke. But why? The exam was over and Kabuto had pulled out of it anyway. Fighting his own comrade especially while the village was under attack was totally illogical. Kabuto was simply not the type of shinobi to do something that made no sense. Those cards alone were proof. So why waste time baiting Sasuke when people were dying? There was the obvious first impression all children had of adults. Maybe whoever had ordered Kabuto around, if he or she existed at all, was simply a moron. But the Leaf wasn't so hidebound that you couldn't ignore orders that made no sense. If Kabuto had been told to patrol an empty patch of forest, he'd have turned around and been in the thick of the fighting by now. Next, there was the possibility that Kabuto was just a coward. Pulling out of the Chunin exam certainly supported that angle. But nobody was that stupid. Baiting Sasuke like this could lead to a fight, exactly the kind of thing a coward would want to avoid. That led him to the most disturbing theory. Backstab or otherwise kill Sasuke out here, and Kabuto could probably get away with saying he killed a coward or traitor trying to flee. Naruto wasn't the only boy in the village who hated Sasuke and what he represented. In the chaos of an attack, nobody would even find Sasuke's body until it had decomposed enough to eliminate most of the evidence against his killer. Kabuto was just the sort to have all of the details planned out well in advance, including taking advantage of the situation to issue a fake but plausible order. Maybe he was jealous. Maybe he was a traitor. Either way, he was up to something. Shino adjusted his sunglasses slightly, moving to give himself a better vantage point and placing a single bug on the tree trunk next to him to take in the scene and report back to his family, if necessary. If Kabuto was to be stopped, he had to have proof of any wrongdoing. One didn't simply accuse the son of a chief medical officer of treason or murder without it. As for Uchiha Sasuke, if he was really as good as advertised, he could take care of himself for a few seconds until help arrived. It seems even logical boys are human. You seem distracted, student. Has your absence made you forget that I could fight once? Orochimaru scoffed at the third Hokage, even as he brushed aside the slightest hint of irritation. Modifying his plans to attack the village had been dicey, to say the least. A grand illusion was never easy to pull off, and letting a team that hadn't practiced it do it instead of Kabuto was a risk he never would have allowed if the situation hadn't called for it. The Uzumaki boy was showing his heritage now, one that didn't interest the sage, but would certainly push Sasuke towards finding it better. Finding him. There would never be a better time to turn the boy. He changed plans accordingly. Now all that was left was to wait for Kabuto's signal flare, and a new era would be ushered in. His era. Limitless potential for acquiring the knowledge he craved, all under his control. Akatsuki could have their demons. The Sharingan was the final step in making him a living god. He was no god yet. Gods controlled all they surveyed. The affairs of mortals were beneath them, the swarming of gnats and insects. Gods did not have to depend on lackeys in a faraway forest to accomplish their aims, nor watch as potential tools were taken from them by disease and corruption. To be human was to confront inadequacy, day upon day. To face the specter of death. And if he had to go through 1,000 bodies and souls to cheat it, so be it. Ah, Kimimaro. Tremendous talent wasted in an inferior vessel, destined now to be lost to him. Destined to wither away, never seeing the glorious dawn of his immortality. A pity, but such was the fate of such fools as the Kagaya. It was imperative that he capture the Uchiha now, before human frailties could do their damage. But even if Kabuto succeeded, the man who stood in his way had to be dealt with before the Snake Sennin could proceed. A hero, a genius, shrunken and ravaged by age. A fate he would never share. A fate that deserved mercy, in the form of oblivion. I was reflecting on the power of chance, Sarutobi-sensei. Who could have foretold this place would endure so long without being undone by its own hubris? There is pride in a job well done, the third rasped, and then there is empty puffery. You never did understand the difference. Such words. Such pride in fulfilling another's goals. For what? Money? Glory? Nothing endures in this chaotic world. Nothing but life for those few who find the secret. And when you found that I had discovered it, what did you do? You tried to kill me. Small wonder I found my own way instead. The Hokage burned with secret shame, his greatest failure staring him in the face. And see what you have made of yourself. A mockery of the life you claim to champion, a mockery of a man. Spreading chaos, treachery and death, condemning children to an existence of pain and servitude. If that is life, it isn't worth living. Mocking laughter. The mirth of a man who could not be bothered with such trivia. The old man gathered what little of his former strength was left. Shall I relieve you of your burdens and let you join your ancestors? The Hokage removed his robe to reveal armor, the clash of metal drowning out the creaking of joints. Death will come for me when I have accomplished all the duties left to me, and not before. You will just have to make do until I join you in the afterlife. Orochimaru roared his laughter across the roof of the stadium. And who is doing the empty puffing now? There is, as always, only one way to find out. Is there a reason we're just standing here watching that tanuki wave its tail and giggle like a maniac? Naruto stood atop the avatar's wooden construct, the dragon's inhuman golden eyes staring coldly at its demonic foe. The nature spirit made a non-committal noise. I have never battled Shukaku, though I know of it. It is unwise to enter a battle blind. First blood is for bragging rights, but only heart's blood counts. The genin spat in Gaara's general direction. In other words, you don't want to let him make an ass out of you, so you're gonna counter instead of trying to use the few seconds we had of surprise to kick his tail. The dragon's silence was damning. Why am I not surprised in the slightest? You will one day learn that politics are not just for humans and animals. Look, we're here to defend this place, damn it. Don't accuse my mother of shirking her duty if you're gonna stand around and fret about looking bad to the other walking leaf heads. Do not presume to order me around like a minion. The last human to make such a mistake never drew upon my power again. Then show me why I'm supposed to respect you, or slink back into the forest and let me do my job. Anything the avatar would have said was cut off by the cackling of Gaara or what the Sand Nin had become. Uzumaki Naruto. You're no fun. You're going to die at my hands. Better beings than you have tried and failed. Miserably. The tanuki thing inhaled a giant breath, then emptied its lungs in a blast of air, drumming its gut with a powerful blow. Fuetin. Rinkuiden, wind element. Drilling air bullet. Naruto felt branches grab him and draw him inside the dragon's head, his vision becoming an amber haze as he stared through the avatar's eyes. Fool. The willow bends but does not break. The dragon curled its toes, roots digging into the ground to anchor it as the wooden beast crouched down underneath Shukaku's attack. Wind howled and trimmed stray branches off its hardened surface, its force otherwise blunted. Naruto grinned mostly to himself. Now that's more like it. Do not get used to this. Shukaku requires a medium to enter the world. For now the medium is in control. But should something happen to the medium to make its consciousness retreat, this battle will become more difficult than anyone could have imagined. Retreat. Wouldn't that happen when he goes to sleep or something? Seems to me your brain ain't working when you're conked out. Have you looked at the medium's eyes? Vessels of Shukaku do not sleep if they wish to keep their souls intact. Any loss of control, intentional or not, is an opening to allow the demon to grasp power. Once it has done so, it does not give back what it has stolen. The ultimate result can only be the death of the vessel's humanity. How is that any different from how this maniac already acts? You do not want to know. Then what are we supposed to do? If the medium loses consciousness, he will have to be disturbed, lest Shukaku enter a state in which even I will have difficulty containing him. Certainly he will do his utmost to keep the medium from being touched or otherwise interfered with. If we are to succeed, Shukaku will have to be distracted. I am told you are good at such things. Yeah, pretty much. We will come to that. For now, I shall remind this trash I am no mere beast to be hunted. Tree trunks and vines shifting positions, the dragon converted itself from a blocky, stout form to a longer, sinewy body, trading power for speed. The avatar bunched its now lengthened tail and hind legs, springing forth at the giant tanuki. Naruto braced himself against the back of his enclosure as momentum pressed him backwards, trying to figure out how best to deal with the creature Gaara had become. Don't go for the head straight off. Knowing what you just said, he's gonna expect us to try and take Gaara out. Fainted his head and cut his legs out from under him. Well, he's reforming him. I can take a shot at Gaara. Ambitious, but within reason. You will have to be accurate and decisive. I doubt Shukaku would allow you more than one clean attack. I'll think of something. Do so quickly. In the meantime, we attack. Spikes in the form of roots began to grow all along the charging dragon's spine. Leaping up, the avatar whipped itself into motion, snapping the spikes off and launching them at Shukaku's face. Threaten my lands, will you? The giant tanuki smashed aside the rain of wood with another blast of air, forcing the dragon to twist aside to avoid its own attack. The avatar grumbled something that sounded like a curse as it landed. Naruto looked at where Shukaku was already beginning to prepare for another assault. Is wood all you can send to him? One good blast of sand and he's gonna grind through any tree or wall you can put up. I am a nature spirit. The elements are easy enough to control. But this place is not the village of the Hidden Leaf. It seems somehow appropriate. Appropriate? We're not trying to score points for sticking to the script. I assume you have a suggestion then? Yeah. Gimme a second or three. Denton, watching the action from the forest below, nearly jumped into the nearest tree when a hand tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, you mind if I borrow something from you? The black-haired Kunoichi bristled at being surprised in the middle of a battle. Don't do that. Do what? He shrugged. It's just a cage bunshin. I meant don't just tap my shoulder from behind in the middle of a fight between giant dragons and Tanikas and bears and stuff. Do you want me to put a kunai between your eyes out of reflex? The Naruto clone developed a large sweat drop. You did hear the booming noise when I showed up, right? It's kinda hard to miss. It was at that moment Tenten discovered that cage bunshins tended to go pop when you stuck them with pointy objects. She was also to discover that Naruto learned social lessons at a pace only slightly slower than a sloth's. Another clone appeared in a burst of smoke. What the hell did you do that for? I'm in the middle of a battle here. This is serious stuff. Face flushed with equal parts rage and embarrassment, Tenten popped this clone too. Shut up, you stupid loudmouth. Up inside the avatar, Naruto rolled his eyes. This time he wasn't taking any chances. Two clones appeared to his teammates' sides, holding her arms in place, while a third popped up right in the Kunoichi's face. Damn it, calm down. I'm sorry already. I just need a few shuriken. At your own. She snapped at him. What do you think, I just walk around with giant flying blades stuffed in my pockets? You're the only one I know that's got easy access to that stuff. Tenten sniffed. What happened to summoning gigantic animals and blowing up the scenery? I use that on humans. Take a damn look. I'm trying to fight off a 100-foot-tall Tanuki demon thing. I'm pretty sure that calls for a change in tactics. You know, like working as a team. Tenten snapped back without even having to consider it. Some teams. You're not even going to attempt to let us help you. This is our village too, Naruto. Naruto released her, two of the three clones disappearing. So that was what was behind all of this. You all told me you were out of chakra. What was I supposed to think? She pointed up to where the real Naruto and Avatar were busily attacking and counter-attacking Shukaku. How am I not supposed to want to fight? One wrong move and we could all be crushed by that thing. If I'm going to die here, I'd rather do it fighting for something I believe in, even if it's just with a tool. It doesn't take chakra to throw a shuriken. The remaining clone fixed her with a piercing stare. You seriously want in? Would I still be standing here if I didn't? Got a point there. Alright, you're in. When the time's right, I'll give you guys a signal and the rest of the plan. You might want to tell Niji and Ino before you rope them in though. She drew one of her scrolls out warily, eyeing the battle above. I don't get it. What are you going to do with one Fuma shuriken against a 100-foot-tall Tanuki demon thing? The clone grinned a fox grin. Test out an old wives' tale. Turning, the cage bunshin motioned to Niji, Ino and Lady Sunflower, the bear chief still sitting atop Tamari and Kankuro. Dead under cover. You don't want to be exposed to the elements when this really gets going. Ino blinked. What plan? You make plans and things start blowing up all over the place. Exactly, so unless you enjoy hospital food, you'd better get the hell out of here. You can leave the sand freaks there if you like. I would, anyway. Ah, cruelty, Lady Sunflower chuckled. The hallmark of humanity. The clone shrugged. Step onto someone else's turf and threaten their people, you deserve what you get. Now go already. The three-leaf genin and one bear moved into the trees, Niji hugging the sand siblings. The cage bunshin watched them for a few seconds before turning and hurling the Fuma shuriken towards the avatar. The real Naruto stretched a hand out of an opening in the wooden dragon's head, drawing the weapon inside. What exactly do you intend to do with something that punishes a creature of Makai? Brew up a few storm clouds and we'll see. But first, toss as much dust and leaves as you can into the air. I'm gonna need cover to try this out, better to make it look natural instead of me using a smoke bomb or something. Too late. What now? Look at its head. Through the dragon's amber eyes, Naruto caught sight of Gaara's hands moving into position in front of him. Something like triumph mixed with horror suffused the Sand Nin's expression as he barked out a command. Tanuki Nari no Jutsu, spell of fake sleep. The avatar cursed as Gaara slumped over, motionless. Thrice damned demonspin. We are in for it now. The giant Tanuki burst into a fit of insane laughter, madness now apparently complete. Freedom at last. Free to pillage, destroy and kill. You're first up. And here our troubles begin. So unfortunate. Now it seems the fighters are equally matched. Well, I'm sure Naruto-kun can handle himself even in the face of such an opponent. A trivial comment, but it was the 100th one in less than half an hour from Kabuto. Even Shino would have started snapping at the four-eyed genin by now, to say nothing of Sasuke. Would you shut up about that bottom-of-the-class idiot? I don't need to hear about all the things he can do. No, I suppose you don't, Kabuto mused as if to himself. Especially when there are many more ways to achieve true power. The Uchiha boy muttered an unrepeatable curse under his breath. Who was this fool trying to puff up now? Kabuto sniggered. I see you don't believe me. Doesn't that mark on your neck say it all? Orochimaru wasn't born with that power. He had to get it from somewhere. How the hell would you know about that? Common sense, which you seem to lack. Never fear, though, that can be learned as well. From you? The black-haired genin sneered. Kabuto's reply fairly dripped false cheer. Oh, I could try, but you wouldn't want to learn from me. If you already know about that, then shut up and drop it. Suit yourself, Kabuto sighed. You'll never get anyone to take you on the path to real power with that attitude. Sasuke slashed his hand down in the air between the two of them. First you dragged me along on a crappy mission to the middle of nowhere and now all this talk about phantom teachers. Let's just get this over with so you can annoy someone else. He was mildly surprised when the other genin turned around, eyes hooded and dark even through his glasses. I told him you wouldn't understand. I told him you were neither ready nor worthy. But who am I to disagree with the master? All that power to be offered to a child neither deserving nor understanding of its magnitude. A complete waste. And yet here we are. Sasuke, and Kabuto as well, it seemed, were too engrossed in trying to bore holes through each other with nasty looks to notice a bug on a nearby tree, watching the scene. Shino's eyes narrowed at the mention of the master. Kabuto was more and less than what he seemed. Less loyal and more dangerous. What master would be stupid enough to have you working for him? The sound spy's retort was sharp enough to cut steel. The one who gave you that seal. Even Shino's eyebrows rose at that one. Suddenly rumors of an S-class former Sennin lurking around the village didn't sound so stupid after all. Sasuke's reaction was a bit less thoughtful. Then again, who would have begrudged him drawing a kunai and attacking the servant of the man who'd caused him all that pain with his cursed seal? When he attacked, Uchiha Sasuke's strikes were strong and true, fitting of a boy at the top of his class. They were also useless against a shinobi who served as Orochimaru's right-hand man. Kabuto shifted aside sinuously, letting the kunai simply graze his shoulder, the wound healing almost as soon as the knife passed by. The medic nin's hands passed to either side of Sasuke's head, the barest hint of azure indicating chakra being channeled. The world vanished into Stygian darkness. If power were determined by blood alone, you would be no better than a mewling kitten right now, Sasuke-kun. What is an Uchiha without his eyes? This was fairly spat from the lips of Kabuto, the honorific Laden with sarcasm. Shino readied his own weapons and bugs, preparing to move in as the cavalry when something stopped him. The sound of Sasuke's voice, uncertain with a hint of intrigue. And just what is the power you claim he can teach? What he took away, Kabuto replied silkily, he can return to you. The seal is proof of your worthiness and the gate to greater power than even the leaf could conceive of. Unseen for centuries. Dark creatures of greatest might. Even immortality. Sasuke spat at something out of sight but not out of mind. If he knows me, then he knows what I want. He can have immortality. I just want a head to lay before my family's graves. Easily done for one such as Orochimaru-sama. You will, of course, have to leave the leaf. I somehow doubt they would let you join our sound village voluntarily. Shino stayed behind his cover, waiting for the answer. There was still enough time to see whether this was all a ruse to lull Kabuto into distraction. It wasn't. How are you involved in all of this? Couldn't be simpler. I served one master, and now I serve another. He wants you, I can't see why, but who am I to overrule him? Fine. Shut up, take me there and then get out of my way. Maybe it was a flashback of the massacre or the shock of seeing Naruto controlling powers worthy of a founding cage. Feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, impotence. Something as simple as frustration. In the end it didn't matter. It was treason. Understandable or not, coerced or not, it was treason. Betrayal. A capital offense. And the last of the vaunted Uchiha leaving the leaf. Silent commands issued and the swarm was loosed. Old Sound Nin and new Sound Nin turned at the sound of Shino's icy tone. Your teammate faces a monster to defend the village, you sell it out while others fight and die. Who is the real idiot? Kabuto looked back coolly. Some say fighting an unwinnable battle is the mark of a fool. The cloud of bugs surrounded Shino, the tempest stirring, tense to strike. It is only futile if the traitor escapes alive. You can kill him fighting 2 against 1. Your bravado is as big as that cloud of bugs. Shino's mouth curled into a twisted smile behind his collar, bugs buzzing to his side by the thousands as they responded to his call. You were correct. An Uchiha without his eyes is nothing. I will settle for that, something even you cannot heal, if I can achieve nothing else. And if he dies, then he dies. I will mourn his stupidity, but not his memory. Kabuto made a pass of his fingers over the same spot where he had blinded his new convert, a Naruto-like smirk on his face. Something I cannot heal. Don't be silly. The smile on Shino's face stayed right where it was. You cannot heal what will no longer exist. If you could, what need would Orochimaru have of this traitor? Old Sound Nin glanced at new Sound Nin. Well, I'm not the one hindering you now. What are you going to do about it? His sight restored, Sasuke's hands did most of the moving. Eliminate it. Stray into my path and I won't guarantee you anything either. Do what you like, the silver-haired man sighed. Shino didn't move, even when flames burst forth from Sasuke's mouth, the fireball his first instinctive attack. The cloud of bugs scattered and the bug user disappeared, a log left behind to burn. The leaf nin cursed inwardly at the risk he was taking with his charges. Fighting Kabuto, with or without Sasuke's help, would have been difficult, but he could have at least used normal tactics. Fighting Sasuke would require much more care and subtlety. Fighting both? A fool's game at best. If he wanted to do any real damage, he'd have to separate them or find a way to control the battlefield. The bug user didn't like leaving his prey behind to try and escape, but if he died now there would be nobody to raise the alarm. Better to back off and try this than charge forward and waste his weapons and his life. There was one saving grace, the Sharingan did not offer full coverage of the battlefield like the Byakugan would have. As long as he stayed out of visual range he could direct his bugs at will, his commands were mental and not chakra-based. Landing on a faraway branch, watching Sasuke and Kabuto search for him, Shino pondered his options. His father's teachings came to him slowly as he thought. Make the battlefield your weapon. Hordes of termites scattered on silent command, eating away at breakneck speed inside the great trees of Konoha, unseen and unheard. Beetles and dragonflies carried explosive seals to and fro, inert without the hand seal to ignite them. Shino's caricature of a grin returned. Fire blossomed as trees exploded, Shino setting the forest ablaze in an instant. Kabuto and Sasuke were shinobi. Falling trees were easy to avoid with a little aerial gymnastics. But every second spent deciding on a new direction to jump and avoid a falling trunk was another second that a stray bug here or there went undiscovered. I think I'll let you have some fun with him, the bespectacled man said. Orochimaru-sama ordered me to notify him when we were ready to set out. Sasuke didn't even bother watching him go, preferring to keep looking for Shino. There was no point charging up a Chidori at the moment, as the bug user was nowhere to be seen. Before Orochimaru did anything about the curse seal, he had maybe 2 or 3 uses of the Chidori a day, and one of those had already been used to puncture Gaara's sand shell. The best way to do things would be to flush Shino. Pain. Hausenka, fire element. Mythical fire flower. Fireballs shot out from Sasuke's position, followed quickly by shuriken and any other thrown weapon he could reach, all spraying outwards in different directions. The missing nin didn't check to see if any hit. He was more interested in sound than blood, the sound of rustling bushes from an escape or the clash of metal deflecting his thrown weapons. Shino could hide his bug controls, but not his movements. You didn't need 360-degree vision to see that. The subtle snapping of twigs was all he needed to hear. Charging a Chidori on the fly, Sasuke flashed across the forest floor towards Shino, landing after jumping out of a tree. The Leaf Genin didn't make a bug clone of himself, that would have been a waste anyway. Instead, he began backpedaling quickly, even though he was losing ground steadily to Sasuke's speed. Sasuke watched as bugs began to layer themselves all over the front of Shino's body, indifferent to the covering. I broke through Gaara's defenses with this. You think your bugs will save you? Why the hell was he smiling with a killing blow headed for him? Sasuke is determined to wipe the smile and perhaps the face off this new obstacle. His arm pushed forward through the insect barrier, energy surrounding it with lethal intent, and then his entire world was set ablaze, vision hazy and skin burning as though aflame. These are bombardier beetles. Shino said coldly. They may not save me, but they will be the death of your usefulness. One bug can kill another. A swarm will charge you to cinders. But all I need to destroy is those eyes in order to do my duty. Sasuke struck out in the direction of his enemy's voice, but even he knew it was futile. His fist caught nothing but air. He needed something better. Something Shino couldn't see or prepare for. Keep him talking. Track his voice or trap him, but get him close. You honestly think Kabuto will just let you kill me after all that crap he spewed about Orochimaru needing me? You told him yourself not to get in your way, and he was not inclined to protest. He will take his time getting back from wherever he went. Time enough for you to be dealt with, true? Even now he recoiled at the very idea of having to be saved by that smug bastard. But speaking of smugness, what do you get out of it? If you're so strong, you ought to be doing the same thing I am and finding a way to grow even stronger. Don't get mad at me because I'm doing what you're afraid to. Sasuke might not have been able to see, but he could detect the slight catch in Shino's voice, still at the same distance. Do not try to compare my motivations with yours. Don't play holier than thou with me, bug boy. Oh, come on. You think anyone can hear you out here other than Kabuto and me? You got screwed even worse than I did when the teams were assigned. Naruto's an idiot, but at least he's got some power. You got a barely human idiot with a puppy and a shrinking little mouse. Your sensei's only good at which a smart enough ninja can break through anyway. Admit it. You deserved better and you know it. That is the difference between us. You run from the challenge of working with those weaker than you. I have embraced it. When I am promoted, it will be over with in any event. The only fear here is yours of honest work. What does honesty get you when someone squashes you underfoot like one of your bugs? Sasuke spat. Nothing. People remember winners. Winners get things done. Dreamers talk. Winners do. An ideal isn't worth the breath you take to talk about it if you can't back it up. Shino's thin laugh was pinched by sarcasm. Are you trying to turn me or convince yourself? Sasuke shrugged. What makes you think I need to do either? What's the world coming to when you can't even try and do someone a favor? His eyes narrowed as Shino's voice began to get closer. I need no favors from you. What a laugh. You want to finish it, then finish it. Just don't blame me when you wake up in bed one early morning and realize you never took a chance. Shino took a step forward in spite of himself. How dare he equate himself with me? One step was all Sasuke needed, blindness forcing him to rely on the rest of his senses. Whirling around, he charged the area where the air had stirred and caught air with his outstretched fist. You missed, Shino said. The bug user was halfway into sending a final command to his bombardier beetles when his world exploded in pain and azure light. Sasuke heard the hunter nin slam into a nearby tree, a pained grunt bringing a smile to his face. But as much as he hated to give any credit to Naruto, Sasuke owed it to him for even being able to touch Shino in his current condition. The idiot couldn't even complain about one of his moves being stolen. Charging up a Chidori internally wasn't nearly the same as that self-titled bomb. It seemed to work all the same. Better, in fact. Redirecting his chakra out of his feet had given him the burst of speed necessary to make contact with Shino. He'd lost the piercing power of the normal Chidori, but he couldn't have used it blind anyway. Turning it into a blunt impact was enough for now. Sasuke made another grudging admission he needed this to buy time for Kabuto to get back. The internal Chidori trick wouldn't work twice and he was fast running out of ideas. If he could get his sight fixed, he could finish it. If not, Shino would get his smirk back. There were too many things he needed and too few things under his control. His decision to join Orochimaru was looking better by the minute. The sooner he had enough power to control his own destiny, the sooner he would be free of having to rely on anyone, especially smug assholes like Kabuto. But before then, where the hell did he get off to? Naruto stared as Shukaku continued to cackle in its insane high-pitched giggle. He looked through the avatar's eyes as he addressed the nature spirit. So it's more insane than ever. What's the big problem? The medium is familiar with Shukaku's power, but it does not have the experience to make full use of it in this form. Shukaku knows exactly what it is capable of doing. You had better plan well. You better believe I've planned well. Can you keep this form and still make more things grow out of the ground? Easily done. Okay. Start brewing up the biggest thundercloud you can, with rain and such. When I give the signal, toss up those spikes or something destructive at Gaara. If he uses that wind to deflect it, he'll have to anchor himself. That's when you grab him with every root you can possibly grow. I'll give you the rest of the plan if this part actually works. If. My optimism is dropping by the second. It's my first time dealing with a crazy bastard who's also got a demon. I'm a little out of my element. Why? Either you win or you lose. There is only one way to find out which. Fine, brew that storm and grow some vines. I'm going to give the signal to the guys down there to start the plan. Some action for once. The avatar's snide comment stopped abruptly. The wooden dragon stumbled and then slumped drunkenly to all fours, some of its outer skin slackening and falling to earth. Naruto shook his head to clear the cobwebs, looking around to see Shukaku point at them and laugh even harder. What the hell's going on? If I didn't know better, I would say someone or something is trying to tap into my power. Yeah. You're talking to him. Besides you. It should not be possible, and yet it is happening. I do not understand, but I will have an answer. This shouldn't be happening. It can't be happening. Orochimaru nearly yawned, nonplussed by the third stunned expression. And yet it is Sarutobi-sensei. Isn't that funny? Teacher stared at the student and his own two teachers. His disbelief quickly faded to be replaced by seething rage. To destroy the bounds of life and death for yourself, I could have foreseen. You were never so motivated as when you could advance your own ends. But to desecrate the souls of those already gone. I'm ashamed of myself as a teacher. The mad Sennin waved a hand in dismissal. Oh, why do they always resort to petty melodrama? It couldn't be simpler. The world is better off when it's in motion. Entropy drives man to greater heights than he could ever imagine. It drives him to invent, to improvise, but most of all to evolve. In that environment, there is instantly more to learn, more to acquire. It's the perfect place for me to exist. Why begrudge me a little help from the past to get there? The third's face contorted, an unfamiliar look of rage settling upon it. Help implies that you asked for it or were given it willingly. Yes, there is that. You always were good at semantics. The Hokage said nothing, but his insides were twisting themselves in knots, cold logic's effect. He was overmatched, had been overmatched since the day he'd let Orochimaru live. Then, he'd been aging. Now, he was just old. Semantics. Right and wrong have nothing to do with words. Compassion, decency, honor. They're not words to be tossed around, they separate man from beast. Pivoting quickly, the third's hand swept across the village from the rooftop vantage. This was the place that gave you life. That nurtured, educated, and allowed you to become what you are. It burns, Orochimaru. Blood stains the streets and screams fill the air. It wasn't enough for you to disturb their eternal rest. Now, to imply that the men who built this village would ever be party to its destruction is unforgivable, the action of neither man, beast nor savage. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with an inhuman glow, the third's words triggering something in the madman's heart. Yes. Precisely. I have transcended mere humanity, even nature itself. What right have you to judge me by the standards of my inferiors? The third tightened his focus, drawing in what remained of his chakra. The right of a man to fix his mistakes. You're welcome to try. Orochimaru walked away, motioning to his pawns to continue the fight. The third watched his teacher's hands intently, trying to prepare a counter move if he had to. As soon as he caught sight of the first Hokage, he knew that was a waste of time. One cannot truly counter what is unique. Lokutin Hijutsu. Jukai Counten, Wood Element Secret Technique. Forest Genesis. Morioka. Arrogant human pest. Even from the grave he plagues me. Naruto hadn't been paying attention to the avatar's ranting. He was too busy trying not to get splattered all over the place as Shukaku batted the paralyzed dragon around. Even so, hearing the nature spirit start screaming at a dead man was enough to confuse him. What the hell are you talking about? I knew that touch was familiar. It is the human who I made the mistake of lending my power to, the one who built this cursed place to begin with. The first Hokage. How can he be pulling power from you if he's dead? I as children do not break solemn oaths. Once upon a time I agreed to lend this man my power. Now that he calls upon it again, I cannot but obey, be he man, ghost or demon. And that's what's stopping you here. Summoner's dissonance. A spirit cannot be called upon twice at the same time and manifest its full power, both summoners will meet with failure. Naruto thought it over, but something was nagging at him. I remember you saying this wasn't a summon, just you showing up to fight because you felt like it and I shouldn't get any big ideas about you being at my beck and call. What happened to that? I cannot be summoned in the truest sense of the term. That is why your dragon construct is still standing. My agreements with humans lend power. The one who requests the power can shape it as he pleases. And my power, well greater than humans can comprehend, is not unlimited. If too many call upon it at once, it will be diluted to the point where little or nothing is forthcoming to each caller, as with diminishing returns. Still, whatever that damned fool is trying to do is not working properly, so there is some good out of this. If you have any one-handed Sarutobi-sensei, now would be the time to use them. Orochimaru chuckled to himself as the third hung in the air, suspended in a tangle of wood, hands and feet apart to prevent him from using any. Or at least, that was the idea. For some reason, the wood kept going slack every other second, forcing the first Hokage to continually retighten his hold on his prisoner. An annoyance, but a manageable one for now. Even so, give the old man enough time, and he'd figure out a way to escape. Very nice, this toying with him, old boy, but I think it's time we finished it, The captured spirit simply turned its empty gaze onto the third and set its hands to work. The fool doesn't know when to quit. Naruto was getting really tired of jumping around trying to avoid Shukaku's attacks and watching the avatar do nothing but gripe about it. As usual, his mouth ran faster than his brain. Look, it's just a bigger game of tug-of-war. If the other guy's pulling, then either pull harder or drop the rope and let the bastard fall on his ass. The avatar, never a very forgiving being, chose the latter and blew the power channel to the first wide open. The third had just enough time to hear a cracking noise before the pain sent him spinning down into dark oblivion. Signal flares are designed to be seen. Whether an observer actually realizes what the flare is supposed to mean is another matter entirely. The defending Leaf Nins paid the yellow and green chemical light no heed, save to note where it came from, in case they had to fight whatever was there later. Their orders weren't given by flare. Iruka, Anko and Hinata, still prowling around looking for a fight, ignored the flare altogether in favor of looking for Sand Nins to pick off. The attacking Sand Nins also ignored the signal. Most of them were too busy fighting for their lives, and their orders had been permanently locked since well before arriving at the Leaf. That left the sound forces to realize what was being signaled, that their master's secondary goal had somehow been accomplished. Orochimaru himself, still surveying the third's limp body, was torn. He could see the old man unconsciously clinging to his last spark of life, chakra flickering dangerously in and out of his senses. Despite his unflappable expression, the mad Sennin was really tempted to snuff that spark out. In the end it was just a brief thought. Mad he was, but Orochimaru wasn't blind to logic. Soon enough the Leaf would counterattack. He'd lived there long enough to know that such a small attack force could never destroy the village, only wounded. Every Anbu team in the local area would even now be on its way back to turn the tables. Besides, the Sand would discover what he had done with the real Kazakiage sooner or later. Not soon enough to make them retreat from this battle, but he'd be better off being very far away in any case. Something of a touchy subject, that would likely prove. No sense letting greed lead to violence. This round goes to me, sensei, he said for posterity. The old man was well beyond actually hearing him. Do try to be prepared for the next one. I won't give you a warning this time. He turned to his 4 minions, still keeping the flame barrier up. Uchiha Sasuke is ours. I'm off to meet up with Kabuto. Cover my retreat. The Hokages will assist you, while my chakra is still close enough. When they dissipate, leave. I expect the others will be along shortly. There was no sense wasting valuable resources when they could be used in further plots, after all. Naruto wasn't gifted with an all-seeing crystal ball like the third. He had no idea what had just happened back at the stadium or what might be going on in the village proper. All he knew was that the Avatar had just roared in triumph and the dragon was whole again. Impudent insect. Distract me, will you? Enough with the pissing contest. Let's finish Psycho Raccoon Boy and go home. If a storm is what you want, a storm you will have. The Leaf Genin braced himself and sent a Cage Bunshin back to Earth. The clone popped up in front of Tenten and the others to give them a thumbs up. We're good to go. When you see the rain start to fall, start chucking every weapon you can find at that psycho up there. Me and the Avatar will take care of the rest. That's the stupidest plan I've ever heard of. Tenten snapped. He just blew up 100 feet of forest with a sneeze and you think a bunch of human-sized weapons will scratch him. The clone gave her a look that bordered on maniacal. All it takes is one. One in how many chances? I don't know. You're the one who's supposed to have perfect aim. I promise you'll understand when it's all over. Just don't go tying any strings to them. You wouldn't like the ride. Tenten unlimbered the scrolls in her pouch. You screw this up and I'm going to make you get these all back by yourself. The clone made a rude noise. I screw this up and we're all going to be buried in the world's newest desert. Nice incentive, the girl sniffed. Naruto, up inside the Avatar, snorted. The best. Clouds gathered overhead, darkening ominously to match the smoke drifting skyward from the hidden leaf. The Avatar muttered as quietly as it could to Naruto. I doubt I can summon lightning to a specific point without Shukaku noticing somehow. I will say that much for the demon's perception. There will be lightning, but it will have to be random if you want it at all. Naruto was learning that the Avatar only helped as much as it felt like helping. He'd planned ahead. Hey, as long as lightning works like it's supposed to, we still ought to be okay. Can you at least warn me when a bolt's going to strike near him? I said I was being careful, not that I was powerless. Fine. Forget I asked. Let's just get started. Don't bother with the vines, they'll only clue him in. Here's what I need you to do while the guys down there get their weapons ready. The dragon roared, its form shifting for what Naruto hoped was the last time. As irrational as the Avatar could get, one of these days he was liable to wind up being skewered by an errant branch. The head, already bearded by foliage in the tradition of eastern dragons, grew multiple horns and something resembling a long, willowy mane. Discarding the sturdy legs required to dig in and ride out a wind blast, the dragon anchored itself with a heavily thickened tail. Hands flashing together, Naruto looked out at Shukaku and the boy atop the demon's head. Time to put on a show. Shame he won't appreciate it. The Naruto clone addressed the bear and Leaf Genin below, one last time, with the rain beginning to fall. Now I'm gonna sound like Iruka-sensei or some old fart, but I'm still gonna say it again. One good salvo, with the brightest looking weapons you have, and then into the trees. I guess you're gonna have to take these two bozos with you after all. Don't need Psycho up there going berserk if he blows those blades away and skewers his buddies. And I certainly don't think you guys wanna get skewered either. Ino scoffed. She never had been one for lectures. We get it. We went to the academy too. The clone shrugged. Didn't come this far or fight this long just to go take in casualties now. We might still have to go back and help everyone else. I'm gonna be burned out and you guys ain't exactly fresh right now either. The less you use now, the more you're gonna have later. Overprotective, Niji said, but logical. I cannot deflect this many weapons with a Kaiten. I would be drained again halfway through. Simple dodging would be useless with the wind randomly blowing the weapons around. Gaara may be our most dangerous enemy right now, but he is not our only enemy. The blonde Kunoichi arched an eyebrow and hefted a kunai. Fine, but if I wind up looking like a pincushion, it's your ass. The Naruto clone bowed half seriously before disappearing. If I survive, I'll keep it in mind. Now let's start the show. And if you feel lightning coming, do try to remember, ass in the air is the safest posture. It wasn't around to hear Tenten say the only way her ass would get that high was if he were kissing it. Cruel steel hissed through the air, dull metal shaped to human needs. Even without the name echoing in the air, Shukaku felt the first storm coming, demonic instinct holding true. Stupid humans. Come out and fight. You think you can touch me with those puny things? Slinger Azaki would have wept to see so many fine weapons reduced to random debris in seconds. The Leaf Genin were too busy running for cover to care. As for Naruto, he was in a rather unfamiliar position out in the open, standing on the avatar's head. Shukaku turned back around at the sound of the annoying human's voice. Not really, but it would have been a nice bonus. I'm your problem now. Leaping backward, he rebounded off one of the dragon's horns, Tenten's Fuuma shuriken in hand, as did a dozen similarly armed Kage Bunshin. Shukaku roared with insane glee. Stupid. Stupid. You're all so stupid. You can't touch me if you're dead. The second storm ended in a giant cloud of mixed clone smoke. If Shukaku noticed that no Fuuma shuriken went flying, it certainly didn't say anything. Naruto did sailing through the cloud with a boost from the dragon's pliant horns. And you can't touch me if you just wasted all your breath busting up empty chakra. It was easy for Shukaku to simply lean and let the puny leaf nin fly by. So why was the fool laughing when he was going the wrong way and heading for a crash landing? The demon had no eyes on the top of its head to see Naruto nod at the avatar's silent warning, twist around in midair, and throw his concealed weapon, nor the dull gleam of the Fuuma shuriken embedded at the feet of its leaping vessel. Hey psycho boy. Eat lightning and crap thunder. The third storm was the charm. Gaara of the desert was treated to a distinctly shocking whack-up call. Naruto kept right on grinning until a sinking feeling called gravity and an onrushing forest intervened. I knew I left something out of that plan. I knew this plan had too many loopholes. Even with Sasuke blind and his heightened hearing trick revealed, Shino had been unable to finish him off. Nicks, scratches and flesh wounds on the traitor showed how hard he tried, but those could heal. Death couldn't. Even down to a fraction of his skills, Sasuke was too good to just roll over and die. If he couldn't attack, he could still run and hide. Every moment spent trying to counter his latest move was more time for Kabuto to catch up. I can't leave you alone for a minute. Now do you see why you need our help? It was too late to kill the missing nin, and Shino knew it. Now the question wasn't whether he could stop Sasuke from leaving, but whether he could survive to even tell anyone the other genin was gone. Fighting Kabuto was suicide. If he was dead, the leaf would first assume that it was related to the sand attack, and Sasuke would be miles away by the time anyone noticed he was gone. Get away. Get away now. The push with unsteady legs, and he was heading backwards as fast as possible. Kabuto's head turned, hearing the rustle of leaves and twigs stirred up by Shino's escape. The brat'll keep as long as he's alive. Time to blow off a little steam. Stay here and out of sight. Orochimaru-sama and the rest of the strike force will be coming this way soon enough to pick you up. I'm off to go make sure our little bird doesn't get to sing about you. The traitor bristled. What about my eyes? Kabuto was used to dealing with super geniuses. That alone kept him from snapping a retort and cluing the fool, and that Orochimaru was only interested in his body, and even that only as a vessel. Your eyes can be healed. Your life is a little tougher, and we're not going to have an easy time of keeping it in one piece if half the leaf is chasing us. So I'd be much obliged if you'd shut up and let me do my job. You'll have plenty of time to act the diva once we return to the sound, he pointedly did not say. Kabuto was a medic and advisor to Orochimaru, which left him little time to do any real fighting. When he did get a chance, he preferred to make the most of it. Shino, being Shino, wasn't going to be very cooperative. Slow down, little bird, and I may settle for severing your spine cleanly. He hadn't expected the boy to respond, and Shino didn't. The silver-haired man shrugged. Well, never mind. That wouldn't have been as fun. Shino heard the weapons before he saw them, the dull thud of metal embedding itself in the trees around him. The bug user spared one a glance as he went by, noting the odd shape of a scalpel instead of a kunai or shuriken. It might have been fitting for the son of a medical ninja, but it was still a strange choice. Kabuto swore at the missed shots. He hadn't used physical weapons in a while, as chakra worked much better for his purposes. A hell of a time to get rusty, fool. And you wonder why Orochimaru-sama never talks about anyone but Sasuke or Kimimaro. Get your act together. The longer this went on, the closer they got to the leaf again. He had to end it now. Taking an explosive seal from his pouch, the sound nin wrapped it around the handle of his last scalpel, behind his back. The medical tools flew straighter and truer than kunai, which would serve his aims better. Shino sensed the scalpel as it was thrown, one bug alerting him to the action, another to the weapon's flight path. The genin didn't change his escape route, the scalpel would miss him by a wide margin. It would have been a fine decision if Kabuto had actually been aiming at him and not the tree in front of him. The exploding tree blew the scalpel's remains and a cloud of burning splinters outward in all directions. Gritting his teeth against a loss, the genin threw a screen of bugs between himself and the blast, switching his body with a log and heading in a different direction right into the path of the kunai Kabuto had thrown after the scalpel. Shino felt an alien sensation, fear mixed with shock, as his right leg suddenly refused to respond. Kiba and Hinata were not capable of doing anything better than bruising him while sparring, and Kurenai-sensei rarely went full out in training. Kabuto was capable of much worse, including putting an entire stadium to sleep with one. Duty warred with his fear. If he made enough of a commotion, the Anbu might come to check it out. Won't be much help with that whole dying part, though. Shino discarded the thought. If he lived, he lived. If he died, he died. No sense trying to fool himself with false hope. The last of his bombardier beetles marshaled in a wide span around him, a living minefield against Kabuto. Shino drew one of his last explosive seals from his waist pouch and wrapped it around the whole thing, his smoke bombs included. If this worked, the black smoke plume would remain visible for some time, well, as long as nobody thought to blow it away somehow. Plus, the whole conflagration would cremate him and the bugs, so he had that going for him, the genin bitterly added. The Sound Nin approached leisurely, seeing his target making no attempt to escape, but staying well out of range of the carpet of beetles. Ah, Shino. Was it really worth your life to come here and hinder Orochimaru-sama's plans? To keep Uchiha Sasuke in the Hidden Leaf? I swore the same oath you did. Shino said. To protect this village against all who would dare threaten it and to defend my comrades against the same. Do not dare to compare yourself with me if you have turned your back on that promise. Everyone has his own path, Sasuke included. Judge him and me all you like, that's just how it is. Now if you don't mind, I'll go on my path and you can go to hell. Shino tensed as Kabuto drew his arm back to throw more kunai, prepared to ignite his trap at the last possible second, but the blow never came. Instead, his unbelieving eyes and ears were treated to the sight of Kabuto retreating from a hail of steel and fire and a voice ringing through the forest. He might be destined for hell, but you'll be there waiting for him. He looked up to see his savior and found saviors instead, men and women dressed in long dark coats, long blades on their backs, all wearing the inscrutable masks of the Anbu. Then, as the shock and blood loss wore off, Shino saw only darkness. The lead Anbu sighed as she watched him pitch over in a dead faint. Let the traitor go. He won't be coming back here anytime soon now that he's been found out and the village is still under attack. We need to get back and the boy needs the hospital. Let's go. Ikigata Tenko kept her eyes focused on Kabuto as her teammates treated Shino's wounds. She mouthed silent curses as the Sound Nin faded out of view. Thank all the gods the boy made as much noise as he did, or we'd never have known to increase our pace coming back from the tea country. Denton's mother suppressed a shudder, wondering where her daughter was in all this. If indeed Uchiha Sasuke had gone turncoat, they were all in trouble. In her opinion, the entire bloodline should have been exterminated as disease the moment that Itachi had begun to have his delusions of grandeur. Now it was too late and children were paying for their parents' mistakes. The veteran Kunoichi leapt down from her perch to help shoulder Shino's stretcher. Her eyes took in the still burning Hidden Leaf as she did so and Tenko snatched her head away from it as if she had been burned as well. How much of our future have you compromised for one family, Hokage-sama? Shouts penetrated the chaos inside the stadium, the remaining Anbu and Jounin turning their attention away from mopping up the last of the sand and Sound Nins present. The barrier is coming down. Everyone stay alert. They're gone. I don't see the Hokage. Where did they go? Anbu to the roof. Everyone else goes out and sweeps the streets clean. Odds. There are bloody trees everywhere. What the hell happened here? Kakashi wasn't Anbu any longer, but he'd been one long enough to stay on the roof despite the order. There wasn't much place for him to go anyhow, the Jounin reckoned. He wasn't sensing Orochimaru or even the chakra of the barrier makers anymore, and there were plenty of Anbu out there looking for them already. The odor of smoke wafted on the air around him. Kakashi ran a hand through his hair and watched the leaf burn. So many miscalculations they had all made were still making. His 3 students were scattered so badly he wasn't sure where any of them had gone. Did he even have 3 students anymore? It's official. I'm a lousy sensei. That could be remedied if they were all still alive. Fixing the damage done to the village was going to be the tricky part. A faint groan brought him out of his thoughts and Kakashi looked around for the source. Seeing nothing, he reached up and uncovered the Sharingan, questing for a chakra source. If it hadn't been flickering so badly, Kakashi never would have found the tiny amount of chakra the third still possessed. Immediately, he wished he hadn't. The sight of the Hokage's crushed, mangled body would stay with him for the rest of his life, another in a long list of nightmares. For now, the Jounin counted himself lucky he was so conditioned to doing his duty, head snapping around to shout commands to the gathered shinobi. Get a medic team up here. Now. The Hokage won't last much longer. The Anbu flushed away, fleet as ever. Kakashi watched him go, kneeling to do what he could for the old man, hoping it would be enough to keep the third alive until the medics came. As he did so, the village continued to burn and the unfamiliar chill of despair settled upon his thoughts. Even if the Hokage lives, will it matter? Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.